Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Finals Pro League Season 1 playoffs for EU. We're coming at you live from the virtual arena. My name is Artie, and I'm joined by three absolutely beautiful, fellow casters for the day. Jerry, I almost said some beautiful people, but Jerry, you don't fit, people. But for
No.
my other two casters here, you're regular, normal, well-adjusted folks, so nice to see you all here.
Nice to be here as well. I think well-adjusted might be a little bit of a stretch for myself personally, but I'll take it as a compliment for today, but I have to agree with your statements about Jerry.
Dianic, you want to throw anything my way as well?
No, Jerry, I'll be the nice one today and just will be nice to everybody. Besides Whippet, that's the only person I will be kind of, smacking down a little bit. But hey,
Already chaos.
Jerry, it's already chaos. It's already chaos. It's so good to be here. And yeah, I mean, we finally made it all the way through the play days. We made it through the beginnings of the season where cash out reigned supreme. But now we're here back to what everyone is mostly used to in the Finals Pro scene. And that's going to be final round. And Jerry, I'll bring this to you. What are we looking forward to the most today?
Well, I think we're looking forward to surprises because we've had a long time to sort of gauge our expectations of these teams. But it's a very different arena when you remove half the players from it and start thinking more about kills, more about just putting your opponents in the dirt and thinking of the objective afterwards. So, yeah, I'm expecting some surprises, particularly in the lower bracket where things are going to get really heated. We've only got best of ones down there. Artie, I'm really excited to see this bracket and how it plays out.
100%. I mean, it's a little bit scary for the people towards the bottom of that bracket, towards those teams that didn't place towards the top 8. And so, Dianic and Whippet, I'll bring this to you guys. As far as the folks that are going to be starting at the top of the bracket, folks that are at the bottom, do you think that there's going to be some extra drama afloat? We'll take a look at the bracket over here. Walk us through it, you two.
I mean, definitely there's gonna be drama. I mean, look at it. At the bottom, you have the elimination games. They know if they aren't able to win their first game, they're completely out of the game. I mean, the upper bracket, they have a little bit of a safety net, let's call it. They might lose the first matchup, but the second matchup, there's still a second matchup. But for the guys at the bottom, there's no second matchup. Either you win or you lose, and that's out. And low bracket runs, even though they are possible, they're still very scary because it takes one wrong game and you're out.
But on the other side of that coin, that best of one is going to give opportunities for any of these teams. Once we have these top seeds drop down to that lower bracket, all it takes is one team to catch you napping to get a couple of quick plays, and you can take that map and move on to the next stage. So if you're in this top seed and you're starting that upper bracket, it's very imperative that you don't drop down, because immediately that pressure begins to build on your shoulders. And, I think Jerry mentioned before we went live as well, teams like Bad Wi-Fi, for example, who've been third-partying and cash out time and time again, they might be able to catch a team napping when they drop in that lower bracket, where it's just like, yeah, we're going to pull something unorthodox, and we're going to catch you slow from that beginning.
Exactly. There are so many different nuances that are going to take place, not only just between the teams as they figure out who their opponents are. Maybe they have a rich scrim history, or if they're going to be at the top of the bracket, they have that safety net to play with. Super good, good note there. But I mean, Jerry, when it comes down to what the final round truly does offer, we were talking about this earlier, where some teams are making some switch ups as far as the utility that they're bringing to the table.
Absolutely. You need to be able to be more precise. We saw the occasional sort of pyro mine and things like that jump into cash out, where those sorts of gadgets can flourish in chaos, but you're really unlikely to see those. It needs to be less of a hammer blow and more of a scalpel for these matches. You have to be really precise. I would expect to see a bit of a switch up towards maybe even some shotgun plays as well, because we've seen the strength of mediums being able to dive in and just deal as much damage as possible. Even a nerfed Cerberus or a model can be the difference maker in an entry engagement. Or you could see teams go full range with the 93R being so effective. Maybe we see the SA12 on the heavy start to be sort of switched away from, which we rarely saw in cash out.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually offer the opposite standpoint, is because shotguns are so good. I think you'll see the heavies basically all stay on the SA-12-16, at least here in Europe. on certain maps. There, you will still get the shack. You actually have been seeing a lot of double deagles in the final rounds as well. But Dianic and Whippet, I want to ask you guys, as far as like all the stuff that we've seen from the groups in Cash Out throughout the entirety of the playdays, HML, HML, HML. You guys think that we're going to be seeing any shakeups in that department?
I think with the change of tempo and pace, I think you're probably going to likely see teams maybe dropping a light, grabbing up that second medium, or maybe might just stick to what they know going into it. There's always that option to it. Of course, having that second medium is going to bring you a lot of different utility. You can spec them into different stuff. If you want to try and go for something a little bit more outside the box and bring that, you could, of course, go in that direction. But always the question I ask at these points going into it is teams have played an extensive season in Cash Out. Now, everything changes, but they've got used to that flow. Do they want to make changes now, especially if you're in that lower bracket, because one mistake can send you home?
Exactly. I mean, you are here now in the 3v3, so no outsiding team can now help you. So if you lose in a team fight, it is all on you. So you have to make sure you pick the right combinations of medium, heavy, light, or even if you want to bring a light or even a heavy, it's a difficult thing to say because every team requires other things. Every team has different strengths, and it really comes down. It's not a four team game anymore. It's a 3v3, and that's it. If you lose, you're out. You've lost that potential to save that cash out. Yes, here again, you have still abilities to come in, but you need to pick that what helps your team perform the best in a free on fight. If you lose that, if you lose the team fight, it is all on the team, and there is no outstanding factor. As a third party from Bad Wi-Fi, we've already mentioned that team. There's no such thing as that third party, as that third factor coming in, so it's going to be a little bit tougher for them now.
100%. I mean, honestly, that is one of the things that changes how these teams play. Just overall, you don't have to have that eye in the back of your head. You could be a lot more confident on those engagements. And teams thrive on confidence, especially here in the virtual arena. We've seen so many teams that just look so good, and then the moment that they had a bad cash out, they got a third party, and then suddenly it just all crumbles. So mental is huge. And what else is huge is our prize pool, currently sitting at $3,000, as a huge thanks to everybody in the community, but a special shout out to our sponsor, Crash. This is, of course, Broxton. Please drop him a follow on Twitch. Crash is the VIA PR chief officer and is one of the most just genuinely good souls in the community. And a huge shout out to all of the love and support from Broxton. Give that love and support back to him. And also a big shout out to everybody who's donated to the prize pool. Exclamation point donate will bring up a link to donate directly to the prize pool, where all proceeds will go directly to the players that are winning. And also everything that happens on Twitch, subs, bits, all that good stuff is going to go straight there as well, as soon as Twitch takes their cut from it. So still a huge shout out to everybody, and a big shout out to Embark Studios as well, who has donated quite a lot into the prize pool themselves. So just love to see how tight-knit all that community is, and everything that you guys have done for us here. We're going to get started and jump into our first match here between the newly signed Team Alliance and Always Hungry. Dianic, what are we looking at?
It's going to be a rather interesting game, I'd like to say. Here's, obviously, we have Alliance who finished up on 2nd place, fighting against the 7th place. So, Always Hungry, they're already gonna have a tough game because they're fighting against seed number 2. And we've seen this team. This team will tactically choose the fights that are better for them, will stall out time, and will make sure that if there is no reason for a fight, as long as they can delay a fight to make sure the cash goes into their favor, that's what they're gonna do. And Always Hungry, they're gonna have to make sure that they can look into those strats and also break apart their defense, break apart their team synergy, because it's going to be tough for Always Hungry.
And Jerry, looking on the Always Hungry side of things, I see a fresh name, Rabinski, going in there.
Yeah, well, fresh to the team, but not fresh to the scene. And yeah, this light player is going to come in and make some things work. I'd be certain about it. I always feel sorry for Yoip. He's had a really impressive season playing light, but of course being forced onto maybe the medium for this. We'll see how they line up. Either way, looks like we're ready to get started, Artie. So let's throw it on over to Whippet and Dianic to take us through the first of our quarterfinals today in the EU playoffs.
Thank you very much, Jerry, for that one as we dive into this one. And I could not be more excited to kick things off. Best of threes in this upper bracket, and our maps of selection will be Monaco, Las Vegas, and Nozomi. So a lot of variation coming in this one. And we'll start things off nicely, Dive. As we move towards this best of three, or this 3v3, what's your initial expectations from what we're going to see from Alliance? Of course, newly signed organization. They've been very clinical in our cash-out games. Will that continue here?
I'm very much looking forward to see if they're going to stick with the same strategy as they've done before. Don't pick unnecessarily fights. Make sure it always stays in their favor, and also always keep an eye on that cash out. That's what they've been doing in all of these cash out games, but now it's a 3v3. They don't have to worry about two other teams, but only one, and can, here again, always hungry, break apart their defense, break apart their team synergy within those team fights to give themselves the advantage. But so far right now, Alliance is the team that's taken the most damage, and not a single person from Always Hungry has managed to get a kill so far. But look at it, now the first one falls, Alliance is the second one fallen, all up now to the heavy. And I hate to break this to you, Always Hungry is the team who comes out first.
That was a very tricky fight, just on the upper level of the church here in Monaco. And the big thing I noticed immediately is Carnifex. He was trying to get that H+ infuser to find that impact, but he was able to do so, found himself separated in a maze of goo on that spiral staircase, and not able to react efficiently to get himself back in the fight. So we'll get this nice and plugged in. The respawns are there, so Alliance are on the back foot. The defense can get set up from Always Hungry. Again, running traditional HML lineup, nothing changing from what we saw from Cash Out. Great gateway upstairs. Pike is going to get brought out to try and chip away some damage. Great pick, trading 1-for-1. The defib will go off. There's going to be a mess trying to use that team at the drop everyone down. Pike up to the first, has to stick a reload and should be able to win that one. And it will be Always Hungry in the midst of that chaos. Coming out on top as Alliance do fall, and that will be another blow to this team, falling yet again in that second engagement.
A great start, a great engagement right there, but unfortunately it did seem like Always Hungry were a little bit too prepared for that one. They come up on top even though they have the high ground, and here's the fact. I mean, we get the first pick, we get the revive, but it just wasn't enough in that point. We've lost the other two members way too quickly, and Always Hungry, big important thing what they did, they stuck together and they weren't quite separating as much, picking apart and focusing all their attention to one single player at a time.
Use that 9-3R now in the hands of Carnifex, just trying to chip away, but he's going to take himself all the way down the half HP as well. Can't use that infuser on yourself, so just posturing up, looking for a way in. Halfway through this with some cash out manipulation, drop it down. Good dome shield to try and chip away. No glitch grenade counters yet from Alliance. Going to be a counter one, and they're not going to be able to stick that stick. They dive in just in time. Carnifex just going to get himself relocated back up to his heavy armor. A little bit isolated so far. Does find that first pick. It's going to be all by himself, though. Carnifex can't get there with the H+ infuser. Does deny. Our Ghouls get one trade. The defib does go off successfully. Can't just get enough damage on that heavy to find that trade. Palmer should be able to chase that, but Carnifex will go for it. No! Somehow, just going to survive that. Jurgen does escape, but this steal should go out, and they do flip it in their favor. Lions get this, and I think just in time as well. They will be able to take this first cash out and move themselves one step closer to taking Monaco, and a disengage here from Always Hungry, deciding they don't want this, and I don't think a hunt coming out from Alliance just yet.
They're trying to hunt this person down, but they're gonna have to make sure they keep their eyes on the prize, and that's the one thing we always see from the side of Alliance. They made sure they get the first few picks, then they hurt the opponent as much as possible to then swift their whole attention to get that steal, and this is why I meant by it. They're gonna make sure they take those fights which are necessary and leave those one out which they don't need for the second time. So really well done here, really well picked on getting that cash out back into their favor, which it did look like at the beginning it would be Always Hungry, but unfortunately here again it wasn't quite as secured as they thought it would be.
Jurgen gets picked up early from Palman. This is just going to leave them a little bit out of sync. 14 seconds till that token's available. Just scrapping around a cathedral from this stage. Totem, I don't believe getting guarded, so I do think they're going to commit to just burning away that coin at this stage, and this does allow that vault to get cracked open by Alliance, but they're just trying to posture things up. The revive, actually, Rabinski does stick that on the Jurgen, so everyone from Always Hungry back up to a full fighting force, ascending up the Crane. Will take some chip damage, it gets caught out. Treason with that Pike, taking great advantage of the range he brings to this lineup, and already finding Alliance one player down. Fighting in the back foot, Rabinski reduced to 3 blocks as well. Jurgen falling back, and this is going to be the benefit of that Pike, just lurking on those rooftops, and a goo grenade for that mobility. They have tapped that vault, so putting a little bit of time pressure now on the side of Always Hungry.
But Always Hungry making a great thing here, just making sure they're stalling a little bit of time, making sure their teammate can respawn in. Only 2 seconds left and he can use that coin that he has, and it has been used back. Every single player is back into the game, and that was a great time of stalling. It has been plugged now, but it doesn't matter too much. There's still a lot of time on their hands, which they can be using. And on top of that, Alliance have completely fallen off the roof and are now finding themselves scattered around that house completely alone.
Alma takes a lot of damage down to just 2 blocks. Hop on board with Jurgen, trying to hunt down and get some control within the houses. Again, with a shotgun in hand, you can kind of control these close quarter fights. With the prevalence of that cash box manipulation in the favor of that winch, the likelihood is going to have to fight this at significant range and force to dive in. Carfex will find some good damage. Actually, that's going to be our medium. Down below, Palmer fighting by himself, not detected just yet, trying to retake control. And he is very isolated. This could be an opening for Always Hungry if they sense it. They definitely hear it happening so far. They're going to dive in. Don't feel ready in that side of Jurgen. Gets that visual. We should get this confirmation now as Carnifex going to find himself, finds himself very wounded. The cash box chipping away halfway through the timer now.
That pike on the roof is definitely deadly, and from the looks of it, is going to stay even deadlier. As now they're trying to go for this steal, but unfortunately it's not going to be as possible as they would like it to be, as the flank comes in from behind, and everybody's changing their attention to a singular player. The res might be there, but unfortunately it will not be enough. There's one light left from the side of Always Hungry, and it will not be successful. It was a good try, but let's be honest here. Alliance, they definitely had to make sure they come in from both sides, create a crossfire to their advantage, and then take the cash out into their favor. And right now, it looks rather dry for the side of Always Hungry.
Yeah, before we jump into this replay, we've got 10 seconds to that spawn point, so not really a lot of time to make that fight happen. But, I mean, this Carnifex just cleaning things up in the 9-3R, and it really was just efficient and a great time, just delaying long enough. That entire fostering up stage, as they have to make a dive bomb play at this point, and at this stage it will be desperate measures. They need all to win their individual ones. Treason does get that pick, they're attempting to flip it, but the glitch grades are perfect. It will be Palmer get that melee. Treason wraps things up nicely, and that will be Monaco in favor of Alliance. Newly signed organization get themselves their first victory here in the EU playoffs, one step closer to taking this best of 3, of course. Monaco, they made it look fairly easy from their position. A little bit scrappy in their opening box, but they fought their way and had complete control from second vault to second cash out, and they take that nicely.
I mean, here's the thing. This is why I said you gotta make sure that Alliance is a team. They will pick the fight which they need. They don't necessarily go into gunfights. They don't necessarily take some fights that are not in their favor. And even though the first team fight when they ran up to the roof wasn't quite successful in their time, because Always Hungry stuck together, but you saw then at the end, the sooner Always Hungry tried to pick apart and go their each ways and try to be more individual, it completely backfired. And in the other fights, we saw it again, people and opponents trying to take their fights completely solo, which, yes, theoretically speaking, that could work. If you pick apart one, then you go dive in for that cash out steal, but it's just there wasn't enough time, there wasn't enough prep for them to do that. So Alliance, they've done a great way in wasting a lot of time and taking their attentions to the multiple sides of the map, and also that pike on the roof just deadly on the last cash out. Nothing really there Always Hungry was able to do, but that was also only the first map. There's still 2 more, and from the looks of it, I would say Always Hungry, they still have a good chance, but they need to make sure that they stay together as a team and they don't quite fall apart on each other.
I really want to kind of just circle back to the point you mentioned about Treason on that pike. Played that perfectly. They were able to just keep Always Hungry at arm's length for a lot of those engagements. We think about that fight before the second vault where everyone's battling around the cathedral. They had themselves established, postured up beside that vault, and we saw Treason find that early pick, force this into a numbers advantage for them early, and they played it very smart. This lines up nicely with what we saw from this team during the cash out stage. You're always taking, I think, very cerebral fights. They're always thinking about it with their heads and not making a lot of risks, and I think risk adverse would be a way to describe this team. They're setting up for it, and they took a very dominant Monaco. Las Vegas has a few extra challenges for them to go into. There's a lot very close quarter fight within those buildings, but you do have significant long lines of sight that you could have another pike player like Treason yet again take full advantage of.
Definitely. I mean, it was only the first map here again like that, but it showed a good point of what alliances do, what they've always done. Even in cash, it's the exact same thing. They will fight their points, they will make sure that they have the time on their side and rather be and play the time game, which it's not unusual for them, but as somebody's always hungry, they need to make sure they get around that fold and make sure that they pick apart those important positions, especially the one on the roof with the Pike. That was a heavy and important position for them to be in because it chipped away in their health, meaning they need to wait for the health to regen and then to go back in, and when the health got chipped again, it just took so much time off their hand. And for the coming two maps, if they want to win this, they need to make sure they take out those power positions first and then move further. And if as long as they have an engagement that they completely collapse on Alliance, because that's what they always do. They waste the time, they play the time, and on top of that, they just play the objective, and that's what they're really good at.
Always hungry with the spawn in closer proximity, so they do open the vault and they have a little bit of time to, I think they got some breathing room just to make some decisions whether they want to commit to this. We'll hop on board with Carnifex, so he'll use some throwables, give himself a lifeline, move the dive in. I think at this stage they're just going to try and play reactionary. It does look like everything's moving out towards B, and that's going to be where that initial plug happens. This is all on Alliance now. They'll make their push playing over towards it. They'll take this map pad. I'm very curious how Alliance, or how actually Always Hungry, are going to try and establish their initial defense. Are they going to want to play in this more close quarter position? Don't know if Treason brought the Pike this time around. You're going to try and limit the availability of that range being a factor with it. Three bodies of Always Hungry, all stacked up close proximity, playing on the lower floor of this casino. Just waiting. And lots of posturing up. I think this could be the decision making. This will be IGL inside of Alliance. Just has to make that call, and they have to formulate the plan with what information, what limited information they have to work with.
But here's the thing, you can see Always Hungry being sticking together the whole time. Now they made sure that they have the upper hand advantage here. They're on the roof, having the high ground advantage here. They go around their opponents. One of them has already fallen, and that is taking a lot of time away. They might be on the roof again, but look at it. Now Always Hungry, they're trying to fall back, play those cover positions, wait for the engagement to then just backstab yet again. And they're staying together, and this is really important because look how much time they've already wasted. If they just hold on a little bit longer, this cash out could be theirs.
Just over that halfway stage, and now we're seeing Alliance group though up again. They're going to crack open the floorboards. A little bit of ice fishing with the Pike here, trying to find something. No one's lining up to it, and this is very good from Always Hungry. This is just risk aversion, and this is going to try and bait the commitment from Alliance straight into this play. Everyone from Always Hungry playing in close proximity to them as well. Just waiting for this dive, and finally Alliance have committed down towards the same floor as that cash out, but a retake of the high ground. It's all gone and flipped now to the side of Always Hungry as they walked upstairs, and they've just baited Alliance to try and tap this cash out, and they're going to commit straight on this. A great red barrel sent in. Hateful Fuse doesn't catch to find that enough damage. It will be an absolute scrap as Carnifex does get slain by Rubinsky. Yoke does find one more, and that defib is successful, trying to guard this for time, but it's going to be all down to this stick. Can they make it work? The winch doesn't connect, but unfortunately, he's going to get all crossed up and shut down, as it will be Always Hungry to take our very first cash out here on Vegas.
Beautiful, there you have it, staying together, and every time they were in the perfect rotation. As soon as Alliance found themselves in the lower floor, found themselves in a disadvantage, they were able to regain the control of the top floor, making sure they have the high ground advantage, then the shooting from top to down. You also saw a very important thing into that engagement onto the first cash out. When it started initially the take, all of them for Always Hungry came to that ice fishing spot on the top floor and then just completely collapsed onto their opponents, pushing together. Nobody stayed outside, nobody stayed on the roof alone, rather they came together, and that is the important part. That's what Always Hungry needs to do if they want to take you the second map. That first cash out box was perfectly played.
Waiting for that gateway, didn't connect, so seconds on that gateway didn't open up in time. Unsure if that was a range issue. Rubinsky does seem to be tremendously far away, actually not that far away. That's got caught by a glitch grenade. Treason does open up that floor and just taps away with that Pike yet again. Very dangerous weapon in the right hand, able to chip away. Box just been left isolated so far. They're going to try and bail out. Great gateway, and they're going to get so much distance. They should get a relatively free plug on C, and they do so. Will they get chased from that gateway? A very unwise choice. Actually, they're going to get themselves in close proximity, but having mentioned Treason up top has his height control. Players like this going to be very much punished. Rubinsky gets shot down very quickly, and Alliance in a dominant position with that cash box manipulation, dropping it straight out in the middle of that boulevard. It's going to make things very difficult to cross that, considering you're one player down, and that's your luck. You can't get a quick gateway across. You can't rely on them to break the lines. You got to use the old-fashioned way, or just wait 13 more seconds to get that coin.
Also time to strategize a little bit to think about how they want to be attacking and how they want to cross this street, taking a little bit even more further damage. And look at this, every single player from Alliance is now trying to hunt this player down, knowing that they're very far spread apart from each other. Set a gateway just to make sure in case they need to fall back, they can do that very quickly. Now this is just applying so much pressure on the side of Always Hungry. They're not able to reunite here in this point, and this will cause them to cash out. If they don't find a way to get back together, this will be their end for this cash out. The Lions will find themselves with a neutralizing point. Now the first one falls, will find himself not be taken out, and now it is a 2v3 established, doing a little bit of damage to Lions, getting the neutralizing kill, making it a 2v2, now pushing together. But look at the time on the cash out. They need to finish this fight very, very quickly, finding the next kill. Only one more alive. The defib goes through though, and now we find ourselves still in that 2v2 scenario, but the trade comes through, and a 1v1 against the Light and the Heavy, and the Light gets the kill. And now can he get in time? And he can. It's just a few seconds here, but so much chaos created, and I think Alliance there just lost a little bit the overview on that first kill.
That was a very good fought though from the side of Always Hungry. Got a little bit worried when we saw that defib and just the inability to close out that final finish. Maybe in my back of my mind I thought they could give them just enough time to kite long enough, but that steal, that flip does mean Las Vegas slides in the favor of Always Hungry, and they will take map number 2 of this series, forcing us to see all 3 being played. Nozomi the next to go for this one, and a very different story to what we saw on Monaco. And the big thing is, I'm going to say Always Hungry, especially on that cash out, had a very difficult time. The cash box stuck in the middle of the road. They lose a player early to treason on that pike, and they played it perfectly. They get themselves regrouped, recomposed to take that fight on the inner staircase and take full advantage of the little bit of chaos they could create. And I feel like this could be an important aspect as we look towards this third map going forward. We've seen that in these times that Alliance are very composed when it's going their way. They're very, very confident when their setup is the way they want it and they're in their power positions. If Always Hungry can just get in those back lines and just find one pick, isolate one player and snowball from that, I feel like they can put a lot of pressure here. But of course they are, well, of course Alliance are a very high seed for a reason. They are in this upper bracket, so I'm sure they can find a way to bounce back from it.
Definitely, and I think one very important point there is that Always Hungry, they very much benefited of the chaos that was happening. We saw Alliance chase down a few players because they know they've done a lot of damage just to hurt their defense, hurt their attack even further. They wanted to chase that player down, exposing themselves to the open field and then allowing the players from Always Hungry to reunite within that chaos, taking out another player. And as soon as that kill fell, as soon as it was the 2v2 and the players from Always Hungry knew exactly where Alliance was, that was kind of their ceiling, and that should have not happened. They should have tried to stick together, make sure they have that man advantage as soon as they got the kills, stay at the 3v2 and then don't quite push together. Because I mean, Always Hungry knew exactly where they were, and Alliance kind of shot themselves in their own foot as soon as their Light died and exposed themselves to their opponents, knowing exactly where they're on the roof and what it takes. It takes a Heavy come in with the hook and then with the shotgun, and it is a close range proximity. He'll do a lot more damage. The defib can do a lot, but in that case, not too much to secure the round.
It felt like that defib was a somewhat of a dying last gasp to try and get something to work, and they couldn't quite convert it from it. I really do want to talk about, though, that second vault, that moment we saw that getting moved from Alliance, that gateway at the top of that zip line, that was beautiful the way they done that. They had that perfectly planned out, and you just got to feel that that's going to be, I think, a little bit of a product of good preparation. They realized that they have to get this out of control of their opposition. They were in good position. Gateway was perfect, an easy plug on C. Unfortunately, they couldn't take full advantage of even that massive time they created as they were able to take down a little bit of that cash out time. Even the pick that Treason got in the early stages of that fight just wasn't enough to hold on, and that does mean our third map. So going into Nozomi, my personal favorite map, how do you feel things shape up? I'm going to put you on the spot here, Dianic. I'm going to make you get a prediction. I'm going to make you have to take a call. Who are you picking for this final map?
Are you really doing this to me? Are you really throwing me under the bus?
Yes.
And then you guys wonder why I always want to fight with this guy. Anyway, that's beside the point. For the last final map, obviously, I would be looking to the side of Alliance more. I think that map has definitely more vibes from Monaco than it has from Las Vegas. Yes, it's all buildings and everything, but I feel like it just plays a little bit more into that Monaco vibe. It is a strange thing to say, I know, even though the two maps are very far apart from each other and don't look anything alike, but just the way the map is played, I feel it just is a lot more like Monaco than it is like Las Vegas. And for me, that's why I'm just going to tip in a little bit more of Alliance here. And also because they are that second seeded team. And I think that Las Vegas game may have just been a little bit of a reminder to not underestimate your opponents.
Oh, third map going into this one is only one of my favorite, just because of that stark contrast of different styles between Via and CNS as we go into it. Does look like Always Hungry have had the favorable spawn just to dive straight in and get this, actually both teams in close proximity. So we meet somewhat in the middle here, and I feel like they don't want to be brave enough to dive into this cash box just yet. As I say that, I perhaps speak just a little bit too soon. Does get tapped by Always Hungry. We do witness all the Lions just diving into this one. Looking to cause a little bit of chaos, and Batman's getting brought out this time. A little bit of extra range, not bring out that pike. Context does get yoinked, clean up that bit. A lot of damage done from that from us, and that will be Treason who found most of it. They're gonna run this cash box. No, they're not. They're gonna try and stick, rotate around to get that revive. All that time is gonna open the door, and the B rotation should be there from Alliance. They're gonna keep their heads on a swivel. They'll dart their way in. They should get a plug in near time.
Well, started leaving up Always to just regroup a little bit and give them the time to just reset again. Now doing a little bit more damage. Alliance is also going to have the time here to just cash that box in. And now it may be in their favor, but Always Hungry, they're already here on this floor, seeing their opponents ready to make an execute here. Close range. And the issue is just I don't see a lot much support here to support this heavy as everybody just collapses onto each other. The heavy's having a fight with each other. The lights on the other hand as well. Everybody's picking their own group to fight amongst each other, but I must say here, Always Hungry, they are in a disadvantage, and now it leaves the median and the light together. With the defense now coming through, giving Alliance another breath of hope, but it will be a disaster as the light has completely healed up and also the advantage. I mean, look at it, it's just chaos. And in a second, the heavy was fighting with the heavy, the light was fighting with the light, and the medium with the medium. I mean, that was a great gunfight, honestly. Like, if I want to fight, I'm going to choose the light of the opponent team just to prove that I'm better.
Of course, listen, I'm not even going to talk about what you've done at ranked yesterday to many people. You're throwing knife rampage. It was going on. Quick dive in, no Alliance back in. Halfway through this timer. Do you have time to try and fight for this one? Just a little bit over that halfway point. D might use it just to try and carve their way through this building. They'll dive up the staircase, and the first contact has been made. They'll spot the heavy of Always Hungry diving after Jurgen at this stage. He'll commit himself down, and his job at this point is just to run and stay in this fight as long as possible. Every second they focus on trying to find one of these individual players. The second less they have to try and flip this. Rabinski does get that pick on the worst trees and finds himself a second on the corner picks, and Palmer's the last one standing. Pike up close and personal, and he's going to try and make it work. Does find one. He's going to try and make a dive bomb straight for that cash out. Goo grenade in hand. But I think, actually, no, my eyes deceived me. It was a wipe.
Do you need glasses by any chance? But anyway,
Yes,
Always Hungry.
My eyes actually don't work.
We all saw that. Alliance, unfortunately, just maybe tunnel visioning a little bit too much on the players from Always Hungry there. The Heavy doing a great job just dragging these players across that building and giving the chance for Always Hungry to backstep then onto the Alliance players because their focus was so much into that Heavy, unable to really think outside a little bit of the box and stop chasing at that Heavy, causing them to actually then lose that cash out as well. I mean, that was a great read from the Heavy there to just grab all that attention. Now they're on the second cash out box here, but from the looks of it, they're going to be trying to look onto that one player, onto that Heavy who's just completely distanced from his teammates. The second one now falls as well, and I mean, look at it. Alliance, a team that usually plays together and is always together, will find themselves be picked apart one by one because they're so far away from each other. You gotta hold hands sometimes, and in this case, you really needed that, because if you put yourselves in a 1v3 scenario, let's be honest, we always know which team will come out on top in that case.
Yeah, Always Hungry, being very good at just isolating Alliance and not letting them have that freedom to move around. And I mean, we're not just seeing, I think the best of Alliance decision making was so good during their cash out stages, just not working out the way they wanted at this point. Respawn is in. They're in fairly close proximity as well. Difficult fight to go up from this alleyway, though. The gateway does get sent up, so that does get them an extra bit of ability. They'll spot this out. They're going to be one floor below, same level as that cash box, and RPG from Jurgen is ready to make this one stick. They're just going to try and play on this high ground and just wait for that commitment every second. Again, Burnt is just going to make a little bit more pressure from the side of Alliance. They're going to tap this to bait the reaction in. The RPG is good to find one. Looks like Carnifex's going to find a huge amount of damage. Will's find that opening pick. No, that's going to be treason with that FAMAS finding Jurgen early. And now Carnifex is going to try and act on that backstab on that staircase. Finds a good bit of damage on that stairway. Does get Rubinsky as well. Shuts him down. And that's going to be the wipe now. Everything collected up by Carnifex and treason. And an easy flip from Alliance. A great fight considering they had the fight from low ground as well. And that opening pick with that FAMAS from treason opened things up lovely. Always hungry in the back foot. Just 1 minute, or just halfway through this timer. And the winch sends that out. And this is going to be the benefit now. You're going to have all that extra range with that FAMAS in your hands, just sitting upstairs, picking away. Gonna make this very difficult from the side of Always Hungry.
Let's not forget, within all this chaos, this is the last round of this best of 3. If they now lose this cash out from the side of Always Hungry, will be dropping into the elimination bracket, so it will, and will stay high tense to the very last second. As they try to play from the roof, the hook unfortunately is not as successful as they hoped it to be, and the time is ticking away slowly but steady. They need to make a play sooner or later. This will fall into the hands of Alliance. Now then equalize it to a 1-1, but this could also be the victory. They now manage to get that cash out inside of the building, forcing Alliance to drop down and engage onto them as they expected that. But for now, from the looks of it, they aren't quite able to go for that. It's beautiful hook there. Palma saves that cash out for the side of Alliance, wasting some time, making sure it cannot be stolen away as they go for the steal yet again. But the heavy quickly changes the attention, and will the question be? No, it cannot be. Alliance last second gets that cash out. With that, we have the equalizer and whip it. I mean, that was just beautiful, making sure their attention stays on the objective rather than on the kills.
Palmer done almost everything perfect, but he just couldn't get it done. And not with the health, the H+ infusion on the body block, and just raw damage being dealt towards him. He couldn't stop that flip, and we go all the way to our final cash box of this best of 3. And I think a perfect way to wrap up this matchup. It has been very tightly contested from these sides. I think a great exchange, great flips either way in our previous box. Now going into phase 3 of this, very far distance to cover from the side of Alliance, and the real question is, will they decide to just play counter? Both the boxes are going to be on their favorable side, sees a little bit closer to the active vault, and Always Hungry do make that decision, I think, just to commit towards this in the movement. Not sure where they want to bring it just yet. It does look like maybe a run towards D. They want to keep themselves away from the open angles on this main street. And all of Alliance just waiting. They have the advantage. Both these cash outs are in closer proximity to them. Gateway is going to get deployed to move this cash box in a nice direction. I wonder if they're trying to fake this one out. No, they're not.
I mean, letting themselves have a lot of time here. I mean, they know that Alliance is waiting either C or D, so the more time they can take to just get into their heads and just make them unsure where they are, eventually hoping for an exposing Q where they might be. And with that, now they have the information where they are. They've shot a few bullets, they know exactly where they are now, leaving an exposing C and knowing that they are there. Now the question is, here is the thing, Alliance will have the quicker change onto the bomb site, so even if Always Hungry manages to get into C, Alliance will be right there. It's always one jump pad away, and that is the risky part. Gateway coming in beautifully, now being above the chassis will give them a huge advantage as they drop down, trying to steal this last second, but beautiful read there from the side of Always Hungry. There will be the night though, as one player falls, and all of a sudden giving the advantage. Defib is immediately there, they're heavy on the line, getting themselves a kill. Alliance losing a player, but so are Always Hungry. And now they're being left with a meeting, standing all alone, the cash box not even being taken in, and that is then also the wipe.
That was a very strong flight from the side of Alliance. They dive out perfectly, and this is going to be a massive advantage. 15 seconds of free cash out time, getting burnt away. Edge of the map behind them. Not a lot of cash box manipulation they can work with from this. I don't think they want to commit this to the alleyway either. It hasn't worked out for the previous box for them. So the respawns are out. Always Hungry back in our arena, and they will try and get themselves ready for a very important fight. A good launch for that jump pad. Gateway is going to move the rest of his team in close proximity, and the RPG is ready for this initiation. Just
they know for a
posturing
fact.
up.
My apologies.
No worries. You can go away with it. Go.
Oh. They know for a fact that they're on the upper hand, right? They're gonna be trying to play that high ground, and it's exactly what they've been read into as the grenade launcher comes through. And it will not be successful. Nobody quite takes damage from the side of Alliance. Always Hungry taking a little bit of damage here, but not too much as well, as they find themselves taking those guns fights in. Alliance from the backside, trying to stab, trying also to ice ray from the wall. They find one though, beautiful hook, as everybody from Alliance just dashes in, trying to get at least one little trade. Delight just managing to get away, will be hunted down the last few seconds, leaving the Heavy in a 1v2, finds himself one. It's a 1v1 against the Heavy. Can he stake this res? And from the looks of it, yes he can. Both of these players are going down for res. Now it is a medium, and the medium against the light. Defib is there, and Always Hungry, they're free, while Alliance still lack one player.
This is going to be a massive factor. Carnifex is only going to be 5 seconds away from that respawn. A very all-important moment. They're going to try and tap this. Joyp's going to stick it. They're going to battle in that dome. They're going to find themselves back to level playing field. Rabinski does get treason. The coin from Carnifex going to be perfectly timed, and Palmer needs to win his ones. That's what he'll do, and Jurgen gets slain by Carnifex, and that's going to be wraps on the Zomi, as it will be Alliance who take our very first best of 3, but a nail-biter conclusion. All came down to that coin, and Palmer with that shotgun on the Heavy, just staying alive long enough to hold the line as the reinforcements of Carnifex come in to clean up nicely. They move on in our upper bracket, but unfortunately for Always Hungry, they're going to drop down to our lower bracket, which we mentioned on the top of the show is all best of ones. Lot of pressure upon their shoulders now.
Unfortunately, we have the first team dropping down. Alliance, on the other hand, I mean, proving again why they are the second seeded team. Very well played, always keeping their attention on the objective. And here again, great. I mean, for a second place against the 7th place, I believe a lot of these players out there, a lot of these viewers out there believe that Alliance will just run through this with 2-0. I mean, Always Hungry gave them a very, very good fight till the very end. It wasn't quite sure which team will actually succeed. Even in that team fight, when it was just the Heavy against the other Heavy, it went really down to the last few seconds, so those last few micro decisions, and in the end it was Alliance just because of that cash, because they were playing the time and playing the objective, having the upper hand, and then winning at the end. But it stayed close till the very end, and this is what I love about this, because Always Hungry, even though they are the 7th seeded team, and they put up a really, really good fight, and showing to the teams like Alliance and Aimers, you can never be safe. Doesn't matter against who you play with, because now it's a 3v3 and it comes down to the raw abilities from teams and not from 4 teams playing against each other.
That was, I think, a perfect opening round or opening game for this one, taking us all the distance, all 3 maps, and comes down to that nail-biting conclusion to get the job done. Whew, Alliance moved forward, but it was not an easy job to get through Always Hungry.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to start off the playoffs, right? I mean, on Monaco, we kind of got like the preview window of, hey, Alliance, they're side team, they're not playing around. And I mean, even though Always Hungry, they started off with the first vault win, the first win at the vault fight. They started off with the first like really good engagement, but Alliance just sort of came back at the very last moment of that first cash out and was like, you know what? This is it. Las Vegas, Always Hungry, really showed up and said, hey, we've been scrimming this. We've been trying to figure everything out. And it had to come down to Nozomi going to 3 cash outs. I always love it when it's 2 cashes, and then the 3rd cash out on the last fight. I mean, Jerry, what a best of 3 series.
Yeah, an absolutely brilliant series to kick us off today on the EU side of things. So yeah, we have the bracket just about ready as well to have a look at see how our other teams fared in the quarterfinals. The lower round is going to be starting just a little bit later, or in fact, that will start now, of course, as those teams have now populated the bottom, so we can see the teams that dropped down are NDA. We have Always Hungry, as we've just seen as well, now going down to face Bad Wi-Fi. 200 Books losing their matchup against Saints 1. That's a Saints 1 that are playing with a sub as well. So very exciting to see how they're faring now as they match up against Aimers on the upper bracket semi-final. And then the last lower bracket round one is Gamblers versus a Makeshift, with Gamblers being taken apart in 2 maps, it would seem, by Aimers. So Aimers already starting off on a very strong foot today, as we sort of expect them to, being the top seeded team, excuse me, from the regular season.
Yeah, but I mean, this is going to be explosive. Seeing Aimers versus Saints 1, both of these teams heavily favored, and then Alliance versus Pulsar. I mean, our top 4 all winning their matches in the semifinals. I am so shocked. Hold on, let me read the script here. This was so unexpected from the top 4 teams. Oh, sorry. Okay.
I had 2 upsets in my pick'ems. This has already ruined mine. I was going against the script.
I see. Well, I mean, hey, Diana can whip it. How about you? Is this kind of what you saw coming?
It's following my pickups perfectly. This is working out
Damn
perfectly
you.
for me going to it. Listen, Jerry, we've had a long history on the microphone before. You know my prediction, Elo, never good. So I'll take it for once that I'm going to get the right calls for a change. But, I mean, having our top-seeded teams go into our semifinals, I think you mentioned already, it feels like we're following the script perfectly. But this is when things get really interesting as we dive into the semifinals, because now we have the best teams we had in Europe all fighting for, and someone has to lose. Someone has to go down to that lower bracket. And once you see these bigger teams go to the lower bracket, I'm just saying, upsets are in that next round calling my name. And I do love a little bit of an upset story when we do have that lower bracket in play.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'll be just quite frankly, I didn't do my vetoes. Okay, I'll be quite frankly, but the one thing that I did call in the whole channel, everybody was there to hear it. I said there's gonna be a lower bracket run from an underdog, so I'm gonna stick to that. I do believe that we will see in the lower semifinal a team that we did not expect. I will believe that those big 4 teams, one of them will be dropped out, and we will have an unexpected player within those last few games. That's all I'm saying. That's my whole prediction that I made.
Would you care to pinpoint one of those teams by any chance, Di? Because my money.
You know
what?
Show your bias on the broadcast.
Okay. I'll put my heart down. I say for a fact, I believe in a team of 200 books.
Very convincing.
We'll see 200 books. Listen.
I don't think that's what you said in the pre-show.
I never mentioned a name. I gotta keep my game hidden, right? Because you always copy off mine, right?
I
Don't
said
pretend
bad
like you
Wi-Fi.
don't.
I said bad Wi-Fi would make a run. So,
Jerry,
yeah.
I thought you said that your Wi-Fi was bad today. Not that you thought the bad Wi-Fi was
true.
But I gotta say, I do see where Diana is coming from, because again, as we've talked about, pretty much the only bit that everybody in chat is tired of is, well, that's a lot of books. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they're gonna be able to pull that off. If that wealth of knowledge is gonna be able to come through up against Team Extreme down in the lower bracket. But hey, let's go back up to the prime conversation here of the semifinals, the upper semis here. Coming up, it's going to be Alliance versus Pulsar. And for anybody that wants to check out Aimers versus Saints 1, it's actually going to be broadcast over at the Finals Italia. So big shout out to them for bringing that other coverage. So please go ahead and check that out simultaneously. Don't close this tab, though. Just have them both open. We have big monitors for a reason. But, I mean, when it comes down to the upper semis, now that we've seen Alliance and we've seen exactly, you know, their warm-up, they had a rough time on Vegas. Do you think that they're going to be changing things up for specific maps, Jerry?
I'm not so certain. I feel as though they definitely had a game plan, particularly for Treason. We've seen him run the Pike in the majority of games throughout the season. And then for that final match on Nozomi, he brought out the FAMAS and was very effective with it. It, in fact, was his statistically best weapon during the season, but that's because he only brought it out once as well and happened to do very well with it in that instance. So low data sets there. Up against Pulsar Esports, this is potentially a step up in difficulty. You've got Etelka, Lask, and Perzan in the main roster for Pulsar, and they had a bit of a slump towards the end of this season. Alliance actually finished above them in the end, in second place, but they are no slouches.
No, not at all. And that being said, though, you know, both of these teams, they have been very heavy on the scrims over the course of this last week with varying results for both these teams. But I am very curious to see if Pulsar's changes that they've been making to their playstyle during the 3v3s, obviously the big differences between Cash Out and Final Round, if it's going to be enough to kind of combat Alliance, because we know that Carnifex, Palma, and Treason, well, they've just always been so good at this Final Round format. And for Pulsar, I guess this is a really good test to see if they still got it. Atelco and Persian being phenomenal in the last season as well.
Well, it looks like it's time to dive straight into this. It will be another beautiful trip to the Principality of Monaco. I've been denied of so many trips here. I always book a trip here in April. I always end up going on getting pulled away for work. But Dionic, time to dive into our second best of 3 for this one. Alliance on the board yet again. Do you think they can keep this momentum rolling after what was a hard-fought win in our previous outing?
Oh, definitely, but here's the different thing now. They have to get used to each other. Like, they've just played 2 other opponents with potentially completely different playstyles. They're gonna need these first few games, these first few team fights to just adapt to their opponents on how they're gonna play this. And here again, something that we see also from the last game, nobody's quite picking quite an interesting lineup. Everybody's sticking with the standard right now, heavy, light, and a medium. Nobody's quite taken that risk. And here again, you want to go with the default, you want to go with the safety bets. But I do want to know when we will see the first team that, goes outside of the box. I'm just interested about that.
I would love to see a team have a drastic mix-up going into it. I do feel that we're going to see a team have a significant swap from what we saw the Norman Cash App being. It will likely be these teams in that lower bracket. That does begin to fill out at this stage. A little bit of damage done to Persian at this stage, but a lot of posturing on the rooftops here. Lots of damage done to Dalco there as well. Not too keen to really engage from that as well. He got himself topped up with the H-Buster Infuser. Laskin. Box is open, the vault is there, but at this stage they're just battling around these rooftops, trying to poke their heads over barricades set up by the heavies just to peek around, and eventually one of these teams will have to make a commit. They're going to see the fact that gateway was deployed, and this might trigger them to make a response. But a great pad here from the side of Pulsar. Double Deagle's getting brought out, but Alliance shut that down with the hook. Treason finding 2, and they're all down to 1. Lots of damage taken early from that, but all down to Lask, the lone survivor at this stage, chasing down one player alone. I believe that's Carnifex getting chased down, but he does shut that down. Nice little wipe inside of Pulsar, and they can try and recover this box, get that to a Cash Out nice in timely fashion. Great opening fight from the side of Alliance.
Also had a great read that they saw that one player from the side of Alliance is missing. They saw the opportunity to jump in, but unfortunately didn't jump in as altogether. It was a 2v2 fight where it was just a good dome from the side of Alliance, just deny so many bullets coming in. But as soon as you walk into the dome and there is a heavy with the shotgun, let's be honest, we all know where that fight, we all know where that kill is gonna go on. And on top of that, here again, Alliance with that pike making so much damage on the rooftop already when the swing was coming in, dealing so much damage to their opponent. So far, Pulsars, but it was a good attempt, a very good read, and they shouldn't be taking that as a minus. Beautiful initiative pad coming in, taking that player, but unfortunately he just manages to recover, and now he will lose himself out of this round so far. And now the heavy and the light and the medium are the last 2 men standing from the side of Pulsar, not quite getting their hands on these opponents. They might be doing a little bit of damage, but not quite enough to get a kill in yet. All up to the heavy, last man standing, but let's be honest here, he cannot do all too much, being then also good on and then completely taken out. And there we have the wipe. I mean, but here again, great initiative, but it's just in those team fights, something seems to lack.
I am still a little bit lost for words. Palma, absolutely huge in that entire moment, shutting down a great play on the steeple of the chapel, or steeple of the cathedral. Just decides, yeah, I'm going to get a little bit of difficult position. I've been hooked by double deagles, put a barricade down, rehooked to find this, and the shotgun up close and personal just shreds Pulsar. And they're going to use this pad. Entry yet again, a longer straight from Atelco. Guggenheim to give a little bit of cover, but at this stage, already a massive rotation away from Cathedral from the side of Alliance. With this cash box nice in the open, Atelco is going to be forced to make this commitment. Hit grenades don't do a whole lot. The body blocks are there. Does he get this? No, he doesn't. Palmer yet again steps up, finding 2. And it's going to be first cash box on the side of Alliance, unless Lask has something to say about it. But I have a feeling he's not going to last too much longer. Hunted down by a pike, and it will be Treason to shut him down from the rooftop. First cash box for Alliance, and a dominant faction here against Pulsar.
Alliance definitely knowing to play into their strengths and very well communication, what we can see already. I mean, this is something within those team fights that you can see from the side of Alliance. At any time within the fight, it does seem like they know exactly where each player, where each teammate is, and also where each opponent is. And that is so well communicated when it comes to those pushes, to these initiatives from the side of Pulsar. They seem to always have an answer. This is what makes them so strong and so well prepared for this 3v3. And for Pulsar Esports, they need to create so much chaos within that communication that eventually that falls apart, and that will give them that opening spot, that opening opportunity to win that fight. But creating that chaos, that is always trouble.
These initiations have been incredibly brave from the side of Pulsar. Again, they realize they're going to be jumping straight into an SA. And this shotgun is so dominant in those close quarters. I should imagine your shotgun would be. You're jumping into that with your double deagles. It's not, I think, the wisest strategical choice from the side of Pulsar. You're going to drop off the rooftop, concede that high ground advantage, or, well, the neutral's playing ground, and I have a feeling they're going to try and pad themselves up yet again. But they're going to run into a wonderful roadblock as Palmer has the cover of the pike behind him and a barricading dome shield to play around. He's going to drop off, recommit to that rooftop, but this is where your long-range cover is going to be also important. And that shotgun up close. Great pad diving in. Palmer spots our teammate, but a chase all the way. The Lask is there. Finds a great damage, reduces them down to half HP. And the Telco is wounded in the midst of it. However, Perzon does find Palmer, finally wins that heavy trade, and Treason all alone. 17 seconds till his next teammate Cornitex can get back in this fight. So this should be an easy flip from the side of Pulsar. Nothing Treason can do. Just doesn't want to give up that wipe.
It's very important that he just gets his teammates up as quick as possible. They still have here another chance to bring this back beneath their claws and potentially get themselves here the first round. Pulsar Esports, very important what they've just done. They're sticking together, trying to shift their attention to one singular player, taking it out by one, then chasing after the other. So that was well much that chaos created within the communication from Alliance, what they have been looking for, because we saw from Alliance, they're trying to go in, they're trying to help their teammates, but it wasn't quite possible because there was so much going on, and from the looks of it, they weren't quite sure where these opponents exactly are. They just knew they are chasing me down, and that's all potentially what was going on in the calls. But it's now the Steelers coming through, a little bit of initiation from the side of Alliance. It's not going to do all too much because that cash out will potentially most likely still in the hands of Pulsar Esports. They now dive in, just get these kills done and deny the player who was trying to steal it, and with that the wipe is completed and also the cash out, and the equalizer has been established.
I think a great read from Pulsar, realizing that they've had a lot of trouble just padding directly into Palmer, realizing that on that initial fight, 2 fights ago, that you're able to take that high ground from the side of Alliance. And again, it was a lot of, I think it was kind of a lot down to the side, I believe, of Lask there, finding 2 in that initial fight, and just really cascading from that. Alliance not able to get themselves back into it after their initial wipe away. Both teams in close proximity to Vault 3 immediately. Recovery of that pad. High ground is going to get help from the side of Pulsar. Any damage taken from the side of Cornitex. It's going to be a fun fight for him. A little bit of HP to work with. Ruben is going to try and buy some cover. The pike on those rooftops can be dangerous. Forced to concede that position. Pad goes up. Up behind them. Flips the rooftops. Going to find one on the last. Great damage with that pike. Force that dome shield to go out. And this is going to be a massive dive ball here. Sending it into that Akimbo Deagles. Wipes out Perzon. And wipes out the side of Pulsar Esports. And they tap the box as well. Fantastic from Alliance and Treason. Great play to flip those rooftops. Dive in after their opening pick. Damage was done from that stage, and Alliance will profiteer from it. D is a little bit far away from them at this stage. The respawn will go out before this plug, but they have control for now.
Beautiful pike place. What else can we expect from the side of Alliance? I mean, let's be honest here for a second. This team fight was so much just in the hands because of that pike, because of that one gun, because of this player finding this one little gap in their strat, this one little weak spot, and abusing that with his pike made that also much more better for them. Now, Pulsar Esports now coming back in strong. Every single player staying together, trying to now focus down and find that weak spot, find that gap, and just find this first pick. As soon as they have that, then they have the upper hand. But if they lose a player here first because of that pike, like before, they'll find themselves in a disadvantage. This is something they need to deny and make sure it doesn't happen again.
mat this down. They're going to try and bait this reactionary moment from them. They're going to give a little bit of extra cover, and this is going to trigger a dive in from Alliance. They can't risk this going in. A great hook from the side of Persian. Electro does get that pick on the word Treason, and that's going to be the main man slain for the side of Alliance so far. No recovery on him, of course. He does take those defibs to the grave. Persian hunting down after card effects. The revive is there. Palmer finds it, and that's Pike up close and personal. Nicely magged up. That staircase becomes a little bit of a death trap. The defibs in hand does get the one revive straight on the Palmer, and a massive flurry as the defibs trading off from both these sides. Soon to find ourselves back level playing field. Carnifex is going to be the victim of this one. Persian gets slain. This Pike on Treason has been absolutely insane, but he has to find a reset in this fight. His teammate is reduced to half HP, and Palmer sits in that dome shield, trying to stick that revive and get a telco back. Carnifex back in this fight and does so. They are building adjacent to this cash box, barricades deployed, and they might try and stick this around halfway through the steel. The body blocks might be good, and they get that pivot from them, and now every advantage inside of Alliance.
The Steelers back into their hand, Cashbox's ball, and the fights are going in their favor. What a beautiful turnaround from the side of Alliance, finding that weak spot and also realizing they need to make sure they get that Cashbox. Never losing sight of the objective. That is what this team is known for, and this is what they always show off. And with this is the first game done and dusted. Monaco will go to the favors of Alliance. Very beautiful read in the last few seconds, bathing into the moonshine as the round ends, and it's over. First round, Monaco goes to Alliance. Last few seconds in, and never losing sight of the objective.
Treason on this Pike has been absolutely masterful. Listen, many people know the streets of Monaco often require precision from anyone who dares to take on their challenge, but here in our arena, we saw that precision getting brought out from Treason, and every single fight, I feel like I could have said his name at any moment, and I would have been right in that kill feed, finding himself 9 kills to his name. Persian not getting off the board as well, but I feel like this was a game completely controlled from the side of Alliance. They didn't win every single fight. You can't win every fight, but they made the most of every situation. And that final team fight, the composure they had to be able to long stick that hand res in the dome shield from Palma to get Carnifex back in this fight, to get themselves to a full fighting force. Great play from them, and they fully deserve to get that victory here on Monaco. Bernal, different story, but I have a feeling these long lines of sight are only going to open up the problem of this Pike being even more dominant.
Definitely. I mean, here again, it was the first map, and you know, you want to play close range, you can pick a shotgun, but if you are Alliance, you can also just pick a DMR and just play it as a shotgun, and it just works out perfectly. I mean, perfect proof. This guy's on the rooftop, making sure their opponents can't get close to them, picking and chipping off their health, also getting kills. And then when it comes to the close corner abilities, he's just like, who needs to scope in? I'm just gonna go in and use this as a shotgun, rightfully to him, and it just gets the kills. He does so much damage, giving his team and also the ability to just walk away, rotate around. And here again, very, very important, they never lost sight of the objective. They were able to just do as much damage, as much chaos, and make sure they have to regroup, they have to reunite first before they can go to that cash box. And this is the time they've used in those few brief seconds to go back to that cash box completely, I don't know, create a bunker of goo mines and then shields and just go for the steal. The beautifully played from the side of Alliance. They're knowing exactly in what moment what to do, and being very sure in their capabilities and picking the right gang for the right situations.
I couldn't agree more. I'm obviously going to give a little bit of roses here for the side of Pulsar. They had a very difficult first cash out the fight around that cathedral, and they made a great read to not continuously dive in the Palmer's shotgun. When your heavy's running double akimbo, you really want to try and get that range advantage best as possible. They made a great raid into that second fight. They're able to capitalize on that and find that cash out. But now the question is, we go towards Bernal, a little bit extra line of sight to work with. The Akimbos might get more utility and value from their selection from Persian this time around. So I'm very intrigued for this one. Both teams spawn in close proximity to each other and to that, but high ground advantage initially gifted by the Church, going for the side of Alliance, and that might be the last thing you want if the Pike's still getting brought out. Carnifex with that 9 for has an extended range and already so much damage in the last Blitzcrank should shut down that gateway portal and does so effectively. Great opening engagement so far for Alliance, and they might be able to convert this into a pick. Treason, who else finds it with that Pike in hand yet again. Also on the back foot early here.
The first death already on the medium, so no defibs coming in as long as he stays on the ground. Light is the last man standing, will be taken out now also quite quickly. Alliance winning the first team fight, able to then also soon plug it from the looks of it very quickly, but it's just a little bit further away. There we go. But I mean, here again, the first fight we saw Poster Esports just diving in maybe a little bit too quickly, and they need to just make sure they take out that mobility, they take out the quickness and the aggression, and go a step back, and then with that, then go in and create chaos from the side of Alliance. They just need to make sure they're together as a team and stay together as long as possible. As soon as they get the first pick, then they can wander off and fight their game.
Just looking to get themselves in position. High ground advantage is going to be massively in favor of Alliance at this stage. It will be a pad entry yet again. They'll dive in. Hopefully not going to find Palmer. Great damage done from the side of Blast. Does get that pick on the treason. That pike has been also troublesome. Shot down. Glitch grenade just a little bit late. The H+ and Fuse are shooting, finding huge value. Throws him with the shack in his hand this time around. Finds Palmer, and Carnifex, the last one standing, does get one for his effort. The steal is available from the side of this one. They want to chase this one down to get that wipe, but a great gateway resets him. He's going to play around these nicely. The defib is there as the Telco does get last in this one. They have time to make this flip happen. 11 seconds until we get Palmer back. Carnifex playing nice and far away at this stage, waiting for his teammates to regroup on him. 4 more seconds until we're back in the fight.
Seal has been successful. Alliance is completely now reunited together. They all are back into the game, chipping away on their health as before. And here again, the longer they're able to do this, the more able they're gonna do this. It just allows Alliance to just push in and play off that advantage of having this health advantage. Now with this, it gives up also a great opportunity to just go in for the steal, as Alliance is now completely dragged out at that onto the outside, creating a fortress yet again to go for the steal, as now it forces Pulsar Esports to completely come in, play together, and create that chaos within this round. But from the looks of it, Alliance, they just stay up on top the whole time, but they cannot go for that steal. As long as these players from Pulsar are alive, this steal will be impossible. C4 comes out, the steal as well, but from the looks of it, they can't quite deny it. Last few seconds, the hook from down below will take the player out, and the steal will fortunately go through. It wasn't quite enough at the very end. Alliance managed yet again to get away with such a steal.
Alliance have no right to get that. They're in such a difficult position to make that one stick, but that's just going to be down a huge amount of commitment and bravery to find a way in, and they get themselves the opening cash box here on Bernal. A nice spawn as well. The vault number 2 means they can get working on this nice and early. Pulsar, though, going to be hot on their tails nicely in this danger zone. Gateway is going to get them open, but Treason's going to be in close proximity to likely that position to Gateway. Just waiting for the time being. First thing has a C4 ready. Send him in nicely, trying to find that early damage. He's going to get topped up with that H+ infuser, but this stage already a massive reposition from Alliance. Not really wanting to commit to this early stage. Some crits landed from Last on towards one of these members with that 9-3R. The plug is there. Great move from Alliance. I'm putting the time pressure early on the side of Pulsar to get themselves nice elevated up to this high ground. Bernal has proven so far to be a fortress for Alliance. Can Pulsar break the lines?
Alliance always playing very far forward and then falling back to their safety. Now Pulsar, they might be close into that objective, but Alliance are just waiting for a short opportunity to go in and take them out, as all of them might be down together. But can they really create that fortress to deny this steal, as now find himself into pressure? The steal might be successful. There's so much time for Alliance to bring this back, and Pulsar, they just managed to completely walk away. Nobody's there as they try to re-steal this back onto their hands, forcing the initiative from the side of Pulsar. Won't be quite as successful, as from the looks of it, the Alliance finds themselves trapped in a corner. The Heavy now out of the gunfight. Alliance in a 2v3, now running after each other. But there's just so much chaos being created within those comms that Alliance, they managed to stay on top of it. But Pulsar, they run away. They're trying to play the time, but it won't be as successful. Look at their health. Alliance in a 2v2. But the health is towards Alliance.
Palmer was so close to being able to find this res going off just in close proximity. They do get that stick now. Man advantage going to be the favor of Alliance at this stage. Quarter of the time left on this cash out. Parma has been huge in this fight. They got a lot of cover with the dome shield, barricade and goo all in their favor. H plus and a few to the top of another goo. Massive moment, but not enough cover or concealment for Trees to try and stick this one. Mission critical when it comes to time. Perzon playing it nice and perfect, nice and patient. The top of HP is there. The body block's not going to work, and it was dried away in the midst of that chaos from that winch. Great play by Perzon. That's going to be enough to lock this one out. Win or lose this team fight. The cash out goes away of Pulsar, and we go to a third cash box yet again. Red barrel, not enough to get that confirmation. It will be favor advantage so far for Alliance. Both players wounded. Last should be able to wrap these ones up nicely. He gets aggressive with it. 8 plus a few that does top Palmer up to half HP as well. And a little bit of a reset moment here for both these sides.
Also, Ypres managed to get himself at least one player still being alive and just running away, meaning they're going to be using their coins now forward. Well, on the side of Alliance, they only had one player being down, so their recovery will be much quicker and they will be onto that next bolt. Now, looking at this team fight, the one thing that we constantly saw is just so much chaos and everybody just trying to go for their 1v1s, but from the side of Alliance, they're trying to play together and trying to go for the same pick, even though that was sometimes hard and not quite possible. They're trying to do it as much as possible, and now they've gotten themselves the first pick. And here again, you see all of those players moving around, trying to find at least one more player from Pulse to just weaken them even more.
RPG finds some damage immediately. Telco is not going to be too keen on this one. Wiped up by Carnifex, and it's all down to his own sole survivor. Burzin collected nicely in the hands of Treason, shuts it down, and with a full 20-second timer reset, a nice opportunity to move this cash box out towards C and put the pressure yet again on the side of Pulsar. Alliance have done this every single time. They found themselves being able to make this initial plug. They have the time to set things out. Well, it might only be a few seconds they can make that plan. And Treason has found himself 8 kills at this stage. Has been so strong with that pike, so strong every single engagement he's been asked upon, but a massive drop with that D-man. Telco will immediately try and trigger this, and while there's a significant distance, but the RPG opens up that angle permanently, but the goo patches it up with the smoke concealment and that dome for a brief moment. I think Pulsar should get the flip here, and they do! The dive from Palmer is just a little bit too late, and he takes a huge whelp of damage. Treason gets the revive in the midst of it. Carnifex finds Laska. Telco does get Carnifex traded off, though. Shack versus Shotgun. The Shack's gonna win it, and all down to Treason alone. He's gonna find 1, 2 more to go. 1 more to go from Treason. Can he find a way to get his team back in this one? Defib's on cooldown. He spots to Telco, the other medium, D-manning around this course. Great exit with that jump pad as regen begins nicely. The reviver's there from a Telco. He doesn't have the vision. They're so tantalizingly close. The stick is there. He has the idea, and I think he sticks it. Palmer now in a 1 versus 2. 9 seconds till Perzon's back in the fight, and Pulsar in a great position just to cause a massive stagger out here. Massive push, but the revive is there, and the wipe is on the way. Carnifex coins, but just in time to avoid it. Now alone against 3. Pulsar have staggered Alliance out. 11 seconds till Treason is back. 20 until Palmer. I have a feeling that we might just see Bernal slide the way of Pulsar.
This is the first time we saw Alliance acting more when it comes to their game sets and trying to go in for those fights, trying to make sure that Pulsar stays weak. But the problem is now themselves they're weak. They're in a 2v3. They need to get the steal, and on top of that, they don't have the man. They were focusing too much on these kills. They were focusing a little bit too less on the objective there. They needed to regroup and they needed to recover. They wasn't quite able, and look it now. Pulsar Esports making sure they can't and aren't able to get this steal. And let's be honest, at this rate, this is Pulsar's victory in the second map of Bernal. But it was just this last fight where everything just wasn't going the way of Alliance. They may have had the plug, but the steal was there from Pulsar, and everything after that, they needed to regroup, they needed to calm down, they needed to take a breath and a stop, and they didn't. They tried to stay in, they tried to force it, and they tried to go for kills, causing them in the end to lose sight of the objective and force themselves in a very awkward after position where they were in a 2v3 fight with the last few seconds trying to go for a steal, which, let's be honest, that was never winnable.
That was such a well thought out initial opening from the side of Pulsar in that final fight. They drop the cash box down all the way. They go for the initial steal. The RPG opens up the roof. Goo, smoke grenade, dome, and they make it work. And they get that. Palmer dives in deep, and then that's going to be the linchpin of that final fight. Palmer dives in unsupported from the rest of his team, and the stagger starts there. The Alliance found themselves on the back foot very early, never getting themselves into a numeric advantage or even a level playing field. And Pulsar just put that stagger pressure on crazy. The revives going off perfectly for them. Left Alliance a little bit dead in the water. And Sis Horizon is going to be the final map for this one. All best of threes we've covered today have needed all 3 maps. And I have a feeling this one might just be the fireworks we want between these two sides.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be, I think, one of the most interesting matches. I mean, we had one before. We went all the way to 3 maps, and all of a sudden we found ourselves in the 1-1 equal in the last cash out to the very bitter end. These two teams were fighting, and I feel like we're gonna have the same thing happening here. We're gonna have these two teams fight till the very last breath and possibilities. And you know what? I'm gonna throw you now under the bus because you've done the same to me. So, which team do you think is gonna take map number 3 with that, get the victory, and move to the upper bracket final?
So you're putting me on a nice little bit of pressure, but I trust my pick'ems I made earlier. So my pick'em said Alliance is going to get the victory in this one. So I'm going to say, you know, listen, Colby shilling for the newest sword to join this esport. I'm going to say they're going to get the job done just because I can stay true to my pick'ems at this stage. But this is anyone's game going into it. I think that the initial mindset I have, the advantage will sit with Alliance. They've been a lot better on those initiations. They've been a lot better at controlling the map flow. But Pulsar, time and time again, have been very good at just finding that one opening, finding that one way in, and that one opportunity to get a steal to work with. It has been so good from them in this bounce back on Bernal, and that last fight was amazing there. So we go to Sis Horizon, lots of open space between these 2 blocks of building, the massive open courtyards as well, out by the university, leaves a lot of opportunity for, once again, Treason's Pike to have a massive range advantage. And I'm very curious, Perzon has now brought 2 different primaries, of course, this best of 3, the Jula Kimbos and the Shaq 50. Will it be a different option yet again? Will they try and mix things up? Both teams in close proximity early as well, so expect some fireworks. And Perzon does decide to bring the shotgun this time around. RPG goes out, finds no damage for it. H+ Infuser tops him up nicely and recommits with that jump pad just to find a little bit of height and control.
They try to take the top floor and just give themselves that upper high advantage. Ooh, beautiful hold coming in with the dive as well. We have the first player from the side of Alliance and Pulsar Esports both being each one player down, but we've lost the light and a heavy. Now the question is which team is now taking more damage. From the side of Alliance, they are able to bring their player back, giving themselves the advantage of the man count. And in Pulsar Esports, they just need to make sure they don't fall into that desperate need of finding one more kill and then finding themselves in a huge disadvantage. With that, all players are back into the game, ready for this team fight. But here again, necessarily they can just take a little bit of a step back and breathe, because this is what they've been doing so greatly the last game, taking the step back and then creating chaos within the communication of Alliance. And they need to make sure that they do this in this game as well. And with that, they just need to make sure they keep their eyes on the prize, on the objective, and also on creating as much chaos as possible.
Yet to have any significant movement towards this Age cash out. Going to be the it's going to be a lot of posturing up from both these sides. The Telco is going to be the F car and brought that out on Monaco, which I saw a few in your chat were a little bit. A few of you guys in chat were definitely thinking that was a choice to bring that out on Monaco. Did work out in favor for him. Unfortunately, didn't get the map victory for it. And they're just moving through this building, trying to carve themselves some access. They're very close now. Finding that initial control, that contact on the Carnifex. A lot of damage done early. Telco have to drop down with the team at this stage. No one's in heals for close proximity. That dome shield keep him alive. They'll drop it down to the bottom floor and try and make something happen from it. But are we even surprised? Treason finds an opening pick of this engagement. Great hook though, and that's going to be a massive. Perzon's going to get that trade off onto it. Huge damage done as well. Carnifex gets shut down by Lask, and the revives just happening one wall apart from each other. Lask makes a deep rotation around. Should get that vision of the players who don't get met with a shotgun. Barricades are perfectly placed and they get all that damage. The hook is perfect, but a counter hook is there as well. Massive play from the side of Pulsar. Perzon and a Telco get one apiece, leaving it all down to Treason. 2.5 blocks to work with on his HP, and I have a feeling the Bloodhounds are haunting. He'll be shut down sooner rather than later.
as he tries to get away desperately, but look how many people are just trying to follow him, making sure he does not get anywhere far with that alliance. They're gonna have to wait a few more seconds before they even are allowed to get back into the game, and with that also Pulsar will get a great head start onto this objective. But the one thing that really stood out to me in that last second was they got the first initiative hook, but the opponent from Alliance was directly there to just getting back off his teammate. But Pulsar, everybody was there. Everybody was ready to commit to finding this one play and fighting them together on one singularity, and they've done that so greatly, because then they took out the light, they took out the heavy, and what is left, the medium, he's trying to desperately run away because he was not there to fight with the team. So the question is, where were you? They needed you, and at that point, Alliance, they need to get back into their strategic minds and fight this as a team and not as individuals.
Not agree more with you at this stage, and this has been the benefit of all the teams that we've seen so far, and I have a feeling that they realize there's going to be a C4 on that one. They drag it away. Unfortunately, destruction does deceive them a little bit, and there will be a commitment on the side of Pulsar just to drop down one level. They're still going to have that higher advantage on the cash out itself. The RPG sent out to the ether, and we're going to play a cascading game as the D-Max is going to be very successful. Lower this down, and he might be able to get a little bit of a long arm steal through the wall. Barricades are there. The verticality opened up from that D-Man as well, but Pulsar wisely just toying with it, kiting around for now, not committing to this dive. They'll retreat out with a glitch grenade. They will recover that retreat as well, and we're back to square one to the side of Alliance. Dome shield goes out, barricade for a little bit of extra cover. He's going to try and stick this one through the steel. D-Man opens up nicely, no commitment, but that witch might change it nicely. Dives in, Persian's going to be first to fall. Upstairs we go as Treason's going to get one more. That's going to be Lasky slain, and now it's all down to 1 versus 3. The body blocks need to be absolutely perfect. D-Man's there, he can't do anything about it. He closes them off. What a great steal, great team fight, and all of that comes down to a massive winch from the side of Palmer. Pulls down the player, gets that opening pick, I believe, on the person, and from there everything cascaded. They had Pulsar forced to commit into it, and unfortunately they couldn't win that team fight when the questions were asked upon them, as it will be advantage Alliance as we move into phase 2 of this match.
A Palmer classic there. We have seen it already without the last game in the last map. You're never safe when this player is alive. You better be careful, because he will hook you in the most unfortunate scenarios and moments ever. This is something they need to be careful of, and just make sure their attention goes onto that as well. But look how much damage they're just taking, just trying to get away. This already is a great start for the side of Alliance, but let's not forget one thing here. This is the last map of this best of 3. Whoever takes this victory will be moving forward to the upper bracket final. The other one will drop down to the elimination bracket. So it is very important here for Pulsar Esports to just get themselves back into this game. They need this cash out, and then they need the second. But right now, Alliance, they be looking really strong.
Alliance have just been in control in these early stages, and they're going to be able to get this plug, and they have a couple of extra seconds, 1 extra second of time burn away. A decent spawn from the side of Pulsar. They'll pad themselves up to the adjacent building in the university. Well, this is where your pike on trees is going to gain so much value. There's lots of open space, lots of difficult angles to work with, and not a lot of cover and positions like this. You can have a blueberry, you can have a H+ infuser, but over time, the long con's going to be all in favor of Treason. Every shot fired is an investment to later. Atelco has dropped down the play in the dead ground below them. They're going to commit Lask with that H+ infuser to stick with Persian, and Atelco might try and creep over to it, but I have a feeling they're aware of it at this stage. He's playing right beside the cash out chassis, and maybe even might consider topping it so far, but no commitment from the side of Alliance yet.
Just trying to play this a little bit further. They know exactly where these players are. And that guy would just make sure that they have an initiative when it's needed. That smoke will cover a little bit, but look at this engagement. And here again, a whole of attention from the side of Alliance is focusing down one player. They trade off at least one player. Alliance get them back with the defake, and it just seems like that they always have a response. But the fights and the bullets are just connecting from Pulsar Esports a little bit more. Even though they had the upper hand, even though they had the high ground advantage, it didn't quite work out in their favor. They tried to commit, and maybe they overcommitted just a second too early, because that then gave Pulsar Esports the moment to drop down and swing around their opponents and create a crossfire, while all of the players from Alliance were a little bit scattered, but trying to focus down one player wasn't quite too well working out in their favor. With that, we have the equalizing point.
A really want to highlight just the positioning that we saw from the side of Pulsar there, setting things up nicely to have a two-pronged attack. And, you know, listen, talking about the F-Car is an interesting choice, a bit of your chat I've highlighted, but he made it work for him there. They're going to try and commit for this one. There's no way you get this one to work, and it's just going to be shooting fish in the barrel from the side of Pulsar. We'll get the wipers, and we'll get that final credit. Carnifex will fall, and it will be a best of 3 yet again, decided by the very final cash out here on Sis Horizon. Can Alliance continue their run to the upper bracket final, or can Pulsar play upset to my pick'ems and destroy perhaps the confidence carried in by the latest organization to pick up a side in the finals? All down to this.
It will be fought to the very last second of this cash up. But the one thing that is for sure is Alliance. They need to get their head back into this game, and this is what they're looking forward to. Pike. And there's the one thing, you can never underestimate this guy, because he might play from far, but he can also play at close range with a shotgun. And again, Palmer with those hooks is deadly. Pulsar, all they need to make sure is create chaos within the communication of their opponents, be in their heads at all time. When they are, they will win this. So both teams know exactly what they need to do in order to win this, but the question is who can execute it better and which one will be successful in doing so.
Going for the steal here. It's got a little bit of concealment to play from those bushes, but as expected, it's going to be a great demat down below. Padding up as well from 2 floors, just to make that a little bit harder. Going to reseal up the opening. And it's going to be great. Palmer pulls that out nicely with the winch. You're going to have a little bit of opportunity here. High ground's going to be taken from the side of Alliance, but they're going to try and wait for that commitment. Blitzgrades go out, but do not hit their mark. The dome shield stays, in fact, but they haven't opted to try and work this cash out just yet. The map pad's going to give an opening. Palmer's going to pad on up. He's got himself a nice little bit of high ground. The continuous pack mentality of Pulsar just means he hasn't found anyone isolated, and they're back to square zero. However, with an RPG, he's going to find one. He's almost tempted to try and make this one stick, but the patience from Pulsar, knowing what's on the line, they don't want to commit to this one too early, and they're playing this perfectly so far.
There's a 3v3 in the last few seconds. They're trying to go for this steal here, but look at this barricade. Look at this fortress that has been created. The steal has been successful. Borsa is just standing by, looking completely empty. Or what if just happened? The steal is successful. They're all in the same room together. So many opponents shooting at them from every single side, and Pulsar is just unable to get themselves at least on one hand of these kills, losing one of their members. Bringing it back with the defib, now getting the kill on the heavy, and just everything is collapsing for the side of Alliance. This is giving them the chance, as Trajan is the last man standing in the last few seconds. This needs to be the steal that he's looking for, but the steal, from the looks of it, will be successful. And there we have it. The upset is real. Alliance will be shut down, and Pulsar will move on.
Pulsar get the job done on the death here on Sis Horizon, and I thought Alliance had that perfectly. Palmer had a massive moment making a goo and barricade fortress to get that initial flip, but unfortunately when the team fight was needed, it was Pulsar who came out on top. And that will be Alliance dropping down to the very scary best of 1 lower bracket. They are on a very, very, very thin ice right now. A single mistake can unravel that one, but give my roses to Pulsar. Played that perfectly. They were the underdogs for the entirety of the time. I thought, looking at Monaco, that this would be a uphill battle for them, but they bounced back, and Persian finding some life in this matchup. Sis Horizon called his name and he answered, finding 9 kills to his tally. Carnifex, a quiet day from the side of Alliance, but a massive result from Pulsar. A team that began to taper off towards the end of our cash out stage have found new life here in 3v3s.
Here's the thing, Alliance, they had the victory beneath their hands, but unfortunately, Pulsar just pulled the rug beneath their feet. And with that, they unfortunately had to fall on their face. With that, they find themselves in the low bracket. And Pulsar, they keep on going to the upper bracket final. But listen, we've casted this game for this matchup best of 3. I say, why not? Let's just invite our 2 wonderful Gary and Artie back to this cast, because I definitely want to hear what they have to say about this. And I also just want to know which of you have actually thought that Pulsar will get this victory.
I called it. I called it in chat.
Oh, apparently
right?
both did. Yeah,
Jerry,
yeah,
I
sure,
think you're
sure.
muted. I think you're muted, Jerry.
There was Yeah, I was muted in Discord. Don't worry, guys at home can hear me. I actually did call it. After the first map, I saw something weaker in Alliance. They didn't handle Monaco, their own map pick, with the same tenacity that they managed earlier against Always Hungry. And Pulsar, I think, smelled blood in the water. Honestly, Treason had an incredible game, and that you've got to give a shout out to him on the side of Alliance. But Pulsar just had that edge, and in that final map, I may have come through. There may have been a moment where I screamed, "What are you doing?" as we saw a certain heavy wander into the open arms of his opposition. And that might be a massive slip that they look back on.
Absolutely. I mean, I think for me, it all kind of came down to the very first cash out on Bernal, where it was that goo stall from Alliance that prevented Pulsar from like getting the steal. It was like a telco was like so close. And from that moment, Pulsar was just like, nah, like anime survival arc. Like, I know what I need to do now. And they just locked it in for the entire rest of the game, because even though like Alliance, like they did get some really good plugs, they got it early, Pulsar knew the timing and the goo in the barricades that Alliance really kept trying. It just never held a candle again to just the absolute tenacity that Pulsar brought to the table, where when it came down to just being able to come through and figure out, as long as we can just like use that to our advantage, we know that Palma is gonna dive in and is going to have the dome, have the goo, whatever. Let him use his goo, let him use his barricades. He's not gonna have anything left for the actual team fight itself, and it just beautiful plays overall.
Here we have
this
it.
bracket, Jerry. Like,
Yeah.
this is a lot of people's pickups are in the garbage, but yours are apparently fine.
Well, my pick'em's up, but my adjustment mid semi-final was absolutely on point. I'll have to carry that with me because my pick'ems are completely in the bin right now. And interestingly, if you look at the teams that managed to get eliminated from the lower round, that lower bracket has been steaming along, by the way, in our absence. It has actually panned out somewhat expectedly. The bottom 4 teams from the regular season all being wiped out in their first best of 1, interestingly enough. And Gamblers and then Always Hungry. Well, Gamblers being knocked down, they were in 8th, so they were kind of expected to be the next team to go. Always Hungry actually making it through to the lower quarter and beating NDA. That is very surprising. NDA were the 5th, or rather the 6th place team in the regular season, so that's the closest we've come to like an actual upset so far. It's very tenuous. And then Alliance now stacking up against 200 books in the lower quarter. I feel like 200 books maybe drawing the short straw there, because that is a really tough matchup in a best of 1.
100%. Dianic, you definitely got to be sweating after seeing that one, right?
Nah, man, I'm staying. I'm locking in. I'm giving my full confidence to 100 books. I mean, listen, Alliance still looking great, even though having this upset now against Pulsar Esports, definitely something they didn't quite see coming out. But Jerry said something very interesting. They looked a little bit weaker, and the question is, how weak will they get? Was it just this one game that wasn't going to their favor, this one best of 3? Or is it the time that it's slowly but steady hitting them? Being constantly on high pressure, already being played 6 maps. 200 books, on the other hand, hasn't played as many games, maybe still fresh into their mindset. And again, Alliance, they now need to make sure that they don't let their mentality be affected by this loss, knowing that they were the favorites coming out of that fight. So 200 books, that's all I'm saying. I'm still counting. I'm saying they will have the underdog story. I'll stay there.
100%. And also what happened off of our screen, but on the finals Italia, the Saints 1 versus Aimers match, it was very convincing. Aimers won 2-0. I was watching it alongside, and on Sis Horizon and Monaco, the pacing was definitely very different to what we were seeing here. It was a lot more focus on those team fights and starting off with those heavy winches. And Raimke really locked in for the Aimers. And even though Sis Horizon went to the 3rd cash out, they didn't even let Saints 1 get a 3rd cash out in on Monaco. And so I'm very much looking forward to seeing Aimers versus Pulsar. But you guys want to see that? Have to stick around, because we're going to go to a little break. But don't worry, we've got more Finals Pro League action coming to you right after this.
a young kid trying to get noticed. Big underdog psychosis, but I've been blessed with a vision and focus. Back then I never been so hopeless, but I kept living with the faith in process. So ill yet no diagnosis. Thank God I had to make that progress. It's all about mindset. Bells ring when I see that drifting. Been around and back to the point that I knew that it needed shifting. Cut off the man that would drag me down till I'm feeling lifted. Like ditch him, ditch him, ditch him. You would never see me switching.
I can't put you say behind my back, cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever face me. I like to hold the grudge, cause I don't know.
Yeah, see up in that dream, setting that pace like I'm doing up FIFA. Innovating the scene with an ether, lift up the team like follow the leader. How many times did I compromise to make deals on the side cause I got too eager? That's broke boy trying to get a feature, now I get paid for the rhythm, it's leisure. Used to be so low, reminisce way back when I was alone. Got pain from my mind just a decade ago. This wave that I rode was out of control. Can't tell a boy stick to the code if he got guilt living inside of his soul. Man, I have to pray to God to let it all go. We've been here before, if you know then you know.
I can't put you say behind my back, cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever face me. I like to hold the grudge, cause I don't know. I can't put you say behind my back, cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever face me. I like to hold the grudge, cause I don't know.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Finals Pro League playoffs for EU here at Pro Hubs TF. My name's Artie. I'm joined here with Jerry, the Music Man, Whippet, and Dianic, and we have had an incredible set of rounds so far. And Jerry, I'm gonna bring it to you. What have we got cooking in the oven?
Well, we have one of our favorite humble pies here, and that is Pulsar versus Aimers. They are a tale as old as time when it comes to Pro Hubs. When it comes to the finals, we have the unavoidable storyline of two twin brothers facing off against each other. Two of the teams that were first to be signed with orgs as well in the scene. And no matter what arena they meet in, whether it's the sunny streets of Bernal, whether it's the data landscapes of Sis Horizon, they are always a joy to watch. Cash out or 3v3s, doesn't matter what, they are always incredible teams to go up against each other, and I cannot imagine a better upper bracket final.
Oh, 100%. And I gotta say, you know, a little peeking behind the curtain is that Aimers and Pulsar have been scrimming pretty regularly all week. And while the results of those scrims might have gone in one direction that I will not spoil for the sake of storylines, that doesn't necessarily mean everything, because scrims are not for winning or for losing. Scrims are for learning. And for both of these teams, I think that mental game is going to be way higher than anything else. I mean, Diana, pre cutting the break, we're talking about mentals and stuff, and I want to say that as far as, like, you know, these teams, when it is two twin brothers that are going up against it, they're probably both going to be sort of cooking and overcooking potentially. And so, Whippet, are you expecting to see any overcooking, undercooking?
I feel like for the first couple of fights, the first couple of cash boxes, I think they want to try and keep things steady. And I think this is when you get to a final like this one, teams don't rise to the occasion. They sink back to their training. They've been scrimming a lot, and that's what you got to rely on. So I feel for the first few rounds, the first few fights, that's what's going to sit in. But when, if you fights aren't going a certain team's way, that's when you might see this, I think, brotherly rivalry kick back into it. And that's when, as you mentioned, these teams have been kind of intertwined in the history of this game so far. And that's going to be a moment where you find that pressure. And when the pressure begins to build a map or two in, that's when you're going to see teams maybe trying to overcook themselves, overplay the game. And that does leave openings they take full advantage of, whichever way that goes.
Absolutely. And I mean, Jerry, when it comes down to like what we were watching during Alliance versus Pulsar, right? Alliance had such a just a reputation there of going for the goo and the barricade of the dome and everything, but I don't really think that either of these teams play in that style. And so do you think that for Pulsar, that's a good thing or a bad thing that they're not going up against that this time around?
I think you're right to identify that Alliance are a team that will prioritize that objective more often than not. And yeah, I think these are two teams that will be going for the kills, going for the wipes, and then hitting the steals afterwards. That's not to say we're not going to have those last-minute steals, those attempts when everything is on the line being made. But I think historically between these two sides, it's the blue aimers. If you recall, Pulsar were once aimers red. The blue aimers of Elix, Raimka, and Roma that have always come out on top. Just for one reason or another. Last season, it was very much Raimka being the sledge winch main, the sort of flag bearer in EU, making the big difference. And here, it's a bit more of a level playing field now.
Absolutely. I mean, say 12-16 has been chunking for both of these teams. And I feel like it is really going to be reliant on that heavy. As far as like, Elix and Atelco going at it as the mediums of the group, I honestly, they're always so back and forth, and it's never too easy to tell. It's just whoever's having the better day, whoever woke up better from their twin racing bunk beds, as I like to imagine they sleep in. But for as far as like Pulsar and aimers together, I really think it is going to come down to the heavies, right? Some heavies are better when you get the first winch. Some heavies rely on getting that second winch, and I think that for Raimka and Persian, they are going to be the ones that have the most pressure on them to get into this. And so jumping into this lobby, Jerry, before we kind of send it over to Dianic and Whippet for the last cast, any final words?
I think there's always the background fight of Roma versus Lasky. Roma being that controller light, Lasky on the mouse and keyboard, and which has the supremacy. It's always a fun little mini game within this matchup. So let's send Dianic and Whippet on their way for their first time, I believe, casting these two titans of EU.
It is the very first time we got the privilege to cast these two teams go head-to-head, and what a better arena to find ourselves in than the upper bracket final. Twin versus Twin and Cis Horizon will be our opening pick for this one. Dianic, I'm going to put you under pressure early. Who's going to be your pick for this one after everything we've seen so far?
I'm really starting to hate you for this. I mean, listen, I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to say Pulsar Esports will stay strong. They've impressed me quite a lot in their last game, and they've shown me so much hope within their gameplay. And I just really love how they're playing. So I'm going to stay to Pulsar. I'm going to be asking that question later on in the game, but right now we need to prepare, because look at this. Both these two teams are trying to play very slowly, trying to make sure that the opponent team is the first one initiating. And I mean, listen, if 19 minutes to make the first initiation, so they can take this sweet time here.
Well, it does look like we're going to be diving into a remake for this one, so the anticipation as a little nice little emote from Person, but actually, funny enough, as we do get to see Person just a little bit. I really do want to zone in on that Person in the previous matchup that we saw. It took 2 maps to really find that lightning. When we go on to map number 3 against the Lions, that's when we saw that big step up happening. That's what I want to see not happen again. Person needs to be really in this fight from map 1, from fight 1, always in there, because we saw that, especially against the Lions, how effective he was on those final few cash boxes, especially on Cis Horizon. So, same map again. I wonder if he can roll that back.
Listen, There's just so much story behind these two teams, right? Especially with us now coming in and now getting this cast done. These two teams have already fought each other so many times and proven so many times which team is better, which team isn't. And with also all these scrim now coming on top of that, there's one very important thing that I would like to highlight. Within this game, one of this team is going to find himself now standing in the grand final, able and so close to that prize pool, and the other team is going to have a running game in the lower bracket. But it still states that both these two teams are very highly capable in their aim, very highly capable in their team play, and just all so strong together. But which team and what mentality will crack first? Both of these two teams have now just played 6 maps. So they've played 6 games and are about to go into their 9th to 12th game. So it is already a very long day for them, and one of these teams is gonna have a break while the other one needs to fight their way throughout the lower bracket. So there's a lot of mental pressure on these two teams, considering the one that goes down will then have so much more games to play and eventually even burn out. So it's also kind of a preserve game. You need to get that win, but you also need to preserve your game to not be too outplayed in case you find yourself dropping down to the lower bracket.
This is what I like to call the classic dilemma of tournament play inside of esports. You want to win every single game you have, but especially at this stage, it's a high-profile matchup. Two teams that know each other inside and out and have faced each other in their storied careers so far in the finals. This is where you have to look forward and go realize there is a grand final to be played from one of these teams later on today if they win this matchup. So they have to keep that in their mind. They'll have a little bit of downtime before that moment. So just do what maybe might sit in the back. I have a feeling that both these teams are just going to give absolutely everything. They dive straight into this one. Sis, Horizon, Bernal, Las Vegas are maps for this best of 3. And the vault has been initially opened up so far from the side of Pulsar. They played very good in the late game against Alliance. And the opening glitch grenade should be massive. The M11 getting brought out in the hands of Roma this time around. Trying to dive around. And this is the first time today on this stream that we've seen the M11 getting brought out.
Pulsar is on the other hand just falling back a little bit, not trying to engage too much, as they also now take the gateway and find himself also quite far away from the opponents, creating so much dissonance between, but Aimer is still quite on their back. Roma right down below, ready to make this execute and ready to make an initiative fight here, as we can heavily see that Remke is the first initiator. He wants to get that first hook and then just collapse onto that chaos.
Roma just a little bit isolated from the rest of the squad at this stage. Gateway sent up to the heavens to give a massive escape route. Drops down and does not want any of that smoke. Takes a lot of damage for the effort. Goo grenades will get him on that reset, and he has that gateway, as I mentioned, to dive straight back into. However, Elix is going to take a huge amount of damage, and the M11 can make a dive in. Commitment from the heavy, and it's going to be a light all alone, but he's going to play a very dangerous game, dancing with the devil. They don't know he's there, but Telco does get Remke, the first of all in this brawl. Perzun does get Elix, and Roma, who found themselves isolated from the very outset of this fight, left completely alone. The flip should be essentially free at this point from the side of Pulsar. We'll get working on that sooner rather than later, as it'll be 12 seconds until Remke will spawn in from this reset, as Roma has no intention of a fight for these revives.
It's also a very good point to just have a little bit of a talk here. What just happened? We saw from the side of Pulsar that they stood together. They weren't finding themselves in 1v1 situations. That should really made a clear point here. They're not gonna take those 1v1s. They want to stay together and as close as possible. When one jumps out, the other two will as well. If one hook happens, it will be a one person and 3 opponents. And that's a great example to set, because that's what they need here. And the next initiative is already happening. Aimer's finding themselves already in the lower end because they've lost just 2 members. And here again, Pulsar Esports, look at them, all 3 standing there, all 3 pushing. And then the Bloodhounds being let loose is gonna run after him. He's gonna find the kill, the wipe this one, and the cash shot in their hands.
First cash box confirmed from the side of Pulsar. They walk away with that final fight being a fairly one-sided affair, as a spawn from Aimers is still a little bit away, as we see just the movement now out towards vault number 2. Very exposed position to have this working, and while we don't have a pike in play this time, Telco still with his trusty F-car, and if you're keeping tabs on that one in chat, yep, he's stuck with it all the way, and he'll find some early damage. Elix is going to lose 2 bars of his HP from from it. And they have a gateway to try and make some movement out towards it. The decision has been made. They're going to try and dive this cash box out towards A. Vaulting up with that jump pad. Damage done. That's going to be a massive moment here. The heavy draw is going to go in favor of Person. Remka's going to be the first to fall. An advantage with Pulsar yet again. And this is where we need to see Aimers try and find a bounce back. The death ball has been very effective from the side of Pulsar. They're just going to control that totem for the time being as well, forcing them to either commit a coin to this or fight them stacked up. And it looks like they're going to try and bleed out this coin. The plug is there as well. Elix and Roma a little bit isolated, and every time the drains away, it's going to make this kind of nasty. Gateway should be there. And the coin in 1 second. Remka back in the fight.
So back in the game, potentially also having a still up on their hands here, but now every single player from the side of Aimers is back into the game, and Pulsar is but just trying looking here to get themselves onto a slight early advantage. Beautiful dash. Roma is going to find himself not be taken out from the side of Pulsar. The trade is there immediately, but look at them all standing together. Close range shotguns, 2 bubbles being popped. The 1v1 against the mediums, and it will be the side of Aimers standing on a little bit stronger here. The Light was able to get back himself into the game, but it is a 1v2 now. Pulsar not too quite in a positive position here. They know he can at least recover one person, but the other one finds himself in a rather desperate spot. A 1v3, and this time he's gonna have to wait till his teammates are back in the game.
No hero plays potentially. He can get some damage done, and he's going to chip away out towards Remka. Not going to be able to find that one. Winch is going to be good. Lobs out towards the courtyard. Hits the map pad as well, but doesn't get too much elevation from it. And Pulsar back in the fight. Just over halfway on this cash box has been expended so far. And Laska still trying to be the front line from this. Tap away. Good amount of crits done out towards Elix. Not enough to write home about to find that initial pick. Roma gets himself reduced to 3 bar. Elix is going to be wounded as well. Remka's going to be the only member of Aimers on full HP. I have a feeling that Pulsar might sense blood in the water, but time is going to become the enemy sooner rather than later. They want to battle for this high ground. The great pad is going to get them an option, but this is going to be a great moment for Aimers, just kiting around, not committing to any particular fight in all, and they're going to play nice and passive. The picks need to flow out in the favor of Pulsar right now to make this work, and Roma does find one. He gets that pick to Atelco. Remka does find himself traded off. Person on low HP as well. Roma finds himself a second one, and Person with low HP will get collected by his own RPG, and the second cash box goes in favor of Aimers. We reset this nicely as all 3 boxes needed.
Nothing really you can do from the side of Pulsar. You just saw the time ticking away, the pressures rising, and the nerve just flying out of their control. And the problem also there were so many people scattered around that building that it was really, we need to isolate those ones, we need to get those picks. But unfortunately, we saw a great play happening against Laska that was on top, trying to take out the opponent from Aimers. He just got walled off and then unable to take the kill while he was chipping away on the person trying to get that steal. So that was a beautiful read from Aimers, just to make sure they stay scattered throughout that building on many levels as possible and not engage in the fight unless Pulsar is the one initiating. That was a great read, and now with this second one, they're setting themselves up for a great third cash out.
Jump pad set up, and that's going to be a tool for initiation. Roma goes first. Remka's going to follow directly, but they're not going to commit the medium Elix into this fight just yet. Going to act as that linchpin and that pressure relief moment. Maybe hunting for that backstab as we hop on board here. Rotation now, a lot of posturing up before this initial fight to try and stand up. Everyone from Aimers is in fairly close proximity, and here comes that commitment from the side of Pulsar. They're going to try and dive in to find that early damage. Roma's going to be the worst off for wear from this, but up top, hop on over the Telco. The Epcar shreds through one. We're going to lose Purzon in the mix of that one, and the Telco might be able to find himself a second one. He does so. Remka, the last one standing from the side of Aimers. He's going to try and commit this res, and E-flips are up, so that's going to be Purzon back in this fight. The hand res is good, and the winch is going to get missed. And Telco's going to try and commit to this one fight. His team is going to be able to back him up nicely, and they're looking up to try and find this jump padding medium or jump padding light. It's going to be Roma who finds 2 just like that, and it's going to be a nice reset moment. The cash box in close proximity to the vault. They should be able to get this plugged, and a nice time advantage going into our final phase.
Surviving with a slither of HP, holding on to life with a singular breath. He just stays alive and able to support his team as much as possible. With that, their reset is short. And with that, they can get that cash box in, giving themselves that advantage. But Pulsar Esports, they're back on their feet, and they're looking to take that away from them. And here's the thing, Amers, they're really good when it comes to those isolating fights, but so far when it comes to the team fights, Pulsar, they had a clear communication coming in and taking out these players and just committing every single player on one opponent.
Almost a quarter way through this cash box stage, and they're going to try and dive in for the immediate steal here from Pulsar. The winch isn't not going to be good enough, and the dome might just do enough for the time being. The goo as well is great, and the C4 down below, don't believe it's connected properly, so that might not give the consistent effect that he would have wanted, but a great flip from the side of Pulsar. A counter steal getting tapped away just for a brief second. Purzon's going to find himself the front line of this fight, and it's going to be sharks in the water. They sense the blood, and Roma's going to be applying that opening pick. That's going to be Purzon gone from this. They'll drop this down one more level with the Telco, the last one standing. It should be an easy flip from the side of Amers. And halfway through, this is going to be a dangerous position for Sis Horizon right now from Pulsar. The coin goes out from Laska. Telco does get himself slain. Will be a trade-off 1-for-1. Does mean he gets that hand res. Teammates up, but Purzon's going to be in 3 seconds. So they do have a reset option here. An option to get back into this fight.
This is just the last teammate is a little bit too far. 12 seconds and they don't have that much time. They need to get this reset in pretty quickly. Then they could potentially try another fight, but it has to happen quickly. There's not much thought that you can give it anymore. You need to be there now because look at the time. There's not much left. Even though this is the first map, every single map in this best of 3 counts.
Pressure on now from the side of Pulsar. They don't have a lot of time to work with. A great pad going up, but in the air, you're going to be a little bit vulnerable. Not enough damage done to stop it. H-Plus Infuser goes out, but they're only going to commit to the steal at this stage. Aimers look to be almost guaranteed at this point, and they are. Sis Horizon locked out for the side of Aimers. Pulsar fell very flat-footed in this matchup, and it will be the very first map in favor of Aimers. They were dominant here.
But here again, had some tough fights. This matchup will stay close till the very end. And I mean, there's one thing to say. I think these two teams, they're giving it all no matter what. They do not want to fall down into that lower bracket. And the fact that we already had the first map being on the third cash out and every single second at the end count. But I think it was just that unfortunate wipe there, and nearly that wipe at the end that really cost them time. They didn't have enough time to reset, to regroup, to make a strategy, and to then collapse under their opponents because the time was taking so little time, so much to do, and it just wasn't enough.
Massive performance from Roma. They're just stepping up huge, finding 7 kills for it, standing tall on that light position. Lasky, in that duel of lights, just not able to have that huge impact, and it felt like Aimers were able to shut down the vision that we saw from Pulsar time and time and time again. They always seemingly were a little bit more prepared. Now, I already did mention that these teams have been scrimming each other in the preparation, and I know from your experience, you used to be a competitive player in a different title. If you've had a lot of scrims with a competitor, how is that going to affect your game day mentality?
Here's the thing, if you obviously always win against your opponents, you're going to have a little bit of an ego. You're going to be coming in and underestimating your opponent. But on the other hand, also, scrims aren't quite always there to show everything, the potential. You rather want to be working on your weak spots. And now the fact that they've scrimmed quite a lot against each other, that sets them up because they exactly know what the weak spot is of that opponent. So which opponent can execute and hide their weak spots as much as possible and make sure it doesn't affect their play, it doesn't affect their team play. That team will come out on top. And here's the thing, both of these two teams are highly capable in their doing, but they know each other so well that they can read each other as well. And you just saw that at the very, very end. They know they're going to be going for a steal. So they then just initiated, after that steal has been successful, they were like, right, we're going to give them the steal, we're going to give them that false security, and then come in, collapse, and get the victory. That play was what got them that victory. And it is also that comes with knowing your opponents, because they could have initiated, they could have tried to fight that steal, but they didn't. They let and gave them that false security, which then ended up in the opponents maybe overestimating and not quite being prepared for the impact that Aimers was about to do onto them.
I could not agree more with this one, and really interesting now as we get ready for Bernal. Actually, perfect timing for this one. It's going to be a little bit of a different flow of this map. It's going to be a lot more long angles, but when you get in these internal structures, it can be very compressed fights. A lot of 2-story buildings, not a lot of commitment too much higher from those floors. I feel like deep down, from what we saw in the previous matchup, I think Aimers are going to be better equipped for this map in particular. Now, I'm happy to be proven wrong for this one to go all 3 maps, but I have a feeling that this could be a sweep for Aimers as we hop on board as Pulsar and Aimers close proximity to this opening spawn. High ground initially gathered from the side of Aimers, looking to set things up nicely. Loadouts have not varied significantly. Very interesting to see what we see Perzon on in terms of heavy. He did swap around a lot with his primary weapons in previous best of 3s. I wonder if it's actually the SA coming out this time, not swapping the Shack like he did previously on Bernal.
Oh, the first few damage being dealt and also the first kill happening with that. We did get our light back on his feet, but there's so much pressure from the opponents coming in. We just need to make sure we regroup, because that's the thing they've done really well in those team fights, making sure they're all together and pushing down and hunting down one player as an individual when it comes to the side of Pulsar. So they just need to make sure they don't let the Chaos overtake them and don't let the Chaos have the upper hand on them. But look at this. Aimers, they're making sure that they keep this advantage as much as they can. Every single player has been chipped off their health, but Aimers aren't able to really get those kills in. Only one person has been taken up, but Roma is the last man standing with a slither of HP. Will have to retreat and fall back as Pulsar Esports can now go and secure that cash in.
Roma does escape with that gateway back up towards the roof. Now, I don't know if he's going to be in close proximity to any totems. I don't think he is. So, with Elix just 3 seconds away and Remka only 3 as well, they will get their coins and reset. They're going to burn that token away. They are all back in this fight, not expending that white. Roma's going to find Lasky there. That's going to be a massive play. The lone survivor from the previous team fight is going to be able to collect one. One more is wounded as well. Can he find himself a second one? Clutch Goo Grenade. Just going to give up enough concealment. Glitch Grenade will deny this as well. He can dive in. And with low HP all around, the 9-3R can do huge damage. Finds one on a person. This team fight's going all the way for Aimers. They wrap things up and Rome with a nice 3-piece to his name. Wraps everything up in a tiny little bow. And he'll escape the zip line all the way up to the church. An easy plug into B.
Roma stepping up when it's mostly needed. With that, they got the cash in and a little bit of advantage, because now Pulsar, they're gonna have a little bit of a break till they spawn in, get to the objective, and then make another push for it. The sooner they do that, the quicker they are. They potentially can get themselves 2 fights here. But also here, again, Aimers, they have the upper hand, they have the advantage of playing on that tower there. So they have so much vision. Beautiful gateway there, getting themselves close into that building. But that Pike is just gonna chip away on that health yet again. It is something they really need to be careful of.
Just having that Pike able to get that chip from range can be also punishing. H+ Infuser does keep you in the fight. The jump pad just has enough momentum to get Lasker up towards the roof. And the 9-3R in its ideal range here can chip away from safety. But they're forced to commit from this one. Renka's going to be able to find a Telco from this. And Pulsar in a great position. Actually, no, in a poor position, I should say. Is going to be reduced to now a level playing field. Elix going to find one on the Lasker now. It's all down to Pulsar alone with Persian. Defib goes out. 1 versus 3, stuck on the elevator. He'll dive into an opening on that window, but it is just going to be a desperate tide for him. Not a lot he can do. The winch is there. It will be a shutdown sooner rather than later. I think they're just trying to bait out some time here.
And it's working. Even though it was just a few seconds, with those few seconds, it makes it impossible for the side of Pulsar now to even get this cash out. So the first one will definitely not fall into the hands of Aimers, but just in that team fight here again, you had a little bit of a passive play when it came from the side of Pulsar, right? They were trying to play together, trying to focus heavy on healing that heavy in, but the issue was just it felt a little bit too passive from Delight. I felt like he could have done a little bit more and just come in and get that and just do a little bit more damage, because as soon as he chose to just completely be a support player and just heal his heavy, do a little bit of chip damage, heal his heavy again, he was taking himself out of the fact that he is the one dealing one of the most damage within that fight. And I mean, we saw Roma with that pistol. Let's be honest, he could have done potentially just focused his attention more of being a little bit more risky than playing it passive.
That is, by the way, just want to let everyone know that we have crashed out on our observer feed, so we're just holding our breath to find out how this is going. The games will still be going in the background, of course. We've just lost vision on what's going on in there, so we do apologize for that, but everything so far in this matchup has been going all in favor of Aimers. They've been incredibly good at just controlling these fights, and Roma find that huge 3-piece after being the sole survivor from that initial engagement, played it perfectly. And even that little bit of just eking out the clock best they could down below that church, forcing Persian just to be forcing him to make that gas canister commitment to get himself out of this fight to get his team wipe. this is going to be a difficult one for Pulsar to fight back from, and I'm actually sitting here itching, waiting to go back into this one because I know that these teams are going to put on an absolute show.
We'll be back in just a second within the game, so don't worry, we'll be back in the action. But you know what? I'm gonna ask you this right now. We have the first cash out already secured, and now we are back into the game. First cash out is for the side of Amers, and I'm gonna ask you, will this be a 2-0, or do you think this will go to a third mapper?
I don't know at this stage. Now, of course, you're just watching us for the very first time as we have reconnected. These players do play under our privacy names, so they will be portrayed as that forward. So do not adjust your streams just yet going into it. It's going to be a massive fight, though, all in favor so far of Amers. They're going to be able to find that nice little wipe and wrap things up tidily, as they should be able to find themselves an easy plug at this stage.
Second cash out now falling in the favors of yet again Amers, and this is where it gets a little bit uncomfortable for Pulsar Esports. If they lose this, they're gonna have a very long day, a very long night ahead of them, because they're gonna have to fight their way through the lower bracket. While Amers, they can have a little bit of a breath and wait in the grand finale for them. Yet again, if this ends for the side of Amers, this is it. That's a 2-0, and that means they're in the grand final, and they're so close to get that prize pool beneath their claws. With every player now back in the game, this could be it. This cash out needs to be Pulsar if they want to stay alive.
They're going to pad up towards this high ground at this point. Now, it's going to be the defense of Amers down below. You're going to have that C4 detonation, drop it down. It's going to get winched back up to the high ground. Huge damage done. Burns is going to find himself in a horrible position. 2 blocks to his name. He does get shut down nicely, and Roma's going to rip him asunder. It's all down to one surviving member, wrapped up so nicely. Amers have been so clinical in these team fights. Every single time we see a full commitment from these players, the fight lasts under 30 seconds here on Bernal. And Amers have read this matchup perfectly. They'll winch this cash out into a huge open alleyway. A fire barrel on top as well, and they can recontrol this high status as a great pad up. Trying to look for some early information at this stage. Just trying to get themselves in, but Pulsar really on the back foot here in the last few moments of this matchup.
They have to be quickly here because there's not much time left. This is their last chance to stay in the game, and this is the last opportunity for them to not be taken out. They have to make this perfectly. They know roughly where these opponents are. Look how scattered they are. They're playing the same tactic as before, but if they can fortress themselves back in and make sure they create a bunker to get this steal, this could be theirs, but the steal needs to happen any second, taking so much damage. The drip pool comes away, and with that, we can call this game being overdone and dusted. You might fight for your last standing breath, trying to do some damage, but it will not prevent the inevitable. You are in the elimination bracket. Amers move on to the grand finale.
And I think to punch your ticket to a grand final, to do it in a dominant 2-0 fashion, and I'm just going to put this very bluntly, Bernal was a complete masterclass for Amers. They shut down Pulsar at every question, every time they had the answer, and they deserve that position in the grand finals, absolutely. But what a performance they've had, and this was a really clinical performance, not just mechanically, but decision-making, positioning, everything was perfect. Pulsar fell into their traps, and Amers take a bow. What a performance.
But here again, Amers just did that exactly what they've done on map number 1. They know exactly when it's close. They will split up. They'll play in positions that their opponents won't expect them. They can't quite heavily focus on one player, focus on their positions, because they don't know where they are. They're scattered around the building. They're scattered around the objective and just waiting for those last few seconds, because they know if those seconds come in, they will go for the steal, and the second they get that stealer of that steal, then let's be honest, they can't do anything more, and that is their high priority. That is what they're focused on, and at that point you can call them they having godly aim. But in this fight, they also chose objective over kills.
100%. And it's all about that pacing. It's all about that timing. And for Amers, they have this ideology about what type of fight each cash out is. There's only 2 options you got. One is that you get 2 team fights per cash out. The other one is you make it a nice, timely 1 team fight. And, well, on this horizon, I played against them quite a bit, because we saw that on that first cash out that even though Pulsar had like that early control, Amers really tried to get that early fight, to get those 2. they just never could stabilize, right? But then, you know, fast forward all the way out to that third cash out, and it seemed like Pulsar started taking a page from Alliance's book, where we're going to throw some goos, we're going to throw the dome, and we're going to try to get this early steal really quickly. But because they got that steal and they used that dome with no cooldowns remaining, it allowed Aimers just win that team fight, and they carried that through to Bernal, just like you were saying, Dianic, where as long as they had that control at the very beginning of those cash outs, they knew how to kite, they knew how to stall. And I gotta say, in the church where they let Persian stay alive just a little bit long, like, that was just messy in my opinion. But Jerry, what's your takeaway from this? I was not expecting it to go 2-0.
I wasn't either, to be honest. My initial notes were that Aimers were slow and sluggish. At the very start of that game on Sis Horizon, Pulsar were running their death ball, and it was so effective. They kept finding themselves in 3 versus 2s or 3 versus 1s, and that one lone player was quite often Roma. It has to be said. But then suddenly something just clicked for Aimers, and they started coalescing. They started finding those kills. I think Roma just switched it on a little bit, started realizing, oh yeah, he's using that H+ infuser now instead of the Vanish Bomb. He has to be a bit more well connected to his teammates, and it all started flowing for them. From that point on, it really was just Aimers all the way. That was a really dominant performance from the boys in blue.
Yeah, I mean, it really does come down to that, though, right? Where Aimers all season in the cash outs, they've been running the Vanishing Bomb. They've been running just off weird plays. But I think in the 3v3s, you just have to have that H+ infuser, and especially like more in the 3v3s in that final round format than anything, you have to kind of play it like a hero shooter, where you're planning around cooldowns and you're planning around actually baiting abilities out first. And that just timing doesn't exist in cash out. And so it's why you get some of these teams that in that cash out format where you have that chaos, you have that opportunity of always looking over your shoulder. Maybe there's a third party, maybe we could be the third party. When that's not here, some teams just know how to take advantage better than others. But for Aimers, I think that this is going to just be a little bit of a cool, calm, and collected next couple of matches. But for Pulsar, they're locking in, because they're not out of the running just yet. They've got a long road ahead of them, don't they, Jerry?
That they do, and they have a little bit of a wait, as of course we'll have a look at the bracket now to see where they've landed. They thankfully have avoided the best of ones in that lower bracket. They are in the lower final, awaiting now the winner of the very next game that we're going to cover, myself and yourself, Ardy. Always Hungry versus Alliance. A repeat of the very first quarterfinal that we covered today. And Whippet, why don't you just talk us through, maybe for the people that are just joining, sort of sum up our journey, what we've seen all the way through today.
Well, we have seen a very exciting upper bracket at this stage. That's everything that we've seen. We've just wrapped up our upper bracket grand final, where we have seen Pulsar fall towards Aimers, who booked their ticket to the grand final. Pulsar down towards that lower bracket final. We followed Alliance all the way through here on the stream, and well, they played exceptional until they ran into that brick wall called Pulsar. They could not get through that line at all, and they struggled to find that. But the big thing I'm interested now, as well, myself and Dianic will be stepping away from the microphone, let you guys take back over, is these lower bracket elimination games. We haven't seen a team face elimination yet on this stream, and we move towards this pressure. Jerry, I'll go to you. With that now in the back of the mind for these teams, you position in this bracket on the line for these next matchups. Is that going to have a massive effect for teams, especially Pulsar, for example, now dropping into that lower final?
I feel as though mentally, obviously, this is a point for Aimers and Pulsar to just reset, because they do have that break. It's the first time that's happened for them today. Aimers, to be fair, have had a very rapid journey throughout the day. They've won most of their maps, or in fact, I think every single one of their series in 2 maps. So they're really walking through it. Whereas this is the first break that Pulsar have, and, you know, they've been running 3 map series basically the whole way through, so they really need it. Always Hungry in Alliance? I mean, they've had a very different journey. We don't know how those lower quarters worked out for them. Always Hungry have had a really long journey. They've made that lower bracket run all the way from the lower bracket, from lower round 1. So, yeah, it's been non-stop for them as well. And I don't know. I really can't speak to their mental. Ardy, you have some insight, perhaps?
I mean, I gotta say, this is like the perfect Cinderella story for Always Hungry, because now we get the rematch, right? I mean, the very first matchup broadcast, Alliance versus Always Hungry. Now we're back, and Always Hungry, you can't forget, they won that first ever team fight, and they won. They almost won that first cash out, but it you know, they won Vegas as well. It went to map 3. It wasn't a close, it was a very close game the very first time around. And so for Always Hungry and Alliance, it's just sort of a matter of like, Always Hungry, if they're playing the exact same alliance, like, yeah, easy toast. But if Always Hungry has like learned to adapt, then hey, things could be different, right, Dianic?
Exactly. I mean, adaptability is one of the most important things when it comes to competitive play. And I think Always Hungry, they had a little bit of a good taste of what it means to be in a lower bracket where they played 3 best of 1, so close to be elimination. So they're maybe a little bit more used to that pressure now. And here again, Alliance losing down in the, going down to the lower bracket. There is so much pressure on the boys, right? Mentality is a big point for both of these two teams. And the fact that they are now facing each other will not Alliance maybe underestimate their opponents, and that will cause them to drop out, or will Always Hungry overestimate themselves or maybe underestimate their opponents because, hey, now we're both in the lower bracket. That means you guys are the exact same as us. Who will go home? Will we send you guys to home or you guys us? So that's a lot of pressure because look who's waiting. Pulsar Esports. So for Alliance, if they make it through, it will be still a tough evening.
I always say when we go to these tournament style brackets, no matter what the game is, it's the team. If you have a rematch in the lower bracket, I always favor the team that suffered the earlier loss going into it. And that's because you learn a hell of a lot from that defeat in the early stages. They're going into this one now with a little bit more confidence, and they shouldn't be blindsided by anything that they've seen Alliance do at this point. I feel, I'm going to say that I think they're going to be able to get this as a revenge story, just because I like to adopt strays and I like to always go for the underdog. That's my story. But my pickums are an absolute shambles for a reason. Jerry, how are yours doing?
I'm not even looking at them anymore. I was more interested in the fact that we're seeing a strange repeat of last season, particularly with the Yoip. Here's a real, like, deep cut for you. Are you guys ready for this? So, Yoip last season was playing for Crutches, a team that finished 7th in the playoff. Oh, sorry, in the regular season. And then they managed to make it to top 4 in the playoffs. This season, Yoip, playing for Always Hungry, finished 7th again in the regular season. He's currently in the top 4. He keeps doing this. He's just much better at 3v3s, it seems like. Can he get even further this time with a new roster around him, though? How about that? That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good, right?
I'm going to get curious to that
You
one.
kind of cook.
He's in the kitchen.
You get some extra pickups, Elo, for that, even though everything else has gone a little bit.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that we're going to go into it now that we haven't seen these lower bracket matches going into it. Are we likely to see anything interesting going into the lower brackets from the teams that we've already seen? Of course, having these higher seeded teams now dropping into it at this later stage, is this going to be a call to maybe try something new going into it, trying to fix what hasn't worked? Or I personally feel that we're going to see it, everything stick to their guns, go with what they've trained at this stage. But I mean, already, is there any chance we see anything change as we hop towards our lower bracket games?
I mean, honestly, I do see a world where Alliance is still scarred from their match against Pulsar, where they, you know, what had been working very well for them, where they're just playing, they're playing Fortnite, building barriers and just using the goos, using the barriers, using the domes, and like going for that early steal. And it didn't work out for them, right? Against a team that could like genuinely stand up for themselves. And when it comes down to it, that worked incredibly well against Always Hungry. That worked incredibly well at the very beginning. But if Alliance is starting to doubt themselves on that because that didn't work against Pulsar, and you know, they have that as the most recent memory in their just in their heads. I mean, of course, they also did fight 200 books, and hey, that was a close match as well. And so for Alliance, I feel like that could be a downfall there.
Well, it's time to dive into Fortune Stadium for our lower bracket run. I will give you over to the trusty voices of Artie and Jerry.
Thank you very much, Whippet. Artie, we're back on the mic together. It is a pleasure to be here. And looky here, we are treated to Fortune Stadium, everybody's favourite. Always Hungry versus Alliance. We've been here before, as it has been mentioned a few times now.
I am excited, to say the least. In Fortune Stadium, my favorite map. This is going to be a very explosive battle. And it's already going to start off with an insane team fight right up at the very top. The goo is out, the winches are out, and Robinski first to get taken away by the very crispy pike shots by Treason. He'll be able to follow that out with a double nay, a triple, as Treason just says, Hey, you guys again? Nah, all done.
It's like he was never gone. He's just picking up where he left off. Treason. I mean, the last time we saw him on our screens, he got 10 kills and still lost the series, lost that map that he picked up 10 kills in. So I can only assume that this has been exactly what Check's Notes 200 books experienced earlier. And yeah, this could be a run through, but of course, Always Hungry are very wise to his pikery.
Oh yeah, and especially when it comes down to the vault fights, you know, that you kind of have that early anticipation of, hey, we're just gonna go Insano style really quick. But it's good to see that Alliance was able to actually not only take control of that, but they had a lot of time after that wipe to be able to get the plug and to be able to now get full control over Hospital. That being said, a great pushover by Rubinski to gate the team in. Now matching height up on the top floor here. We're seeing Alliance try to play the kite game possibly. He's Always Hungry, goes from underneath. Barricades and goos all out here. As the H+ is infusing. Jürgen will be pulling an early steal for the bait, but Alliance doesn't take that bait. Instead, Teresa takes the opportunity to start hitting some nice pipe heads.
And this is a shotgun in disguise, as Dianic was mentioning earlier. Gets the res on the third. And Treason, I believe, has picked up every single kill so far. Can he make it a 7th? No! Rubinski gets the better of him, but Carnvex is there to trade it back off. I miscounted. 5 is still a lot for Treason.
I mean, just the entire game on his back right now, just because he can. And Alliance is making sure that we know that, hey, they might be in the lower bracket. That doesn't mean we can count them out. And, of course, coming down after this, it is going to be a Hospital push, so I don't think there's enough time for a true second team fight. So we'll see what happens with Always Hungry. If they're just going to use this as a time to get some easy practice in, and they might. They know that they're probably not going to come away with a steal. But as Rubinski gates them in for another, we're going to get a quick run up here by Always Hungry once again underneath. Double D-Mac to drop it down 2 floors. Jürgen going to be going for the dome, the goo. They're going to be trying to get that steal, but here comes the winch. And, of course, the shotgun. It's going to be Carnifex, though, picking up that carnage. Rubinski looks at the cash with a final glimpse of the opportunity. Even though Always Hungry does win the team fight here, Alliance, they've got that timing down pat.
Yeah, and Alliance playing a very different win con there, so we can forgive them for losing that team fight. That was absolutely part of them. They were playing with a 4th player there, and that was the timer. So very nicely done, and a fairly pedestrian hold at the end. Of course, it must be noted that that was, you know, a Hospital defense. It can be a lot harder on this map to hold your ground, and we will see more likely than not some steals going on. I don't know about you, but Yoip is really annoying me with this switching and noise. it's just something about it.
I mean, hey, you know, I don't know what an HD is, but the doctor told me I got 80 of them, so I could probably relate to whatever Yoip is doing over there. We always love that Twitch gamer mentality, always having something up on the screen. And we're just seeing Jürgen, he wants to get Alliance up on his screen. So he peeks up, nice little barricade peeking going through, where Yoip is getting those quick shots through it. I love that little tech there from Always Hungry. And Alliance, they are going to be able to withstand the carnage, but Always Hungry not going to be in the same boat. Carnifex gets the early flank over every single player on Alliance, manages to find a pick. And that's going to be the second vault fight going the way of Alliance.
Yeah, and Carney and Palmer managing to put the names on the board there as well. I'd love to see it. It's not Always Hungry, you're not putting up a fight. Look, they've got plenty of skills to their name as well. It's just that pretty much all the time, it's Alliance are coming out on top. So here's that plug for the second cash out on Fortune Stadium. Although worth mentioning, Always Hungry haven't made it this far effectively with a sub is very impressive. You're off roll too. So anything any further they get here could be considered a bonus, but they're not down and out of it just yet. We have Jürgen winching this into the open. Very nice move, of course. Gets the cover, and he can start going for this steal here. Yeah, why did Palmer just run away?
He passed the cash out of the 3rd floor, and Jürgen's like, thanks! He just took it the other way, the double winch. Jürgen, hey, he gets the steal. It's going to cost him his life, though. Rubinski gets stuck on a little bit of the environment there. Yoip not in a place to stall it back, and so congratulations, Always Hungry. You got the steal, but it's a team fight that matters most. And Yoip, well, he's not even going to be able to go for the paddles because both of those trophies are currently in Alliance's control, just as the cash out is yet again.
And they're forcing a really horrible spawn here as well. Yoip is stuck outside. And I believe Treason has posted himself up on top of this building. They might have fallen into a slightly more passive position here, deciding not to overstretch themselves, Alliance. They want to make certain that this is going to work for them. Treason posting up beneath, interestingly enough. Waiting for the lift. There's a good bullet.
It is.
Oh,
Really
spies an
sight lines
opportunity.
across. Look at that. I mean, he's just peeking through. You can see everything through those big glass windows. Rabinski chunked out. Taken out of the fight. Oh, one more bullet and he would have been dead, but that is still going to be enough damage for moving from an offensive position. See what's going to happen now. We are running down the timer. Last few seconds. The goo is going to be preventing Jurgen from manipulating that cash out. As Joip jumps over, he can't find any value. Rabinski also can't find the opportunity to heal as Jurgen starts to get chunked out too. Alliance just does what they do best, controlling and manipulating the fight. And that's going to be the fastest round of Fortune Stadium this entire season, Jerry.
Yeah, it was a very rapid finish there for Alliance. Not too many questions asked of them by Always Hungry, to be quite honest with you. But the asterisk on top of that is, of course, Alliance's map pick being the highest seeded team from the main season. So we'll go on to our next map, Fortune, or rather not Fortune Stadium. The HUD down the bottom has done me dirty there a little bit. We'll sort that out. But either way, the next map is going to be Always Hungry's pick, so expect a little bit more fight back there.
I mean, if we're going to Vegas, I think that we could make a prediction early that, well, Always Hungry should have the upper hand. I mean, this is the map that they were able to pull a 2-0 off on onto Alliance earlier in the day. So this is sort of going to be the litmus test for Alliance. Even if Alliance does win this series, if Alliance actually wins Las Vegas here, that would be a really good opportunity to show us that Alliance is able to learn and overcome quickly day of. And that is I mean, that is something that cannot be understated, how impressive it is if a team is able to do that.
Yeah, that's a really important skill as well in a young esport. Things can be volatile, rosters can move around at a moment's notice, and you have to be adaptable. Every single player that plays the finals has adaptation baked into their veins at this point. It's the name of the game, not just in the server, but in life. You know, you gotta be flexible. What's the phrase? Bend like the grass, don't break like the tree. There's some Sun Tzu for you. Maybe I might have attributed that to someone else, but either way, I've just blown Ardy's mind, so I'm just waffling for a little bit longer so that he can come up with a point to follow me.
Honestly, any point that I had is now bending like the trees or whatever, and that's not working out too well. So, I mean, hey, the only thing that I remember from Sun Tzu's Art of War is just sort of, you know, the crouching lion, the hidden taxman, and every single time that it comes down to looking at what we're talking about between these games, Jerry, it's all nonsense anyway. So we're going to cut over to Las Vegas, and we're going to talk about Always Hungry's playstyle over on Vegas, because earlier in the day, we saw that as long as Always Hungry had that control early on, they were able to kite really well on this map. And it's the only map that we actually saw them kiting extremely well. But the thing is, they had to have that first established position. They won both those cash outs because they started both those cash outs. I have a big feeling here that if Alliance just comes out and swinging and they win the first vault fight just like they did on Fortune, that Alliance actually is going to be able to take away Always Hungry's map pick from them.
It could happen. There was one moment on that rematch earlier, the exact same game we saw here, Always Hungry versus Alliance on Vegas, that really stood out to me for Alliance's sake, and it was a moment they transitioned from plugging to a defense immediately. They winched the ball, the cash out of the wall, in roughly where the vault is right now, and then posted themselves up on top of this building, and we saw Treason land some trademark pike shots. Besides that moment, it really was an Always Hungry map, so I am curious to see if Alliance adapt, if they feel like they've gained some confidence throughout the day. They've been playing a lot longer here. Alliance have managed to grab this vault and are moving all the way over to B, and you spotted something there, Roddy.
Yeah, I mean, Carnifex, like, with the gateway, stole it immediately, because Alliance, I think they've learned they really cannot let Always Hungry start off. But even with that, Palma gonna be going down first here. Jurgen finds the pinch. I thought it was actually gonna be Carnifex that might get caught out early, given the fact that he pushed so far away from his team. But without Carnifex there to help out, Palma was just a sitting duck. Now for Always Hungry, well, they're going to be in control of the cash out here in the Ingimo building. And as Palma gets res back up, Alliance at least will have a chance at a couple solid team fights. Up from the top, here's Treason with the pike. Early shots going to be producing quite a bit of damage down range. Now, looking for Palma to actually find the opportunity of engagement here, while Carnifex, he is playing the pinch. He is sitting behind right now if he's going to need that H+ diffuser. But they're going to need to put Carnifex in a position for the pinch here as it slowly starts to go over the side. But, ooh, missed winch.
Well, it was a bit of a problem there with the Dematerializer. It didn't fully destroy the wall. And now this engage has not worked in Always Hungry's favor. Thankfully, Alliance were ready to get that counterpunch going. Rubinski is left spinning on his heels. Doesn't know which way is up, which way is down. And Alliance will take full advantage of that. They get the steal. It was a strange one for Alliance. They were taking their time. They had plenty of it. They missed the first step. Real kind of blunder. But it felt as though just... That was a low quality fight. I'll have to say that across the board.
So what happened was, I think that Always Hungry, they felt what Alliance was going for, and they reacted to the play as if it worked out anyway. And for Alliance, they were just panicked. They were like, oh no, we didn't witch it out of the building. But Always Hungry, they moved anyway, and they kind of kited themselves out of position. This year, Rubinski trying to open up the red barrel, early damage out onto Treason, but this fight is not going to be worth much, because even if they win it, it's going to be a big time to reset into the vault fight. Treason gets taken away here early, and that will cost them a coin. Already one cash out in. Vault on the other side of the map from both these teams. And at this point for Always Hungry, they're just trying to get some scrim bucks in.
Yeah, Treason 11 seconds away from coining in. I think you were right in how you summed up that last cash out fight. It really felt like one of those moments where you're playing a chess against an opponent who's so bad that they actually end up confusing you. Sometimes it's harder to play against someone who doesn't let their guard down, or who does let their guard down, rather. Either way, we should resume normal service soon, and the vault has been tapped here by Always Hungry. A long delay between the end of that last cash out and the start of this. Of course, a lot of movement across the map as the spawn really not favouring either side. Treason is a little bit chipped, but he should be back up to full strength in no time.
Oh yeah, even with this vault, looks like Rubinski is able to cross the street, but they catch him out. I hear those things coming out from Alliance, and well, it's going to cause the pad to come through. Treason has some good pinch time here with the pike. Plug is going to be in favor of Always Hungry. They get the gas on it quite early, and well, here comes Carnifex, just raining havoc on Rubinski. Finds that pinch timing that I thought would have happened to Carnifex on that last pad. This time around, it's Rubinski on the other end of the barrel. Now, once again, really seeing Palma go in for that early steal. The goo going to be preventing you from getting in, but he still finds his way around the corner. Early pick onto Palma as Carnifex gets back in position, tries to get the trophy in a spot for Treason to res, and looks like that res will come to fruition, but not after Carnifex goes down first. Jurgen finds the finish, and we get the team fight going in favor of Always Hungry. This is their map pick, and they have shown us that, hey, they can still get it sometimes.
Yep. That being said, they do have to hold on to this cash out, or they will be making a swift exit from the tournament as a whole. So they're certainly making things harder for themselves right now. They're doing everything they can, though. Of course, this setup is good. They've got the cash out where they'd like it. They're going to be ready to drop it down at a moment's notice with Yoip on that DMAT. As I say that, they winch it out into the open. Another valid and good strat. We'll see Treason and co on side of Alliance trying to set up high. They've got this rooftop to work with. Always Hungry playing inside, trying to kite away with about 40 seconds left on the timer here.
This is exactly what Always Hungry wants, but Seamus going to play in their favor. Early spotting onto Carnifex is going to remove him from the team. He's actually not in a spot to pinch here. Palma is going to be going for a steal, but the question is, did Always Hungry kite too far? No, they did not. They're going to be able to get the steal. Yoip and Jurgen, though, they go out. Carnifex, he was in a good spot. Alliance going to be holding the steal, and Rubinski, he comes in. He takes out Treason and Palma, but he can't do it. Carnifex gets the clutch, and Alliance, they're in this for good.
A swift 2-0 sweep on both Fortune and Vegas just ends Always Hungry's hopes and dreams. And once again, Yoip finishing 4th place in the EU playoffs. He's made a trend of it. It's not one they can be especially proud of. It's a decent effort, honestly. What a run they've made through that lower bracket, always hungry. They got knocked down by Alliance at the very first hurdle. And once again, it's Alliance, the newly signed team, that are their undoing. They're Grim Reapers. Pulsar Esports have to wait and see if they can take down Alliance now.
Absolutely incredible game there. I mean, it all came down to that last fight, and I genuinely thought so many times Carnifex is just, he's too far away, or Carnifex is not going to be in the spot. He's always there. He is the most reliable light player I've ever seen in my life, but that's why he is the big name that he always has been. That's why this team is signed to a major org like Alliance. But I gotta say, a huge standout performance, because this was the very first 2-0 with both games being straight up just 2 cash outs only. What a game.
Absolutely sensational. We're in a strange situation that I will point out when we get to look at the bracket in a moment. But there's a day of repeats. That's all I should say that might be on the horizon, depending on if this next match goes the way I think it might. So, wow, what a game. Whip it. I was not on the edge of my seat for most of that. It was a strange one. I feel like we had some incredible matches up until this point. Lots of 3-map series, and that one was done so quickly.
That was so fast. That was a very dominant performance, and I really come down to that last play, that last moment where Carnifex swoops in and just confirms everything. I think I already put it perfectly, that he's the most consistent light for a reason. I think that's proving it there, but Alliance, I think, really found their legs going into this one. Isn't that right, Dai?
Exactly, and I mean, you pointed out something very important, so I'm just gonna ask you, what do you think was the main reason or the main change that you saw why Alliance was so much more dominant this time than in the first matchup?
I think this is an example of they shook off the cobwebs going into the first time we saw them play was the first game of the day here on stream. It was the first game of the day for them, and I feel like Always Hungry were able to get a little bit closer in that matchup because of that. I think Alliance are fully warmed up at this stage, and I think it showed. It was 2 maps, 2 cash boxes each. It was complete domination, and they were really, really strong.
And I completely agree with you. I mean, once it was the first game, maybe they weren't quite fully warmed up as a team, but now throughout all of these games, from facing elimination and having that pressure beneath their on their shoulders that they're newly signed, it has come to synergy together as a team. And Jerry, I'm gonna come to you with this one. Pulsar Esports, their next opponents. Will there be a repeat of the history, or do you think can they prove themselves this time where they weren't able in the past?
I cannot make that prediction, Dai. I've been so bad with predictions today. I'm going to have to, unfortunately, bail out of that one and take the sort of the coward's way out there. It is going to be a close game. I'm hoping for it from an entertainment standpoint, but I also think that game 2 earlier on, the upper semi-final between Alliance and Pulsar Esports, it was by far the closest that we've seen today. Every single vault was unlocked. We had 9 in play across the series. So it really does just come down to who's going to be better on the day, and it cannot be separated right now. Obviously, Pulsar won that series, but it was so close. So yeah, I have to bail out. Ardy, do you have a more courageous bet?
I do, because like I said at the beginning, where it comes down to Vegas, right? Even if you were predicting from the very beginning that Alliance is going to win that one up against Always Hungry, Vegas was the toss-up, and Vegas was the question mark, because that was a 2-0 Mar against Alliance earlier in the day, and they have convinced me they are good at adapting. They are good at overcoming the odds even when it is proven against them. And so if they're able to keep that adaptation against Always Hungry, and on a map where Always Hungry has dedicated strats to do crazy stuff, they're just able to prevent any of that stuff with just insane hero plays by the likes of Carnifex. I genuinely think that if they can win the picks and bans coming up against Alliance, or coming up against Pulsar, that Alliance actually has a shot here. They won map 1 before. I don't think they need to win map 1 to do it, but I think all they have to do is to get this next one. Alliance just has to show that they've learned.
So the thing is, and it will always be clear for all of us, this next game matchup will be very, very close and very intense. There's no doubt about that. But the question is, Whippet, can Pulsar Esports put that mental hurt behind them, because listen, they may have now just won against Alliance, but unfortunately find themselves now in the lower bracket, in the lower final, against the same opponents as before, where it was really close, where just tiny little micro decisions got them that victory. But they find themselves now again in so many games being played, and they've just came from a loss where Alliance came from a victory.
I think that's going to be a massive point, that we're having Pulsar bounce back from a loss. Alliance have got a little bit of that confidence back. But when these teams met in that upper bracket, it was a very narrow margin. It was down to 1 or 2 kind of key turning moments in that match. It really decided everything. I think Alliance, after the run they've had in the lower bracket, after that warning shot that Pulsar had dropping them down there, I think they can tighten up the ship just enough. But I can't make a solid prediction for this one, and I think I'm going to side on Jerry's side of this one. I don't know where I can sit with these teams, and I just want it to be a good game, and that's what I'm here for.
I mean, it will be a good game, so don't worry to that. It will be a fantastic game. But listen, this wouldn't be possible without all the sponsors that have already come in, all the people that have donated, and of course, then at the very top, our sponsor, the one that has contributed to the prize pool all as most, Brotox. Thank you very much for coming in here, coming in clutch with all the donations and making sure that these players have a great chance of this prize pool. And we're so close to find out who the winner is. So if you just tuned in, you have to sit down here for the next few hours, because you want to stay and make sure to see who will take on and who will get this prize money between their claws. And Artie, listen, I've tried to throw Jerry under the bus. I've tried to throw Whippet under the bus, and you kind of also dodged the bullet here a little bit. But I'll try also to throw it beneath your bus. Before we go to break, can you give us an actual prediction, or will you bail out as well?
Alliance is capable of learning from their mistakes, and for Alliance, all they need to do is do it yet again. I think Alliance has it under their belt. That's my prediction going into the lower final. I'll take it. I will take a stance. My prediction is that Alliance has it.
Well enough, there you have it, you said it. And I think with that, you're gonna have to sit on it, because I'm gonna throw you guys to a quick little break. Don't run away, grab something to drink. We'll be right back. I promise the break will be short, and here we are back with the next game soon to be starting. But I'll be also promising you guys something. I made sure these guys are about to give me a prediction. I mean, Artie was the one making his stand, but Whippet, you're gonna have to give me a prediction because otherwise you know what's coming for you.
If you know anything about me, I am a professional, will not give an opinion a lot of the time, but I've been forced for this time, and I'm going to think Alliance make the bounce back from this. Listen, I said it earlier, it didn't come to fruition in the Always Hungry game. I always like to go for the team that loses the earlier matchup. So Alliance, I think they've seen the error of their way, and I believe they can get through this, so I'm going to go with Alliance.
So we have another prediction on the side of Alliance, and Jerry, listen, you're gonna have to tell us.
I think it's Pulsar. I'm going for another Pulsar Aimers Grand Final, repeat of Season 0. It happens every time. It's inevitable. I'm jinxing it. And I think I'm in the minority here, strangely.
Listen, everybody's given a prediction, so will I have to give my own prediction. And honestly, I want to see Alliance get that victory because I want to see the top 2 teams who's been battling it out in Cash Out constantly, fighting for the first position to actually prove in the grand finale who is the better team. I want to see it, so that's why I'm going to tip on Alliance. But I mean, we will see how that one goes within the game. And as the game is slowly but steady starting in the background, before I send you two, Jerry and Artie, into the cast, I have one final question. I know this is coming a little bit surprising from us, but listen, who will win the drip out game? So who has the better skins? Jerry?
Ooh, I'm trying to remember what they look like in game. I don't know. I think we'll just have to decide in game. I can't make that decision if I can't see them.
I will just pull it out here. It's Pulsar. Genuinely, Pulsar wins a drip because they all got the new bundle, the 900 punches. Look at that! You just saw clips of it. They're matching.
Fair enough.
Look at that!
Oh, it's got like a kind of rugged Matrix vibe.
Oh,
Perfect.
yeah, I love it. I love it so
Perfect
much.
for Nozomi Citadel as well as we head on in. Everyone looking like Neo, just running and gunning.
Oh, you're so right. Like, this is actually just aura farming right here. But will aura be enough? Because even though Pulsar did start up here in the upper bracket, they made it through. They beat Alliance before, but Alliance, the question is on education, if they have learned from their past mistakes. Alliance is starting off with his vault here, but Jerry, looks like Pulsar has the opportunity to come up with a little pad game here. Oh, it's going to be a game.
Going to be a gate up to the top, and of course Pulsar looking like they're in control here. Lasky has managed to dip out of the fight and do a lot of damage. Treason finds one. Treason gets some res as well, but Palmer is down for the count. It's a 2 versus 3 here. Back to a 3 versus 3 as Telco finds his reboot. Defib there. Defib off cooldown now, but Person and Telco go down. Lasky was too far away from the fight. Palmer and Carnifex collect kills. Palmer comes up the stairs to finish off that light. A very enrapturing first fight there between the two sides, Pulsar and Alliance. We are now, interestingly, we kind of skimmed over this point. We're on the Nozomi Citadel. This is the only map in our trio here that differs from the earlier best of 3, Artie.
That's right. We did Monaco, Bernalis, Horizon before. We're keeping Monaco and Cis Horizon. We're starting with Nozomi. That was the pick here from Pulsar. And we'll be seeing Pulsar once again. Lasky going to be going in the dash, the pad, but the gate is going to be in a good enough spot. Oh, got glitched away. No gateway. So it's going to be a long walk over for Person and Telco. But Lasky is actually going to be able to kite the fight a little bit over. He pulls the crosshairs away just long enough, but still, Pulsar has a long way to go. Carnifex going to take some early damage here. For Alliance, they have no idea that Lasky is within their ranks. Quick spotting out allows Alliance to figure out, hey, Pulsar's still away. Lasky's doing spotting of his own. Finally pulls those crosshairs off of his team. And here we go. Person and Telco in position. Staging underneath. Smoke afoot. Very difficult to find their way in. Opening RPG going to put Carnifex down to half HP. For now, once this dome winch combo opens up. Oh,
great goo.
The goo for Palma.
Excellent goo to protect himself. Knew what was coming and put it between himself and the winch. A few players are battered, bruised, but not beaten, as that cash out has already reached about 2/3 of its timer elapsed. This has to be a quick reconnect, though, from Alliance, as they got a lot of floors to resurface. Down it goes as that floor is destroyed very quickly. That's what happens on this map. First kill, first blood goes the way of Alliance, but quickly traded back. And the 2 versus 2 now. Heavies and Lights both up. There's the defib, though, to bring one back. It looks like Alliance have the upper hand here. That heal is going to make a difference. Person has to drop on in. That still is being stuck, but no, Lasky gets the crucial hit. Lasky with a second. Person traded out. Carnifex versus Lasky, the 1 versus 1. Surely Lasky positions himself for this. Oh, and the rematerialize above. Now he has to drop back down and find him. There's the angle. Does take him out. And that's Pulsar Esports taking the first cash out.
I genuinely thought Carnifex had that for a second. Lasky's on the sideline off camera. I have no idea what he's doing, but I guess he finally unplugged from the Matrix and found himself in. But I swear, that was the most wild opportunity for Carnifex to get that steal. If he was positioned 90 degrees different on that cash out, he actually would have stolen that. What a wild finish.
Absolutely wild. Now we head on over to our second cash out, and it's going to be a slightly different setting here. We're on the Via half of the map. I believe it's the Citadel, right? So Nozomi is the CNS part, and Citadel is the Via part. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be getting my lore wrong. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, no, that's pretty correct. Absolutely. And we're going to be seeing as Alliance. They're just playing the hidey hole game. They're waiting for that vault to get ready. Now that it's opened up, Pulsar, well, they're looking for high ground here. A little bit of ice fishing here. DMAP from the bottom. We're going to go against them. Person, this is the RPG. That's 1 cooldown less. As far as counting their cards goes, Alliance still in a very good spot to take control of this cash out. No gateway to yeet it away just yet. They're instead focusing on this team fight. They kite over to the side here, knowing that Pulsar is still about to clap in, but both these teams, they just kite. They kite. Here it is. Now Person gets the opening damage. He's healed up immediately by Lasky. No heal plus infuser remaining. Alliance does tend to hold the upper hand in this situation.
Alliance getting a little bit separated there as they go for that chase, and that might work against them here as they're caught in a bit of a chaotic brawl. Down goes a Telco, though, as Pulsar to take first blood. Treason not part of this fight now. Person finds yet another. Here's a great position coming up from Carnifex. Does manage to find his opposite number. And he's getting his teammate healed back up as well. There's the res downstairs from Person. A 2 versus 2 can now make that a 3 versus 2 as Alliance are back to full strength. Lasky's out of the fight. Palmer finds a Telco. Now it's all up to Person. He's got that C4 set. I really haven't seen too much value come out of this gadget. It's kind of an all-in type thing, and it's I don't think it has the sort of universal strength of a lot of the other heavy gadgets on offer. And you see it just sometimes fights go by where it has no impact at all.
Yeah, it's mostly for that stall potential, and in order to make use of that stall potential, well, you have to actually stay in control. And so that is one of the big things about running heavy is you have the opportunity to play for different playstyles, but having your team get you in those positions is everything. Currently, Alliance has found the positioning that Pulsar is going to be playing from. Follows their rotate over to the left-hand side as they are spotted through the windows of this research center. Now, looking to see if Pulsar takes this fight from above or below. I'm not seeing a gateway in play just yet. Person, the opportunity to get into a position where they want, but so far away, and that goo is just ready to stop that out. Treason thinking on his feet here. Goo falls away. Person still no witch just yet. Lasky trying to figure out these shots, but for now, Pulsar, they're just wasting some time as Alliance does their job the best they can. Pulsar zips all the way up to the top. Alliance will just kite right back down.
This is a devilish cash out reposition as well. You can see the problem it's posing Pulsar right now. And they have the opportunity to jump back down, but now we're back to square one. It's just been a ring around the roses game from Alliance. Second goo going out there, and they're going to attempt to steal here, Alliance, but they fall off of it. Or Pulsar, rather. They fall off of it, and now both teams still at full strength, but a lot more scattered, and everyone is hunting for those ones. Everyone wants to make their impact. You see the RPG out, but in fact, Person whiffed it, and that could cost him dearly. He does not go down, though. In fact, takes out his opposite number in Palmer. That's advantage to the side of Pulsar Esports. Treason is scrambling, only 1 HP on that medium, and this is Pulsar's opportunity. They dive in, they heal all of the utility going into this steal. Can they pin it down? No! How has Carnifex got away with that? He even gets the second! No way! He stops that! And the steal will not be successful. Carnifex somehow clutching the 1 versus 3 to keep Alliance in it.
He does it again! He can't keep getting away with this!
It's his signature at this point. I never see a player do it more than him.
I am shocked at how that played out, but I mean, interestingly, this is just so wild to me that Pulsar, they had the upper hand going in. Even if they didn't hold the cash out, they knew that they had this one to lose. And they didn't play as aggressively as they could. And that timidness going into that fight cost them everything. And now here, Alliance on the back foot, I mean, after an incredible clutch play, it's kind of like, hey, Pulsar now finally finding that opportunity. And here's the Telco, be raining Hellfire with that F-Car, but Carnifex rains it just a little harder. We will see the Heal Plus Diffuser work in overtime, but fortunately for Alliance, can't hold out too close.
Well, for Carnifex, it was the H+ Infuser that was the source of all these problems there. There was a point where they were retreating. Treason had taken a lot of damage, and Carney didn't quite land the shots with the Infuser. It was probably something to do with the visual effect in the middle of the map, that void between Nozomi and Citadel, making him miss his shots, and as a result, about 5 seconds later, Treason just taken down by a random spray from Pulsar. From that, it sort of spiraled out of control. Carnifex got a few kills there, but that has allowed Pulsar Esports to tap the vault. Of course, it's the least meaningful of all of the fights in the finals. Same as Cash Out, really. The most meaningful fights are the ones right towards the end of that Cash Out timer. At least Carnifex can rest on the fact that it only cost them a vault plug.
Exactly, but this is good. This allows Pulsar to be able to play to all of their strengths with that C4. We're seeing Alliance go for this run up underneath. The question is, are they going to go for their tried and true method? They're just going to burn everything immediately, the goos, the barricades. We'll see.
That comes down. Interesting as well. And the goo there to seal up the shot above. But of course, the Telco has dematerialized. They have plenty of tools to open their sight lines. Palmer finds himself lost up above, possibly due to a poorly placed or poorly judged jump up with that pad. And now that has left his team in a 2 versus 3. The res came through, but he's immediately put back down again. Wow, the kills coming out thick and fast for Pulsar Esports. Alliance now left with only Palmer in 1 versus 2. Chasing down everybody as that defib comes through for Telco, and he wins that 2 versus 1 quite cleanly. Pulsar Esports now holding on to this. Can they make up for their slip? They really should have won it about 2 minutes ago, but they're now in control and 1 fight away from potentially taking the first map.
Yeah, I mean, it really came down to the mediums on that fight, right? I mean, that last second res, it's just all about that stabilization. And there is just enough time here to make this work. But they want to make it work. Alliance has to come in fast. We've seen them do it before. There's the fast gateway to get in. Stumbling on the staircase a little bit. They walk up. They know they need to take this fight to them as early as possible. Be Carnifex leading the way, trying to get that opening damage, stumbling. He cannot figure out where they're playing from. As they start with that seal, Carnifex, he gets pushed away from the team. This has worked out for them before, but the witch stall isn't going to come to fruition. They stall him out with a goo instead. Pulsar, they're going to retain control here, and for Alliance, that dream is going to be crushed out on that first map here as Pulsar retains control of map 1.
And in reality, that was Pulsar's map through and through. Not only their map pick, interestingly, opting against going back to Bernal, which is where they won their first series against Alliance, but going to Nozomi Citadel. And besides that second point, where we saw Carnifex just get away with absolute, like, I don't understand how he got it. I have no words for what Carnifex did in that moment. But either way, that really should have been Pulsar's. So you can look at that as almost like a 3-0 victory with a cameo from Carnifex.
I agree wholeheartedly. Because that, by all means, should not have happened. They had everybody there to body block, but Carnifex, his bullets just go to who matter. But I guess this time around, didn't get enough opportunities to do so. And I think that you could see the nerves getting to them, right? What is usually perfect pathing by Carnifex was very messy and sloppy into that last fight because they knew that they don't have time for this steal. And even on that approach, the early approach, Alliance focused on that cash out first and foremost and didn't really give a lot of credence to the team fight. Of course, we know that they're capable of doing that. We know that they want to bait out Pulsar for that team fight, but this is what we were talking about before, where I was hoping that Alliance had learned from their past grievances on both Sis Horizon and Bernal that were taken away from them by Pulsar due to that playstyle. Right? And so here we are. It's running our head into a wall, doing what didn't work before.
I want to point out one interesting thing. And I don't usually like to talk about players that have underperformed or anything, but that was a very quiet game for Treason. Only 2 kills. And it felt as though at points he was being targeted. Pulsar are very aware of the threat that Treason poses with the Pike, most likely. And he was shut down in this game quite convincingly. We are going to be heading to Monaco next. And this is Treason's playing ground. It is possibly the source of most of his clips. If you were to go to treason.ttv, if that is his Twitch TV handle, I'm not 100% sure on that. If you were to go there, I bet there's a ton of clips from here. Either way, on Pro Hubs, he has etched himself into my mind as the player with the Pike on Monaco who just wrecks house. And not just the one house, but every single house in this damn map. And there are a lot of houses in this damn map.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's Treason_FPS for anybody looking for him. Definitely recommend the follow. But yeah, that Pike is insane. That Pike is what won them over on Monaco the very first time around on this map. So we're going to be looking at Alliance going crazy. And at the very beginning of the day, when we watched this happen, this was where we were very convinced about Alliance. Of course, all did slip away from there, and they had their lower bracket run. But for now, let's see if they can hold it, because the stress is compounding on Alliance now, isn't it?
It is, and, you know, this is their last gasp saloon. They've been in this situation a few times, though, today already, so they're not unaccustomed to it. And here is a very traditional standoff. Almost harkens back to the very start of Pro Hubs, I remember, where we have these 2 teams just hunkered down on opposite sides of the cathedral. You can see one player, that is a Telco, going underneath to get the tap on the vault. He wants to get things started. Ever the busybody. And now it looks as though Alliance have pinned down Lasky, and that's a great chase and burst coming out from Carnifex. He does look the wrong way, though. The coin flip, unfortunately, working against him. But Treason is there to clean it up as they do double duty to find that light. And a very nice early pick going the way of Alliance may spell success in the long run for this 3 versus 2.
And I mean, with Lasky out early, it's mostly just about that control, right? Where now Pulsar has to make the decision, hey, do we go and res him? Which they do. That's going to give Alliance that opportunity they're looking for. And with Treason making their way over to cash out B, see if this cash out plug is going to be going their way. I mean, the thing is, for Pulsar, they're able to track this. They're watching from the height all the way across the way. And in this cash out, they can winch this. If they winch this outside and get that early control, it's going to be good. But curious what's going to happen. Wait a second. Is that a sniper? Are we seeing Lasky sniper gameplay in playoffs? What's happening?
Oh.
Hello?
Wow, this is unprecedented. We have barely seen the sniper, if at all season. I will have to get someone to check the stat on that. But this is a brazen pick to be going in. No, never, apparently, according to producer in my ear. Thank you very much. This is a rarity. I don't think I've seen Lasky play sniper, personally, either.
This could be a situation where Pulsar, they know, hey, Monaco is a weak map for us, and we just have to try some new stuff, especially up against Alliance. So I do like this. And for Pulsar,
oh no!
Oh no!
Incredible! The wombo combo D-Mat, the C4 drop, it burst the entire team of Alliance down, and look at it, Person picking up the kills at the end. That is one hell of an execute from Pulsar Esports.
I mean, we spent so much time talking about the sniper, we just ignored the impending tornado that was coming. That was a
Wile E. Coyote moment. That was like dropping an anvil on Bugs Bunny. Oh, I suppose it's the Roadrunner. I'm getting Looney Tunes back in action up in here.
Oh, absolutely. They're coming out with live action. Anyway, we're going to be seeing Alliance spawn back in, and this time, Cash Out is winched out. This is going to be really good for
Brendan Fraser
Pulsar.
on the wall.
Of course, Lasky... of course, Lasky is going to be with that sniper. He's got that perfect poise on the other side. But, hey, there is some goo and some dome ready to go. But C4 on the point, going to be more than enough to break out that goo. A Person's going to get chunked out by that Pike. Question is, though, do the Lions have time to finish the fight and get the cash? With 0 HP to their name, I don't think they do. Pulsar going to be able to withstand and overcome. The RPG not going to hit thanks to that defib sickness. Lasky in person, still going to be up. Alliance tries to sink it. Wait a second, this could happen. This guard effect works. The goo worked out well.
How did they do that? Alliance coming out of nowhere. Everyone was low HP at one point during that fight. I think they just picked their moment perfectly. I mean, quite obviously they picked it perfectly because there was literally a millisecond left on that timer. And Pulsar Esports, they let it slip again. Alliance are putting out some really clutch plays in this series. I have to say, it's not something that they're going to be able to rely on throughout the day, but I mean, if it can dig you out of the odd hole that you find yourself in, then that's got to be a benefit to your team.
I mean, this is the sort of gamble that Pulsar is dealing with having Lasky on a sniper rifle, right?
Sure.
One singular goo with the right spot prevented him from being able to clap in. So for Alliance, best case scenario. You're gonna be seeing that Vault move swiftly over to cash out A. This is gonna be over on the Royal Plaza, and this is well out in the open. But for Lasky, let's see here. They do choose to keep this in here. Alliance knows that playing with that sniper means that they do not want it. Never mind. Okay. Pulsar gonna be diving in now into the building. Take that close quarters combat. Opening damage on the Treason, traded through. Opening damage to Delco. Lasky possibly gonna be in a spot to use that H+ diffuser. He's gonna use that sniper instead. Take out Palma. Chunk damage. Card effects. 1 HP. He's finished off immediately. It's all down to Treason, who's escaped into well, solidarity to wait for the teammates to move.
Yeah, it's an interesting question you posed there, or a point you posed there about bringing that cash out into the open. And of course, Lasky finding the opening pick just sums it up, really. He found it, and you can see Person says, yeah, okay, we'll see you and raise you. Another several feet out into the open, if you please. Lasky has a nice... Well, I don't even know where he is. He's off screen right now, but he's probably found a nice, tasty sniper perch to watch this point from afar. And honestly, Alliance, I can understand. Playing from indoors with it just outside is not a bad strategy, but you do have to adapt to the game in front of you. Palmer, though, with a nasty red barrel all the way to the sniper spot, leaves Pulsar a man down for this fight.
Wild stuff. I think that's the longest range kill I've seen from a heavy using an SA-12. But yeah, with the red barrel, it's everything. Nice winch there. The damage traded through is Treason. That's going to be it. I don't think there's any way to recover from this. Atelco, he has the opportunity to possibly res up Person's Trophy, but no, Alliance is holding on it. They're holding steadfast, and Atelco, well, he knows that the team is going to be able to coin in, but even with Lasky, what are you going to do with a single light sniper rifle? And, I mean, we're going to be watching Lasky come through, but I think that's it. I think that's Alliance proving to us why Monaco is their map. And Lasky's going to come in. He's going to start for that steal, but he's going to get gooed off immediately. There's no time. What a convincing win on that second cash out. But on the first, that was absolutely just last-second clutch plays all over. And the red barrel from God himself.
Yes. Yeah, I don't understand how you out-snipe a sniper, but apparently that's how you do it. Well played to Palmer for just opening that fight wide up. And I feel as though there's an element of Lasky maybe bringing it on himself. It didn't look like he had too much cover over there, which is a strange thing. You do want a bit of cover to play with as a sniper. Sure, you want the openness, but you do have to fight against pikes and everything else. It just seemed like a strange situation. Honestly, Pulsar had one shining moment in that game, and that was the C4 drop on the first point. Aside from that, it seemed like they were losing most of their fights, so it's a little bit worrying going into their final map of Cis Horizon. Of course, this is where they managed to round things out last time with a 2-1 victory, so it's still, this is still the script. Teams have won their own maps, and now we're heading to that decider.
Exactly. And I mean, when it was Cis Horizon the very first time we saw these teams go at it, it was trades on trades, resets on resets. And at the very beginning, it started with Alliance really focusing on those team fights. But towards the end, it was, hey, we have that clutch potential. The last second steal, the goos, the barricades, the domes. Pulsar was able to read through it all, right? And so I think that for Alliance, it's just mitigating that clutch gene, right? Mitigating, that reliance on just, hey, if all, like for Pulsar, they just know if all Alliance is going to be doing is going for those God plays, those hero plays, we set ourselves up to avoid that.
Yeah, it's an option. I feel as though also Treason had a slightly better game in that game. Obviously, we did highlight him as a point before the maps began, just very, very quiet on Nozomi, and he wasn't, you know, especially loud here, but he was certainly making an impact. We heard that pike ringing out in every single fight, and it seemed he kept himself alive. So dishing out the damage is really the main game with the pike. And if you can pick up the kills at the other end of it, then fantastic. He even found the first kill of the game as well. He set the tempo. So it's important that he's ticking. He's a very crucial part of this team when it comes to getting the kills. And now we head on to Sis Horizon, and I feel like this is often the heavies map. This is often the map where we see heavies come out of the woodwork and start to shine. Person and Palmer, I feel like we haven't talked about them too much today. Palmer may be coming up clutch a few times. Person getting more in the kills department, but like I said, this is a map for heavies, and I want to see some of them step into the limelight here.
I was actually just about to say that as well, where, like, I mean, if we're talking about impact, right, I mean, looking at Monaco alone, right, where for Pulsar, Persian had that C4 drop, for Alliance, Palma had that red barrel, chat, whichever heavy play was the best play for you, vote on your phones now, let us know in chat, but we're on to the next map, we're on Sis Horizon, and it's going to be Alliance starting off with the Vault Tap. Pulsar playing a little bit slow into this, with their coats trailing behind them, looking to see Persian trying to make the opening play from underneath. It's Lasky and Telko. They're looking for that pinch potential.
Alliance having that high ground as well. You can see the glint of Treason's pike scope. Has a nice angle, but of course, Pulsar have managed to keep themselves out of harm's way. They're going to drop the box for the time being. They don't think they can ferry that too safely. Alliance are nice and spread here, trying to pinch someone. It feels as though they've got a whiff of Lasky, but they turn their backs on him for a moment. There, that's going to cost Palmer. Not keeping track of the light, and that 93R can unload damage so quickly.
Oh yeah, I mean, a big opener like that, and also still having the positioning in at low HP to be able to dance around the cover and keep everybody healed up. It's just good macro plays from Pulsar, which is what they're known best for. And for Alliance, they are stacking up towards that cash out A, and well, this could be an explosive fight to say the least. Looks like as Pulsar gets that plug, the fight is going to be a floor underneath. This Carnifex is going to take some early damage. I think it's going to be a Telko that was picking that early fight here. Oh, missed winch from Palma, though. Alliance is looking a little bit interesting here.
They missed a lot of stuff from Palmer. That's a lot of utility wasted. He's going to make the call that they have to pull back and wait for those cooldowns to come off, because Person will have a huge advantage in the utility department should they engage. It looks like they've managed to wait just long enough. Dome still off cooldown, interestingly. Some flak taken. Treason and Lasky both down to low HP here. And this is interesting from Palmer. He's just going to try and stick the steal while he senses an opening.
He almost had it! Oh, but here comes Person. Right place, right time. H+ is infusing, but actually misses most of the shots. Telco Person on half HP. Treason Artifacts look at the opportunity to make this work out, but they are too far away. And as far as making it work out, they've already lost their opportunity for the damage, but they do get the res. They stole the trophy out just in time. That is enough time for a full reset. Now for Pulsar, they did not witch that cash out. They did make sure to hold it in place so they could play from above. Tap it, fake it to steal. See what Alliance is going to do. Just holding on to that. Artifacts gets the opportunity to pinch up from above. And the barricades, the goo, the dome, and all is going to come into play here for Alliance. Now he will burn to death in his castle, but looks like he actually maybe stays alive somehow. But the winch isn't going to be enough as Lasky gets that final shot. Now some Treason Artifacts hold it out. We know if there's anybody that could do it, it's this combo. Not only that, but Treason gets the deep hits. The steal is going to be getting stuck through here. The winch will stall it out, but Atelko goes down. Palma is down. Just down to this. Treason Carnifex, will they find the opportunity? First, and he's forced off of it. Alliance, they've got this cash out as Pulsar struggles to recombine their efforts. And Alliance, sponsored by Ngimo, will pick up the first cash out on Sis Horizon.
Incredible stuff from Palmer. Almost a signature play of his at this point, to just build himself a fortress and stick a seal. He's the best at it, quite honestly. I don't see anyone do it more consistently than him as a heavy. Unfortunately for him, it was a flammable fortress, but, you know, he made the honorable sacrifice, and that was some great play from Treason to see it out. Just positioned himself nicely above with that dematerializer to keep a guard over the box as it had been flipped. So great steal from Alliance, and now they are one up in what is our final map. It could be the final map of the day for either of these sides. Pulsar Esports now need to play a perfect game if they want a repeat of that grand final against Damers Blue.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And yeah, look at this. They're really focusing in on this fight. A big play by Alliance. Just make sure that they can actually have full control over this vault fight. For them, it's that early control that's everything. But it's not going to come for free. Look at this insane tracking out here as Elko's that early damage from Treason. He finds a perfect favorite Carnifex, who's instantly deleted. He's going to have a witch out of place. He survives, though. H+ Infuse are going to be going crazy as Palma can't capitalize. We're going to see Treason as well finally going out. Alliance, they did their best, but they went out. Gotta say, even though their comms sponsored by Ingimo, it looks like Pulsar's comms might be a little more locked in.
Yeah, that was very clean from Pulsar. Telco in particular making the F-Cars shine. We haven't had much to talk about from a Telco today. It's an interesting one. He seems to be the main character in a lot of the playoffs, in a lot of the tournaments that we've casted, Ardy, but he's taking a slight back seat here, quietly doing his job, as he often does, though. He's more than accustomed to being the support. And now we're going to see the approach from Alliance. Still got a minute 30 to work with here, so plenty of time to posture, to posit, to probe and find just how they want to engage. Trying to land that glitch on the gateway. That's going to stop Pulsar from reconnecting to them quite so easily.
Oh yeah, it's a slow fight at first, but oh wow, that manipulation, throwing the cash out to the other side of the map, but Pulsar is still in a good spot to kite this where they want it. Question is, Alliance, with their goo, with the dome, it's all going to be in place here. Telco going to be trying to get that early damage, but Treason and Carnifex are going to prevent those motions from happening. Alliance gets the steal here. This is convincing, but we're going to see Carnifex go down to just 1 HP. He will not survive. It is traded through as a Telco goes out. There's no paddles for him. Treason falls away as well, just down to Palma, and Palma can't hold on. That's Pulsar Esports picking up the most important fight of this match. And Jerry, may I say, is that game said and done?
It may be. We will have to see, because of course we're going to our final cash out here. Pulsar Esports making sure that that is going to be the most nail-biting final cash out that we have today. Of course, one team goes to that final, another is knocked out, and that was just an instance of positioning being so perfect from Pulsar Esports. They knew that they had to play for the kills. They were happy to let the steal go through from Alliance because they knew it would pin them in location for a set period of time. Not much cover, at least natural cover outside when you're trying to guard that position. And they had all of the opportunities, all of the windows, all the perches to make it work on the retake. So, get into the final vault now.
I mean, you know, this is just what Alliance does, is they go in, they get the steal first, and it's just all down to that last fight. So if they can win it, or if they can stall it long enough, it goes out in the open. I mean, yeah, they can get the steal in the middle of the fight without getting the team wipe, but it's what happens next. And this time around, Pulsar figured it out. And so I think that means Pulsar has it figured out, even if Alliance comes in with that steal in the next one. I think that it's going to play out the exact same way. We're going to see Carnifex get taken away, a huge winch opening. Dome going to be burned here early on. We'll see Alliance now trying to see if they can recombine efforts to get Carnifex's trophy back up. But hey, the vault hasn't been touched yet. This fight is just a little bit of a battle.
Yeah, interesting one here. Of course, vault number 3 is looking pretty appealing to a Telco right now. They don't have to worry because Treason is well positioned to try and pick one out of midair. Doesn't land enough shots though on a Telco. Person has taken the bait though, and he's chasing Treason down. Just herding him into the open arms of Lasky, who looks like he should be able to get that kill. I'm not quite sure why Treason dematerialized that, because that was his undoing. And now the chase down from Alliance is not going to be able to keep pace with Lasky. He's got all of the dashes, all of the gateways, all the utility he needs to keep himself alive. Pulsar get that tap on the vault, but now, of course, Alliance are in a power position themselves because they can guard Cash Out C. There's the plug with the gateway.
Yeah, direct deposit, but it still costs them because Lasky getting into that position to get that plug anyway, it brings Person and Telco out of the opening. And so this is again a very similar situation what happened before, just different timings for it all. where Alliance, they are in control, they are ready, but it's about that last fight. Now, last fight potential is where Pulsar typically shines. Well, when Lasky is on a real one. Sniper mains go crazy. We're going to be watching as Alliance figures out their kite. So I like this this gateway that's set up all the way up on top. They're set up on the side here for Treason to be able to get some early damage. And the real question for Pulsar is, how will they find them? How will they find them early?
Well, they don't have a sonar or anything like that. They just got to use their eyes. In goes Person, just diving straight in. And in fact, lands substantial damage onto the heavy and the light. That's Palmer down already. Carnifex very low. Will hit the regen sooner rather than later, but that is already a pick going in favor of Pulsar Esports. They are forcing Treason and Carnifex back as well. They have the opportunity to try and flip this box. Palmer, where is his totem? Treason has found it. We're back to a 3 versus 3, but now Pulsar are on the defensive with about 40 seconds left to hold.
Oh, this is perfect for Pulsar. This is the recovery that they needed, but as Alliance drops in for the steal, they're going to be going for the Palma Classic. But that C4, it's huge damage. Now, that dome is going to protect Palma for just a little bit, but the steal does not come through. Pulsar still in control. Nobody's down yet except for Lasky. This is better for Alliance, but that H+ infuser keeps Palma up. Atelco tries to come in, he can't go for it. Person, though, on top. Does he have the stop? He doesn't. The steal is sucked through by Palma. Will it hold? Oh! It doesn't hold! It doesn't hold! Alliance is knocked out in person! He's made it happen!
Unbelievable. The number of times we've seen Palmer pull that off this season, I was putting my money on him. I really thought he could make it happen. The goo fortress around the box, but every single moment that Pulsar needed to stop him, they did. Whether it was goo, whether it was a winch, whatever it might have been, they prevented that steal. And Pulsar, wow, what a nail biter for our lower bracket final. They have managed to repeat Season 0. They are going up against their longtime rivals in Aimers for the grand final and all the marbles.
That last second goo stall by Atelco, which had forced him to reset it. As soon as that happened, it was still not even said and done, but Person just being right place, right time, right timing. What a match.
Huge. Incredible. Just such an entertaining game from start to finish as well. You got to hand it to these two teams. They really know how to put on a show. But that is now twice that Pulsar Esports have come out on top in a best of 3 against the newly signed Alliance, who've really made a mark. Honestly, the consistency from these sides at the very top of the pile. You see a lot of the teams in EU sort of switch places, rotate around. There's teams that will come and go, but it just seems like there's a real distinguished and distinctive big 3 at the moment. And the question is still to be decided, who is the one that sits atop that triangle?
Jerry, the only thing that I can say, congrats, you're the only one who voted correctly. Everybody else was here for the side of Alliance. You were the only one for Pulsar Esports. So I will ask you this, how does it feel to be all against the odds against every single caster partner?
Oh, I'm so smug right now. I'm so smug. I'm really insufferable as well. So you're not gonna hear the end of this. The one thing I need just to stroke my ego is for the final prediction to be the same. Like, if you 3 could all vote against me and I could vote the other team just to be really, really smug, that'd be great.
Jerry, I'm voting with you every time. Just for the sake of it.
Damn you.
See, already your plan has failed, but if you want that to happen, listen, if you slide a 5er over, that's all I'm saying. I'm gonna vote against you then, just pointing that out here. But nevertheless, whip it. So that sniper was a little bit of an interesting take. It was not as successful as they hoped. What do you think?
It's certainly an unusual one. I know, Jerry, you were mentioning that you're unsure if Izium played in cash out going forward. I really am not too sure about the decision making going into it. Now, obviously, it can be super effective. It does a huge amount of damage, but again, I can see the appeal. The rooftops in Monaco, those early stages, it feels like a stalemate. It can be a huge kind of single shot chunk of damage, but they never really got the advantage out of it. And I know back in the day, Jerry, you used to, I wouldn't say troll my World Tour games, but it was often, I'd see you boot up the light grapple hook and sniper rifle, I'd almost roll my eyes. So I think you're the connoisseur of this one. Do you think it was a wise choice from your perspective?
I mean, am I signed to a team? That should tell you everything, right? It's not the optimal strategy, shall we say. And while it can have its moments, it just doesn't deliver the consistency across a game that you want from a light player, especially. The damage output is 90% of the reason that you pick light. And if you can't make that consistent, if it's kind of contingent on moments, then it's not a good choice. But it's a really exciting gun to play. I will troll more of your ranked games. Don't worry, Rip It.
Thank you.
Oh no! See, he's already threatening our stack to be taken down. But Artie, I do want you to give us a little bit of a quick recap of this whole game. I mean, we saw so amazing plays from both of these two teams, but Alliance is still very end. They seemed so promising. They seemed that they had it. What stood out for you? What did Pulsar do better for them to come out on top here?
I mean, it's just Alliance's like real focus on the objective, right? They have this hard focus to go for that steal first and base everything off of that. Whereas most teams, they start with a team fight, right? That makes the most sense. Is you start with a team fight, you make sure that you have control, be it the early cash out fights or the late cash out fights. But for Alliance, they go for the steal. And sometimes that works out well. And as a signature move for them being just to build the barricades and the goo, it just has not worked out against Pulsar because Pulsar has trained for exactly that. I mean, that is sort of the ranked special. And for Pulsar, Atelco being at the top of that ranked leaderboard so many times, Pulsar finds themselves very well equipped to do well against that. Now, when it comes to Monaco, I'd say that's a special exemption from that rule, where Alliance is very well trained on Monaco. They know exactly what they want on Monaco, and so for Pulsar, going into Monaco, where they know that was the map that they dropped against them earlier in the day, they know that map is not their strong suit at all. I totally understand why Lasky is going to be pulling out the sniper, pulling out weird stuff, because, hey, they have a map to lose anyway, if it's going to be going to map 3. So why not? If they're already not confident they'll win it with regular strategies, let's go for the wild stuff. And I vibe with that a lot. So I think that for Pulsar though, it's just that stability. It's no matter what clutch gene or crazy plays come through, stability is always going to be more valuable than that.
Exactly, and we saw it also throughout the whole 3 maps that we've just witnessed. Pulsar is putting themselves and positioning themselves always in those retake positions. They may be plugging the chest first, but then we see Alliance taking it back and just getting it out beneath their claws, and all of a sudden you see just the impact and the initiation point from Pulsar Esports coming in, trying to retake it, and then that's what they're strong at, and that's what they've been prepared for. But unfortunately, the next game is not going to be against Alliance, not a team that is perfectly trained for that, to go for those retakes, and then that's something you can predict what they do. But their next opponent is yet again a team that they have just previously lost, Aimers, in the grand finale. They've managed to get themselves up there to the last and final game, best of 5. Will they now be able to redo that? Are they able to change the outcome, or will Aimers just be as dominant as they were before?
I feel like you're trying to make me get a prediction out of me already for this one.
I did not. No. I'm not telling you to give us a prediction. I just want to hear your thoughts on the next upcoming game. As we saw, I mean, Artie put a very good point out there, saying that they're prepared for those moments. But Aimers isn't a team like Alliance. They have other strengths and other weaknesses. Now the question is Pulsar Esports trained for that? Are they good enough, or are they able to adapt in that moment to bring this back to their side?
I mean, I believe we mentioned it earlier on the show going into this one, that these two teams have been scrimming each other in the build-up for this, and that, to me, as we get ready for a best of 5, is going to be a massive factor, because at this stage, this is a familiar environment for both these squads. They're not loading up against unknown entities. They've done this before. Now, more pressure because it's in the grand final, more pressure because it's in an official, but this is, as I said earlier, this is where you will reset to your defaults. This is where players are going to now be a little bit fatigued because it's been a long play day. We're 3-4 hours into the stage. This is where all that prep work going into is going to matter, and because they've been playing to each other in those preparation stages, I have a feeling that this is going to be a very close matchup. Now, I don't know how these results were going, so So I'm not looking for that information, but I have a feeling that this is just going to be a well-rehearsed from both these teams, and I think they're going to be ready for everything going out to it. This, to me, has all the makings of a matchup that could take all 5 maps.
Exactly, and before we go into the grand finale, let's take a quick look to the bracket yet again. How has every team got themselves into this position? What was the step and what was the journey of these teams? I mean, we can see it. Aimers, a single time dropping down to the lower bracket. They stayed up on the top the whole time, showing their dominance and never backing down on their experience nor on those fights. On the other side, Pulsar Esports, they came very far, was put down then from the side of Aimers into the lower bracket final, but they're back up into the best of 5 grand finale. Every single team here has given their best, but now the next game will decide which of these 2 teams can crown themselves as the winner of Europe, as currently the best team of Europe. Now, that obviously leaves out a lot of these questions, but Jerry, looking forward to this next game. What are you particularly looking for in these 2 teams?
I just want a good game. I want everyone to be happy. I hope everyone has a good time. Nah, I'm kidding. There are no punches pulled in this setting. Everyone's going to be gunning for the top. I want to see a 5-mapper, quite honestly. That's what I want to see. I want to see a best of 5 go all the way. Because earlier, and in fact, there's a strange trend that's emerging. All the games that you casted, the first 3 of the day, Diana can whip it. We've had back-to-back the exact same games, me and Ardy casting. We are Alliance Always Hungry, Alliance Pulsar Esports, and now Aimers versus Pulsar as our final game. And I think that game being the most one-sided earlier may have set us up for a one-sided game here. But I don't know, there's something about Pulsar. They just seem a little bit better than, like, they seem like they're locked in. They seem like they're playing a little bit better than they were in that upper bracket final against Aimers. So I don't see this one being done in 3. I don't see it being done in 2 because that's not possible with best of 3. And I want to see it go to all 5 maps. That's my wish for this entire bracket.
If we have 5 maps, and that's also what I'm mainly looking forward to, and there's a very high possibility that we will be seeing 5 maps against these 2 teams. For both of these teams, this day has been incredibly long, and incredibly a lot of pressure has built upon their shoulders step by step. Each time they've failed, each time they've lost a team fight or won a team or even won a match, there's a lot of pressure building around them. Even though Aimers have never dropped down to lower bracket, they have won every game. So there's high expectations around that team building. They're expected to win this. They're expected to come in with a lot of favor. And Pulsar Esports, they're just creaking up upon them. These are 2 teams, they fought each other already in the previous seasons, and that's what makes this grand final so incredibly strong. Now, Whippet, this grand final, is there anything particularly you're looking forward to see from the side of Aimers?
For Aimers, the big thing I want to see out of this one is the press the advantage, because they've had a little bit of this cool down period while their opposition have been in this matchup. This is going to be a moment for them to reset, reevaluate, and get that final little bit of thought process ironed out for this. If I were to look at this and what I want to see from this team is I want to see them immediately go for some early domination, be very much trying to control the tempo and the pace and make it as oppressive as possible. You got opposition who have just survived and fought for their life in a very tough game against Alliance, who now immediately have to turn their mindset straight in to a grand final. I think if you press the advantage early, you put them under that, you're gonna force out mistakes, and that's where they're gonna take the benefits. So I think a little bit of gamesmanship from playing the bracket is gonna be the advantage for them, and that's what I really want to see Aimers do. Use that advantage of being in the upper bracket and just try and put pressure on early.
Exactly. So that's aside from the side of Aimers, what we were looking forward to see them. So Ardy, I'm going to have to ask you kind of the same question, but just for the side of Pulsar, what are you looking forward in this best of 5, in this grand final? What do you need to see from Pulsar Esports?
I mean, sort of the exact same thing where before we're looking at Alliance, have they learned, right? No. For Pulsar now, have Pulsar learned, right? And so when it comes down to Aimers, Aimers haven't dropped a map. They are on a perfect bracket run all the way through this. And now, I will say, I don't think that it's going to be a perfect grand finals. I don't want to necessarily inflict any caster bias here, but I'm going to side with Jerry in saying that I think it's going to go to map 5. I think that Pulsar has the ability to come through in a way that actually matters and figure out some of their shortcomings, just because of the fact that they have had you know, they've had an easy time through this bracket, to say the least, but it has been one of very close cut matches, very difficult uphill, just sort of inbuilt battles throughout it, which has looked very easy from the onset. But I have to say, for Pulsar, if they can at least show us that on map 1 there is some friction, even if they lose map 1, if there's some friction, there's some pushback, they're putting aimers in uncomfortable positions, I think we'll see map 5.
But before we go to that game, before we end this stream and find out who the winner is, we'll send you guys to a quick little break. Don't worry, we'll be back soon, but get yourself some popcorn and some drinks because, listen, the grand finale will be here shortly.
was a young kid trying to get noticed. Big underdog psychosis, but I've been blessed with a vision and focus. Back then I never been so hopeless, but I kept living with the faith in process. So ill yet no diagnosis. Thank God I had to make that progress. It's all about mindset. Bells ring when I see that drifting. Been around and back to the point that I knew that it needed shifting. Cut off the man that would drag me down till I'm feeling lifted. Like ditch him, ditch him, ditch him. You will never see me switching.
I can't put you say behind my back, cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever face me. I could hold the grudge cause I don't know.
Yeah, see up in that dream, setting that pace like I'm doing up FIFA. Innovating the scene with the ether, lift up the team like follow the leader. How many times did I compromise to make deals on the side cause I got too eager? That's broke boy trying to get a feature, now I get paid for the rhythm, it's leisure. Used to be so low, reminisce way back when I was alone. Got pain from my mind just a decade ago, this wave that I rode was out of control. Can't tell a boy stick to the code if he got guilt living inside of his soul. Man, I have to pray to God to let it all go. We've been here before, if you know then you know.
I can't put you say behind my back, cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever face me. I could hold the grudge cause I don't know. I can't put you say behind my back, cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever face me. I could hold the grudge cause I don't know.
Welcome back to the grand finale of today. The last and final game is upon us. Aimers against Pulsar Esports. We will stay in our tippy toes the whole game, but Whippet, one final question before I send these two casters into the game. What are you hoping for?
What I'm hoping for, well, I'm going to repeat myself a little bit. I think I want all 5 maps. I want this to go the distance. I would love it if everything goes 3 cash outs as well. I think as we get towards this grand final, it would be the greatest showing, and it's a storied matchup between two teams that have been here and thereabouts all the time here in Europe, and I think it would be the perfect way to go. This has been... I think such an exciting one to think about. They've already played each other once. Is revenge on the storyboards? I don't know what to go for, and I have a feeling you'll ask me for a prediction in a moment, and I don't know where to think.
Well, I'm not going to ask you for predictions, but the one thing that I will say, as the music starts playing in the distance, I'll be sending you guys with the music command and Artie into the game.
Thank you very much, Dianic. Here we are, Artie, once again. Aimers versus Pulsar. A tale as old as time, and if history is to repeat itself, then Pulsar would manage a lower bracket run and a win here, 3-1. That's how it ended at the end of Season 0 a few months ago. But Aimers, they won't want history to repeat itself. No, they are doing their traditional... They did this last season. Last season, they met in the middle and had a little handshake. This time around, for some reason, they only sent Lasky to do that. Interestingly. Either way, now they are... now they're ready to fight. There's fight in them as well. Telco finding a couple of kills during that fight as well. So, we move on over to the first vault. We hadn't been tapped in that time. They just had a nice little ego challenge at the very start. Love to see it. Now, a couple of options here. B being a very nice position on the far side of campus. We've seen a lot of interesting fights go down over there. Most recently, in fact, on Pulsar's last map. against Alliance, which got them here. An intriguing spawn right in the corner of campus as well for Pulsar. Puts them very well positioned to try and tackle this. They've got a lot of cover to work with on their approach. Yeah, this is that thing about intel. It only lasts about 5 or 6 seconds and then it's stale. So you've got to execute quickly as a team if you want to make that work. Elix with the first kill here, taking out Atelko. His opposite number, his brother. Lasky finding Ranger there. And now we're in an uneven 2 versus 2. Roma finds one and the res comes through. So now it's only Lasky in the 1 versus 3. Does manage to pick off Roma at range, but he's hunted down by Elix, who adds to his tally for that fight. A great first defense of the cash out for Aimers and Pulsar Esports with about a minute left on the timer. They'll have to make this next one a bit quicker and more incisive than the last. Here we go. Here is the fight coming in from Aimers. Oh, and that is the cash out going successfully the way of Aimers there. Roma doing just about enough to keep them at bay in the midst of things. And we have now the attempted reset here. Person will try and find this, and he gets the win. So that's an easy finish, surely. That's the wipe as well. So a little bit of a... not a cherry on top, because Pulsar Esports, of course, not finding that cash. Renka now chasing down in the 1 versus 1, but he's actually 1 versus 3 here. This is a real overextension. He will maybe get the kill against Lasky. Nice use of the RPG, and he dodges that RPG as well. Can he dig himself out of this? No way. He's welcome back, Artie. We missed you. Apparently, we couldn't hear you for a little bit. So apologies about that. And I'm surprised that Renka managed to pull off that 1 versus 2 there. Bit of an ego challenge, but it's come out on top.
Hear me now, but you know, I guarantee you that was the most insane cast of my life, and you'll all just have to take my word for it. As Aimers, well, they have fully shown us that, well, Sister Horizon, it's their playground. Also, just learned, not my fault. Burrito, 1 less beer bought for you in Sweden. Either way, as we get going, looking to see Pulsar Esports try to get the upper hand on this. It is still going to be Roma making that M11 do work. Early damage that gets healed up, but early damage that still forces Pulsar to be on the back foot when they should have an upper hand in position.
Oh, good find there from Roma. Can't quite connect with Lasky, though. He's dodging and diving, both of them to get out a smidgen of HP. The medium's also trading blows. Renka finds the first substantial damage and takes out Lasky. That was that light who is left wandering. Now 3 versus 2 can ensue. That red barrel doesn't meet its target, but they've pinned down and separated the heavy of Curzon easily enough, swept up. Renka found a Telco in the midst of that chaos as well. They can grab this cash box. They're going quite nicely here, Aimers, keeping the flow moving. They haven't lost any meaningful fights thus far.
No, I mean, they've been able to just stay in control the entire time. And for Elix, I think that's the name of the game, is he knows how his brother plays, especially watching Atelko be the absolute pinnacle of the finals for the entire beginning of this game's life cycle. Elix, he's had that younger brother vibe to be able to sort of come up and say, hey, I know now how to defeat he who, came before. We're going to be seeing Atelko
He's only younger by
exactly like that. By 4 milliseconds, but hey, whatever.
Yeah.
We're seeing it work out. Elix last standing now as Lasky just rains hellfire from above. Oh, incredible stuff from Pulsar.
Yeah, way to compound the younger twin complex there. But either way, this is some really nice positioning here from Lasky and Person as they clean up shop and get that steal. This is important for them as well. That's the first time they've really looked like they can hold their own against Amers here. I mean, okay, maybe that's being a bit too mean. It's the first time they've really given Amers a run for their money properly and gotten the kills, gotten the steal. So now Amers on the back foot here, trying to get the steal in Museum. And Lasky just preparing the ceiling. He doesn't like clutter. He is a minimalist, like the Swedes who designed this game. He wants it nice and clean.
Oh yeah, and speaking of nice and clean, it's what Amers is going to try to do here on this next team fight. Raincoat for the opportunity. Once they go in, the glitch lands to the bottom, but I don't believe it connected. So Amers still full util up and ready. Pulsar's going to kite away just in case. See it, Telco get healed up there, and as the cash out starts to move down closer towards Amers, this is still going to be very tight timing. They need to focus on this team fight now more than ever. Lasky going to be trying to get those shots in early, but for Amers, that damage is going to be going well in their favor. Lasky's removed, and Telco to Person getting chunked out as well. There might just be enough time to make this happen. And as a Telco, 1 HP, heads around the corner, the Amers with the last second steal. They have clutched this in a convincing manner. 2 cash outs is all they need here on Sis Horizon to get things started. This is going to be an interesting grand final, Jerry.
Setting the pace rapidly on Sis Horizon. One line next to their names, next to their logo at the top of your screen there. And that is what they wanted. A really clean start after having to wait quite some time as well. They've been sitting here watching patiently as Pulsar climb their way out of that lower bracket. Maybe they've learned something. They did just watch Pulsar play out a very long Sis Horizon themselves, but it's not against the grain. We saw Amers win on Sis Horizon earlier, but this was even more convincing, Artie.
Absolutely. I mean, every single fight that Amers won really mattered. And for Pulsar, they did have that great opening on the second cash out. But again, it's all about that pacing. And while Pulsar's pacing works really, really well for them against a team like Alliance, who goes for those last second steals, who goes for those insane clutch plays. When it comes down to Amers, who are really focused on making sure that team fight works perfect, who's really focused on saying, hey, is the person that we can catch out of position at the very beginning, at the very opening moment? That is where Pulsar is starting to struggle.
9 kills coming out from Raimka. Really impressed by him in that match, as well as the quite substantial support score of 2.5k coming out from Roma. Really nice to see him moving on to this H+ infuser and having quite a bit of impact as well. You know, he's been running Vanishing Bomb all the way through the cash out stages, and it was good enough to put them at first place as well. You know, in a whole season of other teams playing exclusively the heal on the light. And now he's switching to it for the 3v3s, and you can see why, because it's making a big difference in these fights where they can dip in, dip out. It's had a massive impact on the meta since its introduction, and I feel like it was only a matter of time that we saw literally everyone jump onto this gadget instead of almost everyone.
Yeah, and that's been the name of the game for like scrims, right? Is figuring out what you need to do moving into this format and figuring out if it is necessary to make these changes. And yeah, it's kind of insane that he's been able to make that switch so quickly. I promise you, he was very averse to it, but we're going to be jumping now into Nozomi Citadel. This is a map where I think Pulsar genuinely have a good chance. I think the Pulsar, if they're able to take control of the vaults early, if they really focus on those vault fights, even if they're about to lose, they can get the opportunity to just chuck the vault away. I actually think Pulsar could take a map out from underneath the Amers.
Well, we've only seen the Nozomi Citadel once from Pulsar today, and it was in the last series. They won it 2-1 against Alliance. So 100% record is what we'll call that. That's the positive outlook, the positive mental attitude that they'll be going into this one with. We've been perfect on Nozomi today. But so far, Amers have not dropped a single map in this entire bracket, Artie. That is an unbelievable record, and of course one that Pulsar will want to upset now. As they tap that first vault, we see Amers are playing control. They're guarding against both cash outs.
Oh yeah, see what's gonna happen now. Looking like the gateway will lead them over to
the beam.
God zip, but Roma beams him off the zip line. Last
Oh no!
Oh no, Atelka, he was up there. Oh wow, he's just actually sticking that res in the middle of nowhere. No, yeah, you're gonna have to back out from that. Finally give this here, but a couple of bad misplays there by Pulsar will allow aimers to not only take advantage of that fight, they come in control of the vault. They plug it in the other side of the map. They're on cash out A now.
Have I ever seen this room before? I've played a ton of Nozomi, and I don't think I've ever seen this cash out.
You've
before.
never been in the slide?
I've never been. I've been in the. Okay, I've been in the slide. I've never seen the cash out on one of the diving boards. That's cool. This game
yeah.
continues to surprise me day after day. Love it.
We love Nozomi Citadel, newest maps to the finals. And see now as Pulsar makes their newest approach to this cash out. But over here in the mall, will there be the opportunity? Pulsar takes early damage, but so does Rainkin. He can't come back from it, and Roma can't get those heals off in time. He dies anyway. Elix finds one for himself. He knows that Atelko is low. Makes sure that he can try to get that kill, but unfortunately he's not able to. Atelko gets the paddles, but the fight's already done. And for Pulsar, that is the convincing fight that we needed.
I might be going insane, but did Rainker blow himself up with the RPG there at the entry on the railing? If he did, then that is poor. But it was a little bit of a... I mean, that was such a beautiful opening as well. The whole team running straight past. You'll never get a freer RPG moment than that, and he will be really, really unhappy with himself for scuffing that opportunity.
But it happens to the best of us, and if it can happen to the best heavy in the finals, well, hey, maybe I can be a little bit less harsh on my ranked teammates. Look now to see Pulsar Esports go at this hold from afar. They're going to be playing the kite game. They are going to be maneuvering over to height now. Raincow looks for the opening RPG. This time it hits, but Elix also takes a lot of damage with Roma. Not in a good spot to find that H+ infuser. We'll have to take the time to rotate off this fight. H+ is eventually connected, but as both Elix and Roma are going to be sticking up here, Elix tries to stick to steal, cannot go for it in its entirety. Gonna try one more time, but it's already said and done. As Rainpy does finally take out Person here, the clap has already happened in a very convincing manner for Pulsar, where this fight just had too little too late. And for Pulsar, like I said on Nozomi, I think this is a map where they have the opportunity to keep this motion going.
Yeah, a bit of a stumble there from Aimers. They'll want to get back, but that is a really important point. It doesn't matter how you win them, it just matters that you win them for Pulsar. That is a confidence boost for certain. And they can make their way towards Vote 2. They have a couple of options here. B looks like probably the more sensible of the two. It's a lot closer. And they have a nice big chasm to guard across as well. This is a position where you expect your medium to come into real strength. This is where Atelko will want to be posted up with that F-car that he's been favoring so highly throughout today and throughout the majority of the season. It's been either this or the pike for him, and I really do think of him as more of an assault rifle player. His stats speak to that as well, more successful with this weapon. And it looks as though aimers are really just letting Pulsar get on with it. They don't want to attack a team in transition. They want to maybe... Well, actually, they do want to attack the team in transition. That's the best time to fight them. And they're doing just that. Here we go. Atelko, though, diving in with the counter. Manages to gun down his opposite number in Elix, but Roma has found Person. We're in an uneven 2 versus 2 here. Rainka closing down the medium, though, and it's Lasker in a 1 versus 2. Roma has the cover. And that is a good catch from aimers. Like I said, catching a team in transition is often the best way to do it.
Yeah, we call it pinch timing, where if you can just pinch them right out in the best way possible, that is going to be just something that no team can prepare for, because you're preparing for what comes next, right? And speaking for what comes next on Pulsar, we need to see Lasky find a good entry for the team, and this is exactly that. Unfortunately, Atelko does fall one floor beneath, but look at this reset. This is as fast as you could hope for. Aimers, they're sat quite convincingly on the point here, and oh my god, wait.
They're outside.
What is this?
This is genius from them. They've got the DMAT. They're going to be ready to open it up. But I think they've read into this here. Out comes the RPG. Again, it doesn't connect, so from Rainka, and Elix is down. Person finds it. They have to drop a floor now to try and scramble what's left. Roma goes down as well. The Gambit has not paid off for aimers. What a calamitous Horizon for, or rather, Nozomi Citadel for them. Pulsar sweeping in. and just collecting every advantage that is offered to them in this game.
I mean, I saw the vision. I saw the vision, but at the same time, this is, like, they had such a good opportunity to take that team fight early. If they had just known that, hey, you know, we just play normal, not just play for the crazy stall, but hey, you know what? This might be a situation where, hey, they just want to try something new. But we'll see Pulsar now coming across. They absolutely have the win here, and I think that for this, it's an opportunity for Abers to kind of like collapse and say, hey, you know what, Pulsar, they are a threat that we do have to worry about here.
Yeah, and perhaps just a victim of being a little too cute in that game, trying a few too many things that were out of pocket. And Pulsar, yeah, they're going to punish you. They are a team that absolutely will punish you for any mistake that you happen to make. So, but then you don't want to get into a situation where you're playing not to make mistakes, right? Because this is a game of who dares wins. And they dared, but they lost. So, I don't know. I've been brought up British. That's like the saying that the SAS stands by. And now I don't know what to think, honestly, Ardy. It's doubled back against us. A very low-scoring game as well, with a Telco at the top with 6 kills.
Yeah, I mean, still a convincing performance from everybody involved. But I got to say, I think that if this has taught me anything, it's that buildings are meant to be played inside of. And that the floors that are inside the buildings are probably the better places to stage your fights.
It's such a shame, though, because if that gets pulled off, then we're sitting here talking about what geniuses they are and how they've managed to take it to the final map. You know, they've won every single map they played today. That's the first map loss. And it really did feel like Aimers lost that map more than Pulsar winning it. But Pulsar won't care. They managed to reset the bracket. It's a best of 3 now.
Absolutely. It is down to a best of 3, which is what we've been used to all day. So, hey, clean slate to get things started. But honestly, for Aimers, I don't think that they're thinking of it as a clean slate. I think they're thinking of it as just a necessary step, as what they needed to do to make sure that, you know, we're respecting our opponents and we're giving them the opportunity to feel comfortable. And playing into that might be some of the mental game that, hey, even I am not smart enough to figure out. So, I mean, looking at what Pulsar is doing, though, they definitely have to be feeling good. And we can't just sit here and not talk about the fact that momentum is a big deal in esports. And for Pulsar, it's something that has definitely helped them along their bracket today.
Yeah, we could also sit here and criticize Remka for a couple of missed RPGs, but he was the reason they won Cis Horizon. 9 kills off that first map. So he will know that he's better than that. And I think, again, it's just a hiccup. We'll see now how things play out on Bernal. We got to play this earlier in our upper bracket final, the same game, Aimers versus Pulsar. It was a clean 2-0, not a single cash box collected by Pulsar in that match. And we did see Elix on the pike as well. So, I mean, interested to see if he flexes onto that again here. It is, of course, a fantastic map for those long-range DMRs. You've got lots of long sight lines, lots of horizontal gameplay. And when it ends up being quite close range, when you're down in those, you know, slums, in these houses, in these apartments, it's basically a shotgun in disguise, as we've said a few times today. So it works in both ends of the spectrum. And he is indeed on that pike.
Oh, absolutely. And for Telco, that pike gap is something that you cannot leave unsaid, especially when it comes down to Elix. Not necessarily having the same efforts on the pike, but opening damage is going to go the way of Pulsar, and Persian finds the RPG onto Rome on to finish that out off screen. Elix does make good use of the pike here, but Lasky, 9-3R, right place, right time. And Renka, well, flying through the air, probably isn't the best place to be when your opponent just got off of a 6-hour aim labs grind. That being said, we'll see now as the first vault is in control by Pulsar. Jerry, they're heading over to A site. This could be an easy hold by Pulsar.
It's a great building to hold down, this Via building, I believe. It's got the white... Yes, it is a Via building. It's got the white... paint. Yes. hunting for the word there. It's paint. The word isn't paint, Ardy. And the close down has come, so this is quite important. Aimers have managed to close that gap without opening themselves up to the pike. And now it's going to be a much more close-range contest, and that's where the 93R can come into contention. Roma finding Lasky. That is the light out of options for Pulsar. 3 versus 2 for the rest of this fight.
Oh yeah, in the residential sector here, sponsored by Via. It's going to be a very keen moment of opportunity. But here, is opportunity uncollected. Lasky did get first pick. Pulsar can't find that trophy in yet, but Amers still hasn't gone to fight much more. Although they will go for the seal here. Person looking like he might try to clap in, but no, they're playing it safe. They know that if they can wait for Lasky to come in, and they'll win the next team fight. There won't be enough time for another one. So they'll let Amers have this as they walk in for a final fight. Amers, they're going to be playing stealth here. They are holding up on the other side of the building. Looks like they're going to be playing in for maybe a gateway, maybe a little bit of a DMAT play, but that gateway up top, this is kiting at its finest. Jump pad at the ready too. Which hill will they take? Tell them. Start up there on the steal. Steal gonna get started. Oh, but the DMAT doesn't work out.
The timing. Such poor timing. Unfortunately, there for the team defending, and that steal has gone through successfully. Pulsar Esports have managed to flip it, but Lasky and Etelko have gone almost down. Lasky out for the count. Etelko has to come back in. The winch is enough to deny the steal, but now it's only Etelko left in a 1 versus 3. Surely Amers have enough resources to hold firm here. The defib comes through onto Lasky, who's now has to dive in and do something, but Roma is on cleanup duty. He's protecting his team while they get that steal. Amers close it out. It wasn't smooth, but it was what they needed.
A double steal, a wild set of team fights. This is the finals at its finest. For as ugly as those team fights were, I love when the cash out trades hands that many times in the final round.
Yeah, it's a very exciting game, and I love to see lots of steals happening because, of course, sometimes you just have the one fight over a cash out. Sometimes you have two. That's basically two options. So it's nice to get multiple steals in the flow of things. It's just more exciting, more entertaining for us. And that's what we want. We're biased casters. That's what we really want is just entertainment. I want everyone to have a good time. Now, we can see the dive working exceptionally well here for Etelko and Co. Pulsar Esports 1 man up here. And that's very unattainable. The winch not working out there for Person, but he can back away. Going to throw up that dome so that they can all dive on top of him. That's a really nice perch there for Etelko, but he doesn't land too much damage onto Elix. At the moment, Amers are just running. They're trying to keep themselves alive, wait for the coin from Roma, but they're not putting much fight back. Unfortunately, they have to try and find kills, and they haven't done that. That's the white coming out from Pulsar. Amers really just tucking their tails between their legs in that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is that over here on Small Park, sponsored by Dissun, it has such wide open areas where you know Etelko is going to be able to take advantage of with that pike, and there's so many other ways that you can approach it. So they did try to sort of go for that half-baked approach on the interiors, but I gotta say, I would have liked a stronger plan there from them. But either way, this is kind of what happened last time. Now Pulsar are going to be in control of the cash out on the start, but Amers is here a lot faster. Etelko gonna get caught out. Person slowly comes up behind him there. Early damage. Now Lasky gonna be using that H+ infuser. Now no more cooldown for him. It looks like Elix gonna get healed up as well. Make sure to take the time to get all of those shots in. Both of those lights gonna now be on the recoup for that. Those cooldowns definitely look like they'll have time to come back, Jerry.
Yeah, full reset for Amers. 30 seconds already spent here on the cash out. Also, will be happy with that. Good positioning taken up here by Amers as they go for an early jump, but Lasky is on patrol to find him and almost keep his teammate alive there. Elix, though, finishes him off. 2 versus 2. Etelko and Person very low on HP here. Etelko wins that fight against Elix. Now to 1 versus 1. No, sorry, Person has survived. And the defib will come through here for Etelko, so Rainker is left scrambling against the whole team. And that heavy, his data numbers, there's no way he's going to be able to stick a res here. So you can consider this a team fight 1 for Pulsar. 15 seconds left on the coin for Elix. And I think Person has managed to find a hiding spot. They've actually gone past him. A good winch here, and maybe he'll be able to get out of this with a kill.
Reimka somehow manages to survive that engagement. Amers now on the full reset here. The question for Amers now is, will they be able to pull Pulsar into a proper team fight? If they can't, it's fine, because there is still going to be another cash out after this, but they are going to pull that cash out. They pulled it so far away. That absolutely has to change this kite. The smoke, the goo, this is everything. Pulsar tries to come in, but Lasky takes early damage. The Person coming in on the winch. That's going to stall the seal for just long enough. Roma finds a kill to Lasky. Person trades Wraithka. Elix goes down, and it's just up to Roma, but is he going to be able to do the damage? Looks like Etelko did also get the the res, so it's a 1-on-3. Roma on 1 HP. That is a cash out won by Pulsar, and there's going to be one more fight coming in here, Jerry.
That's a cash out one by Person. I mean, what a dive. I know we got to see it from his perspective, so there's a little bit of bias there, but he landed every shot. He landed the crucial winch on the man. So good. I love to see that coming through more often now in EU. We've seen too many blunders where heavies will just go for the easy option, try and winch the cash out, but if it's really close to you, it's probably not going to stop the steal. You get the man, you get the shots, you prevent anything from happening, and you get the kill at the end of it. It's always going to be the better option if you have it open to you. Of course, in the chaos, sometimes you just got to hit the guaranteed winch on a cash out. But yeah, I'm liking that we're starting to see the sort of skill ceiling raised a little bit on the winch, because it is those fine margins that are going to matter. And yeah, huge play from Person to keep his team in it. We're going to a third vault here, Artie.
Oh yeah, third vault getting opened up here. A good start by Pulsar, but check this out. Roma has the glitch, and there you go. No gateway for you, Pulsar. That is going to be another cash out stolen. I think we saw a cash out get stolen on Sis Horizon, and now it's getting stolen out here. Beautiful. Oh, it was Nozomi. Beautiful. But question is, with that early control, we can probably guess it is still going to flip at some point. Elix, though, early opening on Lasky, they are still fighting over on that church. This is pretty insane. I think he just took that gateway, take a quick fight, and say, hey, we're still here, but we're going to go our own way now.
Yeah, why not? A bit of a freebie. This is the first time, by a side point, that we've seen a third vault in this series. So the game is getting closer. The series is getting tighter, which is what you want to see. As the best of 5, it makes sense that the first couple of maps were slightly more one-sided. We're starting to narrow things down here. We're starting to separate the nonsense from the nuance. Here we are. A close shot there. Diving out of cover. Bit risky, but he does manage to keep himself intact. Lasky looks like prime taking here for aimers, but they're playing passive.
Oh yeah, they're playing passive, they're playing tight here, and that is what you want to see, that full stall. But it does get scary, because if that means that the team fight is won by Pulsar, it means you don't have a chance for another one. But like I said, you always have those two options, 2 team fights or just one. For Aimers, this next fight is going to be the most important. We'll set the stage and set the tone for the next map. So what's going to happen now is the cash out looks like it's about to get dropped there by Atelco. It's double drop thanks to that C4. Winch does not bring it back up, and it looks like for Aimers, this is kind of what they were anticipating. But they kite back up to the rooftop, finding themselves a little bit more time. Pulsar be going in for that early steal. Not going to be holding it. It's just a bait. Enough bait to bring Atelco up to the top there. Elix goes out first. Person's traded away. Atelco low HP, but he will get the defib on to Person. With Elix out, no defib or quick reset, but Renka is going to be able to be the difference maker. Oh, the winch being missed. Person, he manages to survive even through the defib sickness. And Aimers, they have lost that fight, and I believe they've lost that map, Jerry.
I have. It didn't feel like we were watching Elix do too much effective there. He was playing catch-up for most of the fight, and Pulsar Esports really made it work. That was an excellent push and steal from them. Now, yeah, Aimers left with too little time, 10 seconds to try and close this distance, so it is all a formality here, just dashing towards the point out of habit more than anything. Round over, and Pulsar, they've come from behind here. We may be getting a repeat of Season 0, where they won 3-1 in the grand final after being put down in the lower bracket by Aimers Blue. Is history going to repeat itself yet again?
Well, we might just find out, but these are getting close games, and I mean, it's just insane how hard it is to predict what's going to happen at any given turn. Any one of these team fights could fall out, but at the very end there, it was because Aimers had lost their medium first. When Elix goes down, you remove the defibs from the fight. That changes the pacing, and especially now that we have all this different pacing with the light playing so differently, the medium playing so differently, the pike, it's just one of those things where if you can adapt quicker, and it looks like Pulsar, well, they're just making the most out of that situation. Where earlier in the day, Aimers were able to find those really, really good picks early on. It's Pulsar now that's finding that pacing within them.
Very even stats across the board, but the one column I want to draw your attention to there is the revives. Atelco with 6 across the game, just giving his team that longevity. Lasky in particular, who died 7 times, must have been the prime recipient of those defibs, and keeping him in the fight clearly makes a difference because he's ended up with the highest combat score as well. So I mean, you've got to say that Atelko just understands what his team need in the moment. And yeah, he's playing that supportive medium role quite perfectly at the moment. 2-1 though, and I did mention it in mid-game. That is the closest we've come so far this series. So I'm expecting a close finish. I'm going to stick by my 5-mapper theory. Vegas has been not seen, I don't think. We didn't even get to play it in the previous version of this series. It would have been the decider in the upper bracket final, but we didn't get there because Amers saw it out in 2. In fact, I don't think we've seen any of these teams play Vegas all day.
Nope, I just checked my notes, and none of these teams have played Vegas today. That being said, Vegas earlier in the week has been played in scrims from these two teams, so yet to be seen what they're going to be able to do on match day. But I gotta say, Jerry, for a moment there, I thought that we were watching like a cozy climbing indie game, because this is peak. Like, straight up, this is what the finals is all about. These close team fights, these insane pushes, playing with the sandbox at its finest. Come on, I love it. And here now we're going to Las Vegas Stadium, and this is where we could actually see Pulsar get punished just a little bit, like you were saying earlier.
You should know better than to advertise other IPs on stream, Ardy. Tut. Either way, yeah. I'm not going to let you live that down. That is a disgraceful pun. Utterly disgraceful. And my bar is comically low. You know this.
I will be dragging that bar to hell with you, Jerry.
That's actually kind. That's almost the most romantic thing you've ever said to me.
Well, you know what? One day when we're burning up together, we'll be able to relive these moments right here, where we're watching as Amers are going to get a taste of their own medicine here. This time it's Pulsar glitching away that gateway early on. And for Amers, though, they are still in control here. Roma going to be getting spotted out early, though. Damage being traded perfectly evenly across both the lights here. The long-distance battle, though, going the way of Pulsar here. But Amers is still in control of the vault.
Lasky playing Recon at the moment, the tip of the spear. Well, Telko in person just behind, entrusting him with his own life, knowing that he can probably get in and get out. That's exactly what he's done, a heist in the middle of the streets of Vegas, and they're going right to the far side. They're going straight for B, and they're going to win the foot race. This is going to buy them a good amount of time. They should even be able to set up quite nicely on the defense here.
I mean, Amers they just donated that. Like, straight up, here you go, given. And I think they're doing that to take advantage of this pinch timing, which, look at that, Roma, he's shooting Adelko right in the back. Lasky not able to be in a position to heal him up. Unfortunately, though, those shots cannot be capitalized on, as Elix and Rainka still on their way over. Now they're finally here, up on the very top here. The garage sponsored by Alpha Acta. We'll see now if, well, Amers just going to go for a cheeky winch out and play up on the top, or they just hold that steal. They have no idea where Pulsar is kiting to.
They pulled it off. They got the jump pad, and that has gone all the way over to the hotel building. Roma is far afield, though, just keeping an eye out over it. We see, in fact, the rest of Amers have managed to sneak in underneath. Real positional game of chess playing out here. Not a single kill in either direction, but so much going on.
It's just... there is so much kiting happening right now, and both teams are just kiting off their best guess. But now, finally, some information. There is somebody on the point. The glitch prevents the C4. Oh, the seal comes through. He has a gateway to escape. He doesn't need to use it. Will be able to take the high life all the way up. Takes the high road off that zip line. We're looking to see Pulsar now. They're on their own seal. They're through the smoke. Wait, Elix doesn't have the sight line. Rainka has to drop on. Do they have it? Not in time,
there it is.
But Pulsar is out of position. The seal is going to happen here in favor of Pulsar. And now Pulsar, they just got to run. They know that they can hold this out. An absolute misstep there by the Amers, but they're just going to re-stick their seal yet again. I have no idea if that's going to work out, though. Here comes
my God, they've done it.
The steal happens again. What? Lasky going to be taking some damage. He's going to go out first, but Atelko in person. They are still up and in a spot. Elix getting full healed up. Rainka's out, though. The defib works out on Lasky. The goose stall, exactly what is needed by Elix, but is he going to be able to be in position to get another one? Looks like that cooldown isn't in his favor, but he is being chased. He manages to step away just in time. He uses the goo to block the door.
Movement.
He stalls it. How has Amers done it?
Incredible. What a point. And there finally is the wipe going the way of Amers. The cherry on top after a enthralling point. That was a really exciting one to watch, Hardy. So much going on, so many movements, so many crucial steals, and the only time that we saw a denial of a steal there was from Elix with that goo. It does everything. This gadget, this substance, this white aura from heaven. It does literally everything. It creates walls. It denies steals. It could probably cure my cancer. I don't have cancer, but
Jesus Christ.
if I did, it could do that. I would eat that stuff.
Oh, I mean, you know what? I think that once we finally find out who it makes the goo here, the virtual arena, we can pay them a visit. But honestly, for now, I'd stay far away from that factory if I were you. Looking out to see Polestar Esports diving in from up top. Roma has a very interesting angle here on the side. Once again, though, finding the opportunity to deliver bullets into Lasky's back. We will see Lasky sitting in a blueberry to heal all the way back up. But for Aimers, kiting yet again all the way up to the top here for Roma. Elix and Renke playing off the sidelines. Let's see if this pinch is going to work out well, because Polestar, they're on the point. They've dropped it. They're in control of it, and Aimers is not in a good spot to stop it.
Now comes the jump, and that's right into the waiting arms of Elix and the 93R. This fight's only going one way, Artie. I barely need to commentate. You can see just for yourself. Lasky left scrambling here. May win the one. But no, he's had to dash away. And that is a really solid position held by Aimers. I think Pulsar just kind of misjudged the jump. And of course, when you take those sort of approaches, you leave yourself so exposed. And there is a real leaning into ranged weapons this meta now. You know, we're no longer in the world of shotguns. We have 93Rs and pikes both in action. You cannot expose yourself like that.
Oh, yeah. And for Telco, now back after the coin, we will see Lasky in person hit a little bit early. And this is a well-practiced point here for both of these teams. The question is, have they learned? Oh, no. Rapka might have been spotted. That C4. Oh, but it doesn't hit. It doesn't hit. Rapka, though, is still going to take plenty of damage and go out early. This is perfect timing for Pulsar to be able to get the seal. Roma going to do what he can to stall it off the sidelines there. The goo going to be hitting, but it doesn't stop it. Let's see if Telco holds it. He gets stalled out by the goo. The goo's on fire. It does a little bit of damage as well. Telco in person, they're burning. So are their dreams, potentially. Roma wins the 1v1 up against Lasky. The goo is going to still hold forth. Telco goes down, and Aimers another 2-0 here. We're going to map 5.
And I wouldn't have it any other way. What a performance from Aimers. Back and forth, and we are all the way to map 5. It will not be decided until it absolutely has to be. That has been the real theme of today. Last minute steals. Incredible performance there from Roma. I want to single him out at the very end. Winning that one was so crucial against Lasky to make sure that he could then follow up and deny the steal that Telco was sticking. He comes out with the most kills in the lobby. Of course, a very, very low kill game. We saw how that first point played out. Most of the kills coming around that second point instead. But yeah, I mean, the rest of the stats do speak for themselves. It was clearly Aimers that were able to follow through with all of their shots. And Roma, oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, only 4 kills, but 5 assists. And look at that. Head and shoulders above the rest in terms of combat score. 3.5k. More than double anyone else in the lobby.
I mean, this is so insane to see where the last few games have just been so back and forth. And on this one, I mean, we did say Vegas was where Aimers had a good opportunity, but neither teams have played it. But wow, they took advantage of that opportunity well.
Absolutely. And we're going to go to Fortune Stadium for the final map, which again is a map that we haven't seen either of these teams play today. Obviously, they've played tons of Fortune Stadium in the years that they've been playing the finals. But yeah, I love it. It's the best map. It's everyone's favorite map. It's such a strange thing that it's just, I don't know why everyone loves it so much, but everyone does. And it's the best place we could ask for the final map of EU.
Final map of EU before we get into the Grands. I can't believe it, but there's just still so much more beautiful finals gameplay ahead of us. But this one will be the last round for EU. More NA to come later, but hey, we'll leave all that for now. We got a lot to talk about with Aimers and Pulsar now, because now the tension is high. And as we've been talking about all day, mental is something that you cannot ignore. And I think that for this, it could go either way, but this is going to be better for whichever team is able to stay cool, calm, and collected and not let those nerves get up to you.
Here we go. Let's take a big old swig of Osbooze and dive right in. Remember to pop, port, and perform in exactly that order because you're going to need all the energy you can get to survive this wild ride. Aimers and Pulsar Esports on the final map of the best of 5 to settle once and for all. And again, who is the best team in EU?
I'm Osboozing it. Let's see what's going to happen now as Elix and Ravka, well, they're going to take some early damage. Ravka goes down first, but look at that trade. Telco goes out, Persa goes out. Now, what started as the first pick opening by Pulsar, well, leads into just a 1v1 here with Lasky on the back foot, trying to run away from the absolute danger train that is Roma, who is just on his backside already. And a convincingly fought battle won by Aimers here at the beginning.
Roma picking up where he left off as well, being the star player on Vegas. And now a very fortuitous A spawn over on Hospital. But of course the vault had not been tapped in that time, so they have to be quick about this. They've got the gateway set up for an immediate deposit, or near immediate deposit. And they are blessed by a perhaps suboptimal spawn location for Pulsar. They're going to have to cross quite far to try and catch up. You can imagine that Aimers will be well set by the time that the pink team arrive.
Oh yeah, and for now, for Pulsar, having the opportunity to gate across, I mean, this is going to be something that every team is well versed in. They've managed to make it over, but for now, Aimers just have to understand if that fight is going to be coming through that open hallway, or if Elix, or if Telco is going to be, well, opening up their own pathway out. Elix should be looking to open up his own path too here. They hear the motions over by the staircase, and Aimers are already kiting away. But as that cash out starts to drop, Aimers, they've got all the info they need. You just see the tip of those capes falling down here. And now, Jerry, chaos ensues.
Absolutely, and we're trading staircases here. Easily fold back to lots of cover. You see both teams really want to position themselves around there. Allows you to change floors, of course, very rapidly with those jumps, with those mantles, with the D-mats. The stick is being attempted here behind a wall of goo, and that has caused Elix to be a little bit late to the party. The steal is successful, and now the winch claws come out. All of the utility, the domes, the shots, everything. It's chaos right here. Person landing a lot of shots. Both heavies whiffing a fair bit, but Raimka comes out on top. Roma wins his 1v1 against the light, and now it's only the two mediums left standing, but Aimers have the whole rest of their team as well, so Raimka can pitch in, winch away the Telco, and that steal was all for naught. Aimers defending the first cash out and getting the steal back. No time for Pulsar to reattach to this building and reattack, so that will be a back foot that they are left on.
Like I said, 2 types of cash outs, 2 team fights, and just 1. And for Pulsar, it was a very, very, I gotta say, just brave approach, to say the least, to go for a steal like that. They are going to come in here for the next team fight. A little bit of ego chow going on for now, but as Lasky is already dropped out to half HP, Telko's taken away early, and it looks like the rest is about to fall out. A big pick. There's Raimka is removed too, though, and now that Roma's gone, this might make it a little bit more difficult. Zelix cannot get a defib, and hey, Pulsar won the fight, but at the same time, $25,000 extra into Aimers' bank account makes it a little bit less impressive.
Yeah. Well, it was possible, perhaps. Oh, of course. He's a dash fight. That's fine. That's fine. I had a moment there. I had a moment where I thought he'd just ended it, but
flashbacks.
No, he was fine. Absolutely fine. I don't play much light, so I see that and I think I'm dead. That guy's dead, but no. Anyway, cash out C and B. Again, in much more interesting locations, much more easily taken. So now we'll see how this fight over the hospital clinic plays out. We have teams sort of split up here. We've got the heavy and the heavy separate right now of Person. It's Telko and Lasky waiting to pounce. They open the door and they're met with the waiting arms of Roma, who manages to gobble up Lasky and deal a fair amount of damage to Telko as well. Telko does slap back though. Person has managed to find the heavy on the other side of things. And Elix is left the last one standing, it would seem, for Aimers. So this should be a pretty easy collection now for Pulsar. They can move this to whichever objective they so choose.
Oh yeah, and Elix being able to stay alive just means, hey, team's going to use that coin to come on through. And over here, this is going to be a very difficult fight. I think that this area is one of the most difficult places to attack. And now, obviously, this is based on the data center from Seoul, but there are some key differences that kind of fix how you would hold this or how you would push it. But for aimers, right now, this is a big struggle point for them. Roma is going to have to get them across, and they're used to being able to do this with that vanishing bomb. But with no vanish available, they have to do it the good old-fashioned way. Nice red barrel. This has been hitting very hard today. Roma going to be trying to make his way over. He survives, but can he get the gateway out? Looks like Lasky's going to clap in on him. He does clap. He gets the kill, but the question is, did that gateway go? I don't think it did. We're going to see Elix and Raimke still over on the side. Lasky going a bit over-aggressive. Roma does manage to get rezzed here, but with Lasky out of position for just a moment, maybe they can capitalize on it. They do. Raimke has crossed. Everybody has crossed.
Yeah, a bit of an opening there, maybe overstepping the mark, and that has given them the chance. Telco being taken down to low HP means that now Pulsar are defending on the back foot. They have to be wary of Roma here behind them, who's dealing substantial damage. They do manage to get out of that with Lasky hitting that gateway just in time. I think Telco managed to fight his way out as well, and there's Raimke caught out. How has that happened? The heavy going down on the side of aimers. That could be really costly with only about 40 seconds left on this timer, Artie.
Yeah, no chance for that res either. Elix very much separated from that trophy. So 15 seconds for that coin is going to be a little too late for him to be involved in this next fight. Elix, well, he will just proc the C a little bit and bait out the rotation. And hey, you did bait out the entirety of Pulsar Esports onto your forehead, but now you have to live or die with the ramifications of that. So, Jerry, we are going to the third cash out. It has come to map 5, cash out 3. This is unprecedented.
I love the fact that Roma was rezzing right next to an active C4 there. Person didn't know it, of course. He could have hit that trigger at any time just to gamble on it. But either way, we are now, of course, as you say, 2 maps each, 1 cash out each, and all the way to the final cash out on the final map. Couldn't have written it any better. And it's going to be spawning in possibly the worst location in the game. You tap this vault and you leave yourself very open to being collapsed upon. All of the high ground offered up to your opposition. So, got to be careful here. But Pulsar have managed it, and they've managed to reassert themselves on said high ground. So, pretty nice control.
Oh yeah, this is probably the most stable hold I've seen Pulsar have on a high ground so far. And for now, though, they will try to figure out, is it going to be D? Is it going to be B? Now, that Holto building where Cash Out B is situated is going to be a lot harder to defend, so we might see them come over to Cash Out D. But for now, it's all going to be about this vault fight. As aimers, they're waiting for the motions to take place. Roma situated at the top of the staircase there. Lasky takes the gateway, and the entire team rotates with the vault in hand. It looks like Cash Out D is going to be the point where it lands. Oh, no, it is B. They are going to the Holto building. This is a big gamble, Jerry.
All the way there. Not the easiest point to hold either. They have gas, they have everything they would want, but of course aimers have to close this distance. Pulsar do not have all the time that they would like to set this point up. They are death balling up, hoping that they maybe catch someone on recon who's just alone. An interesting room for it to spawn in. We don't really see this spot very often. On the southern side of the building, they winch it a little bit further afield.
Oh, but he's on the
Dima
wrong
has opened up
side!
the long sight line. Person lands that rangy RPG and takes out Elix. That is the medium down for the count. Man advantage to Pulsar on the defense.
Oh, he was on the wrong side of the steel. He had every moment, but here we go, though. Is there going to be a recollect? Somehow Raimke escapes. Jerry, oh no, but what is this? A Telco, he's moving over the side. What can aimers do here?
Well, we have the res, so we're back into a 3 versus 3. Pulsar are trying to reset now. They're actually scrambling. There's a bit of panic, I can tell, in the movements. Of course there would be. There's only really going to be time for one more fight. It's winner takes all for the championship here. And they've managed to locate a stray Roma. Can they pin him down? The seal is being attempted while Roma runs interference. Elix has managed to flip that box. And now aimers are on the defensive. But it's a skirmish, Artie.
Oh, it is a skirmish indeed. Aimers all taking damage, but Pulsar is in no place to actually contest this. As the building crumbles around them, Aimers looks to retain high ground, hiding away. Elix is making a big gamble here now over Pulsar as they move in. Lasky gets almost taken away immediately, but so is Roma. The damage is going both ways. The steal almost happening. A Telco finally found the motion to start, but the C4, the RPG, it's all going to hit. Pulsar taking damage but dealing it back, but Rain King gets the first pick, and at this point there's no time. All Adelko has to do is to steal, but he can't do it. It's Aimers! They've won the competition, and they have fixed their record up against Pulsar Esports, as Aimers are your EU playoff champions.
Fantastic performance. What an ending as well. Getting that steal right at the death, and then having to defend it. We saw just how passive they had to play. Elix was so cautious throughout that whole ordeal. Only 2 kills to his name, but this is not a game about getting kills. This is a game about playing the objective. They may have Aimers as their name, but they had only one aim in their mind, and that was to hold that point. What a close game. Almost inseparable by stats. Wow. What a treat, Ardy, and congratulations to Aimers Blue.
Huge congratulations to Team Aimers for taking that W. And yeah, I mean, it could not have been closer. So many of those fights. And this was honestly one of the matches where it's always about the pacing of the fights, right? Where is it more important that you win the vault? Is it more important that you win the first cash out? This one, it didn't seem to matter. It was just one fight at a time. They were all equally important. And for Pulsar, it just so happened that the very end of it all, even though they started so strong, that, well, Aimers found the moment of opportunity they needed.
What a game. Till the very end, it was undecided all the way to the 5th map, all the way to the 3rd cash shot. I said it, we're gonna be on our tippy toes till the very end. It is going to be this last fight, last breath moment. Whip it. I mean, what can I say besides what a game. Like, what are your actual thoughts on this best of 5?
I'm going to ignore what I see in my production chat for just a moment, and I think I'm gonna say that it's a great storyline, that they're gonna be the brothers gonna get their ones back. It's gonna be a trade-off of victors in the European region. It's a great moment for them, but that was exactly what I wanted from this best of 5. It was back and forth, and the fact that we come down to that very final cash box. I think, Jerry, you mentioned probably they had to play it so passive in those final moments, just to sit and wait, and you could feel the tension of both those teams arrive. I think that was a perfect matchup for it. I gotta say, commiserations for the side of Pulsar, but Aimers, they played it perfectly. I think they well and truly deserve that title of being our European champions for the season.
History did not quite repeat as from the last season, where Pulsar Esports came out more successful. This time, the Titans have been taken down by Aimers. A repeat of history, but this time it took a different turn. And this is what is most important. And I mean, Jerry, is there a difference when we compare these two grand final when it comes to the quality of the teams the quality of the game and skills that we have been provided by these two teams?
I think there has been a step up in quality, a notable step up in quality over the past season. And that doesn't just apply to the 2 finalists. I think that their competition has kept pace. It's been such a great growth of this scene, and this league is a big part of it, to get those competitive games in, not just the scrims. But it's, yeah, I really do feel as though there was only... It felt really a lot like last season. We were talking about what teams could be doing better. And really now, I feel I'm learning from these teams a lot more and being shown how to do it best.
I mean, the skill has grown stronger and the teams come closer together. This is what makes this tournament so intense. Every single best of 3 we had today till the very end, it was always a fight here, fight there. Every team tried to stay alive to the very bitter end. At the end, it was Aimers from beginning on, not giving up in the upper bracket final till the grand final, single them up in the grand final, facing their last opponents, taking the victory. So congrats to Aimers yet again for bringing home the victory to their place. But that means also that the stream is slowly but steady going to the end. Ardy, I'm going to leave you with the last words.
Well, I gotta say, guys, this has been a phenomenal show of skill from every single team in EU that has come all the way through the play days. A huge shout out to every single team that has performed all the way up here. But, folks, the fight doesn't end here. The games don't stop here, because not only in 2 hours do we have the NA playoffs, so you can just stay right on over here and come back in 2 hours to see this happen all over again with our NA squads. Also, in 2 weeks, we have our Grand Champs, our Grand Final Championship Series in 2 weekends. And that's not only that. Why are we taking 1 weekend off? That's kind of crazy, because next weekend is the Atel Cup, where there's going to be the first finals LAN in Europe with Atelco and Pulsar. And honestly, for Pulsar, it's going to be a lot on their shoulders to try to make sure that maybe that doesn't happen twice. For Aimers, they're going to be going in with a ton of momentum. I got to say, though, I am so thankful for everybody who has been a part of this journey up to this point. Jerry, Whippet, Diana, it's been phenomenal being on the desk with you. A huge shout out to Burrita in production and all of our staff at Pro Hubs. Another huge shout out to our sponsor, Crash, aka Broxton, and the Finals Italia as well for providing additional coverage. But folks, again, 2 weeks away from where it all will go down. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned, because in 2 hours we got NA. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back shortly.
I was a young kid trying to get noticed. Big underdog psychosis, but I've been blessed with a vision and focus. Back then I never been so hopeless.